Tonight, we etch another name amongst the greats of Counter-Strike. Tonight, we crown the champions of the Star Ladder Budapest Major. Becoming a major champion means immortality. Your name remembered forever. You get your name carved into the trophy, into the history, and these history books are written greatly. Entering this grand finals, you have 8 of the 10 players who have already tasted major glory. But trust me, they hunger for so much more, because that is what greatness wants. On the other side, we have 2 players hoping to achieve that glory. One who is in the playoffs of a major for the very first time. They are still searching for that major glory in CS2. From Copenhagen to Shanghai to Budapest, destiny is what awaits for them, but it is keeping to slip out of their hands. It has not been easy for them to take it in finals, but once again, they have that chance. FaZe is a team that have been here for 20 days from the start of the major. 0.4 seconds away from elimination. Vitality! This is a dynasty knocking on the door of eternity. If they can do it here tonight, they become back-to-back major champions that hasn't been done since 2019. They know the pressures of this stage. They know to handle the crowd roars, the boos. But if they can't do it tonight and they falter here on this stage, it won't mean anything. Budapest! Tonight, in front of 20,000 of you inside this arena, and the millions and millions of Counter-Strike fans watching around the world, history is about to be made. We will have the first ever best of 5 grand finals, and you will all witness it. This is the Star Ladder Budapest Major, and this is your chance to give all your energy to these players who have done this, who have given their whole lives for this. They have sacrificed for this, just to lift this trophy. I have one thing to ask you all. Are you ready? No. I need more from you all. I need all that energy. I need that roar. Are you ready?
Welcome on stage, Vitality.
ဆောက်ရမ်းမိုက်တယ်ဆောက်ရမ်းမိုက်တယ်ဆောက်ရမ်းကိုမိုက်တာဟာဟေးစက်နေပါဦးလေစားရတာစက်နေတာကိုစားရ
Welcome on stage. Phase.
ထွက်ကြီးကစောက်ရမ်းလှတာအထွက်ကြီးကစောက်ရမ်းကိုလှတာဟူး aura fabric ကောင်းတဲ့အင်္ဂလိပ်လီယာနဲ့အောင်လား
Apex, standing here, I know you feel nervous, you feel a jitter, but you also feel excitement, right? Are you using all these emotions to channel your best leadership, or are you trying to not get affected at all?
It's just a day at the office, you know. There are only 20 to say fuck you Apex, it's nothing. In Austin there were 15,000 saying fuck you Apex, so I'm not listening to them, I don't hear them actually. It's all right.
Tell me, Vitality. Vitality is one step away from the exclusive club of teams that won back-to-back majors. With majority of the arena booing whenever you shoot a frag. How cool is that? Do you have any message to the haters?
I think we answered already this year to the haters. Wherever we went, we get booed. Of course, we didn't win all of them, but we won most of the trophies we could. Now it's the last step. Yeah, we really want to get that back-to-back majors, but we have one more step. A tough opponent for sure. No one would have believed they would have been in the final. I'm not even sure themselves with the first stage one they had. But it's the good story of majors. It's always good to play against SpeXtres because it's always good games. So I'm just excited and let's bring a fucking good show for the crowd.
Fighting words. Let's get it. Make the history with this best of 5.
Carrigan!
Woo! Bro, Carrigan, bro, yeah. You did face man.
Apex just said that maybe you guys didn't expect to be here. So what do you want to say to that?
Maybe not, maybe yes, we don't know. Yet here we are. Let's just play some funny Counter-Strike. I am looking forward to this game. These guys, they're the best team in the world the whole year. But in the end, it's a 50-50 in the final. Let's just bring it on and give a fantastic show to everyone here tonight.
Now, in order to do that, to give that show, I got to ask you, before you said all these teams should be scared of you, they have looked scared. But does it feel like this is the final boss?
For sure. I mean, everybody has been talking about the last 2-3 days about Face Magic. Now we're in front of the bees. I'm just looking forward to play this game. And like you said, they're the final boss. I just love Counter-Strike, man.
Well, you love Counter-Strike, we love Counter-Strike, but I think this crowd loves you. So any final words?
Woo, woo.
Well. The stage is set, Budapest. But I need to find out, is this crowd really one way or the other? I know we got the Vitality fans over here. But it does seem like there are more fans in this entire arena for FaZe!
FaZe fan ready, mate. Come on, Bobby. Please. Will သိတာWill နာပြီဒီနေ့စောက်ရမ်းမရဲ့Aura Family ကောင်းတဲ့အင်္ဂလိပ်ကတယောက်ရဲ့တကယ် back play ဘယ်လို fight ဖြစ် energy တွေဖြစ်ပဲမှန်ကကတ်ဖို့တဲ့ဒီကောင်းတာ
They are being drowned out. There is no noise there. Now, guys, we got to calm down just one moment. I need you all to listen. I want you to take your phones out of your pocket. Phones out of the pocket. Put the light on the phones. Every single one of you. There is 20,000 people inside this arena right now. Let's make history together. Lower the lights, please, arena. Look at this. Phones up, lights out, side to side. This is for Counter-Strike. This is for this amazing moment, for all of these players, for everyone that destined themselves to be on this stage. And you are a part of history. Now, it has been a little while since I've done it. Keep the phone lights up, keep them waving, because this is how we do one big last send-off. Budapest, are you ready to bring the hype? Let's go!
Counter-Strike's greatest showman versus the 2025 Kings of Counter-Strike. What every player craves now within touching distance. For one, this trophy would complete what has been a Cinderella run here in Budapest. For the other, it would cement a dynasty with back-to-back majors. The stakes, Jacob, they do not get bigger than this.
Not at all, right? You have two teams who are obviously coming in with the one goal to win the trophy. On one side, you have Apex, you have Vitality. Apex can win his 4th major, putting him one away from equaling Dupree as the only player in the world with 5 major trophies. That's something Apex would love to do. On the other side, you have Jacob, a major rookie coming in, potentially winning his first ever major at his first ever major. Frozen. He's been in so many big games before. He's not really won that much, right? Never have a Slovakian won a major ever before. That's something he wants to do. Regardless of the outcome of the game tonight, there's so much at stake for both teams.
Beyond that, I actually feel like for ZywOo, winning's not just enough. You need that major MVP.
Yes.
You need to cement 2025 as being your year and being the world's #1 player. Because I still think that the jury is out. Because the donk numbers, they are still impressive. But the 2 major MVPs, that might be more impressive.
He could totally change that discussion tonight. We do see the best of 5 maps that we could potentially be seeing play out tonight on our screens. Devil Walk, initial takeaways from what we see here.
I think the first thing for me is nuke. I think that FaZe needs to pick this nuke up. We've seen, the losses that Vitality has been on nuke, Dust 2, even Inferno, and I feel like these are the 3 maps that FaZe need to pick up. And my question is, for FaZe, they played nuke 7 times at this event already. There are, I think, 25 maps in total, 7 of them have been on nuke. And Karrigan has shifted up their T side multiple times. Even against this Vitality squad when he picked up a 13-7 win on this nuke. Can he still make a game plan to surprise Vitality? Can he make them shaky? That's my question for them. It's hard to kind of figure that out because they've thrown out so much material already on this map.
I think that's one of the biggest strengths of FaZe coming into this playoff, but also coming into the grand final. I'm pretty sure if you ask Kerrigan, he didn't necessarily know himself, you know, just a couple of hours ago what the gameplay would be. So how do you prepare for that if you're SpeXtres, if you're Apex? Kerrigan is the master at coming up with things on the fly. Sure, there's certain defaults, there's certain things they're gonna run out, but if anyone can change the tide of a game in the middle of it by the mid-round calling, it's Kerrigan. You can only prepare that much if you're Apex, and they gotta be ready for basically everything.
We're talking a lot about the chaos that Kerrigan and co could be throwing out on the server tonight, but yet we all went with Vitality. Maui, give me your side of the story. Why are you going with the Bees?
I just feel like this is where the BS gets cleaned up. Apex is a master at making sure that things are neat. Everything at this point has been completely outlined. All of the plays have been drilled through, and even if Kerrigan has an ace up his sleeve, a new mid-round call that's going to attempt to surprise Vitality. Vitality, every single player is just rock steady, so reliable. Every single map, you can pick on a different guy as the one that's going to actually be able to solve the puzzle that Kerrigan's throwing out for them. And so, yes, we look to Zywa, we look to Rops, but even Mezzy, even Flamesy, sometimes even Apex, all of them can understand in the middle of a round how it needs to be won.
History speaks in favor for Vitality. There's no doubt about it. The one thing that has been able to, I guess, cement them as the team of the year so far is that they never lose the team below them, right? FaZe Clan has done such a good job getting into the grand final. Unfortunately for them, I think it ends here.
For the first time in history, we decide our major champion in a best of 5. FaZe versus Vitality begins now.
Grand Final. Vitality versus FaZe. Unleash the beast. Good luck and have fun.
The culmination
Okay,
of
yeah.
2025 is about to begin. A grand finale. One last flash. FaZe
New
versus
well,
Vitality.
morale over. You are
Versus
FaZe
Massive.
9 out.
Budapest, let's get loud!
This one's going to be special no matter what. The stories write themselves in this matchup. We're here to watch the rounds.
Like, is Ruby never Jim. They are in a power.
We're here to
No
watch
doubt,
the
I see.
rounds.
အဲ့ပဲပြားတွေကပွဲတွေတရားချုံပြီးတက်လာဟုတ်တာဒီမနေ့ကြက်ထားပါလို့မနေ့ကမဟုတ်ဒုံဟွာဖြစ်သွားတယ်ပါ
Twice on pistols the last time they played.
ဒီတော့ကြည့်လိုက်မယ်ဆို smoke disable နဲ့ okay ဆိုတော့ vitality face ကတော့ new ရဲ့ dash ရဲ့ inbound ရဲ့ overpass ရဲ့ rush ရဲ့ပစ်ထားပြီးတော့ကျွန်တော်ဒါ train နဲ့ asian တွေကို dead ban လိုက်တယ်ဗောနော် train ရဲ့ asian ရဲ့ grand final best of 5မှာမမြင်ရတော့လောတယ်ဗော new ရော sub 5ကိုကျုံးသွားနေတယ်အာဒီ line ကွာဒီ line ကိုကျန်
For a
So
fight,
they're fought wide.
Never knew from the moment he stepped onto that stage tonight, it
ဒီ
was
နေ့
going
ကြက်
to
ထား
be a
ဖိ
fight.
ချက်မြရဆို MVP broke ကြီးတယ်baby
Ain't ready.
ကြော်လိုက်ပြီ live ကို
I like he knows.
ဟာနဲ့ကြတော့ upload speed ရဆောက်တယ်လဲ MVD နဲ့ကြတော့လဲ live ရဆောက်တယ်လဲ upload speed ရကောင်းပြီတော့ upload speed ရလုံးဝ0မဟာနဲ့နဲ့
Frozen's got the first kill.
Claro.
Zywu, Beretta's tap. For
ရ
the
frozen
first
play
round,
စီဇိုင်းဦးနေတယ် okay twist ဇိုင်းဦးတော့ရတယ်ဟိုးယော
at least the hunt does hold.
ပေါ်စီကနေပြစ်တာအကုန်ပြစ်တာတယ်တော့3 vs 3ချိန်နေတော့
And
ကော
this
င်းနေသေးတယ်
3v3 still has some legs for FaZe as Brokey can't collect that
The
kill.
most
Heavy
entertainment
also
thing
no
that-
route.
နော်ကျွန်တော်တကယ်လုံးဝ century ဒီမှာ2 wall လောက်ထိစောင်းကောင်းခဲ့တဲ့တင်ဟာရော rock နဲ့ Jacob ကိုရလိုက်တယ် okay brokey ပြီးတော့ပြင် rock ကိုပြတ်ခွဲပြီး bench ကိုခုံဆင်းသွားတယ် C4 မှာရှိရဆိုမဲ့လေတော့ဒီချိန်မှာကျွန်တော်ဒါ C4 နဲ့ပါသွားတယ် brokey ကတော့ C4 ရအောင် plan ကိုစူးစမ်းနေ Messi ကရတော့ပင်လာလို့လာတယ် okay oh my god 4 second နဲ့မရဘူး okay Messi aggressive လာတယ် USB က A ကကောင်းတယ် Messi brokey ဘလို့ရှင်းပြမယ် P250 နဲ့ပင်လာမဟုတ်ပတ်ဒီပဲပတ်ပြေးပြီးတော့လုံးဝ bike ကစားတယ် left right right နဲ့မြင်ရမယ် Messi aim ကတော့လုံးဝ pistol aim က reliable ဖြစ်လုံးတယ်ဗျ Messi pistol aim ကဟဲ့ဘာမှလို့ defuse နေပြီး twist နေတယ် cross က on နေပြီးပြေးလာတယ်ဆိုပဲ twist the law နဲ့ပဲစိုးတယ်မနေ့ကတော့ 1 vs 3 1 vs 3နော်ဒီရဲ့ twist
Grand finals. He made him bite.
ဒီကတို့ဘာဖြစ်သွားလဲတို့ဆောက်တဲ့ပေါက်သွားတယ်မနေ့ကခိုင်းနေကစားပြပြီဗျအဲဘယ်ဆွဲချွဲတက်မလားတဲ့ဟာသူတို့ အဲ့ဒါကြီးထွက်ပြီးပြန်ဝင်လိုက်ပါလားတက်မလားအဲ့ကိုပြောရလေပဲကြားမလဲဘာမှမနေတော့ face နေကြ126တော့ဝီဝီဒီစပယ်ဘယ်လိုပြောင်းသွားနေလဲမနေ့စပယ်ဘယ်လိုမပြောင်းဘူးချစ်ဆုံးမနေ့ကကျွန်တော်က violet နဲ့violet နဲ့ page ကိုထိကန်လို့ page ကျသွားတာအဲ့ဒါဟိုကလေကျွန်တော်ပြော Telegram group ဝင်လာလေ Telegram group ဝင်လာ Telegram group ကျွန်တော်ပေးမယ် Telegram group ဝင်လာလိုက်အဲ့မှာကျွန်တော်က SpeXtres ဒီမှာကျွန်တော်ဟို violation နဲ့ထိသွားလို့ပါကျွန်တော် SpeXtres second ဆိုတဲ့ page ကိုရောက်သွားပါပြီဆိုပြီးတော့ဘာသာအဲ့ဒါမြင်ရပါမနေ့ကျွန်တော်အဲ့လိုတကယ်တော့ကျွန်တော်ပြနေတယ်မပြဘူး brother ရောကျွန်တော်ဒီမှာပင်ကွန်မန့်လေးမှတ်ပေးလိုက်ပြီပင် message လုပ်ပေးမယ်နိုင်နေကောင်းအဲ့ဒါလေးမှာ Telegram group လေးဝင်လာလိုက်ခဏကျွန်တော် pin message လုပ်လို့နော်ခဏစောင့်ဟုတ်တကယ်လို့ grand final နဲ့ violation ခုဖြစ်ခဲ့မယ်ဆိုရင်တော့ backup အနေနဲ့ brother တို့ Telegram group တွေဝင်တာပါကျွန်တော်တခုဆိုရင်တော့ brother ကျွန်တော် SpeXtres second ရောက်သွားပါတယ်တက်ရောက်သွားပါတယ်ဆိုပြီးတော့ page လေးနဲ့တူပြောပေးမယ်နော်ပြန်ပြီလားအရှင်နဲ့ဘယ်ပြန်လိုက်လဲတက်မကြဘူးလုံးဝလဲလားဘယ်လိုအချာ face ဆက်တယ်ဒီမှာဘယ်မှာလဲရောပေါ်စီပေါ်ဖုကဒီနေ့ Doki ဖုံးမနေမို့ဒီပွဲကို cut မနေဆိုတော့ဒါဆို 5G
but they don't get the kill first so
ဟုတ်တယ်
they
နော်
have to succeed
ဟုတ်တယ်နော်ကျွန်တော် force find လာတယ်ဆိုတော့5 back 7နဲ့ bear တွေတော့ရှိတယ် close by နဲ့ sound strong နဲ့ဆိုတဲ့အနေထားတော့ရှိတယ်ဗျအဲ့ချိန်မှာ Carrigan ဘယ်လိုကစားလဲဆိုတော့ Carrigan မနေရနော် Navi ကစားသွားတယ်ပုံသိလား Carrigan လိုချင်တာဒီလိုမျိုးပဲဆိုတဲ့အတိုင်းပဲ Navi ကအဲ့တော့တပုံစံနဲ့ဝင်ပြီးကစားသွားလို့ဖြစ်သွားတယ် Carrigan ထောင်းလိုချင်လို့ဒီလိုမျိုးဖိတ်ပြီးဒီလိုမျိုး rotation ကိုတောင်းတာ Okay so ဒီဘက်မှာ CDO Farmers and Rocks ကောက်ရတဲ့ J ကော Tail တော့ trade တယ်ဇာတ်က set တော့ပြတာမျိုးမလုပ်ဘူးဆိုတော့ Squeaky မှာ Frozen ရှိတယ်ဇာတ်ကိုပြက်ခွဲလိုက်တယ် MP9 နဲ့ Brookie တော့တေဆုံးသွားတယ်မှာ Frozen ဒီကောင် trade ကိုကြိုးတာ3 versus 3 Frozen မဲစီကိုရလိုက်တယ်စိုက်ထဲမှာ flame စီတကောင်ထက်ရှိနေဆိုမှ twist နေအောက်ကိုစိုက်ပြီးတော့ flame စီကိုပြက်ခွဲပေးလိုက်တယ်1 versus 3တော့လည်းတေကမအောက်ကားလေးမှာဟဲ့ How my name လေကိုတသားဟေး How my name တော့တော့ဒီကြဖိုင်တယ်တော့ကိုဆောရတာဟုတ်တယ်လုံးဝ IGL Aura Family ကောင်းတဲ့ Apex နဲ့ Carrigan ရဲ့ IGL ချင်းရှင်နေပြီမှန်မှန်သား Navi တက်လာခဲ့မယ်ဆိုရင်တော့အနေနဲ့ဗျာ Navi ဟာကျွန်တော်တို့ Navi Alexi B နဲ့ Apex ချင်းပါဆိုရင်တော့နည်းနည်းမှ Alexi B အဲ့လောက်မဟုတ်ဗျာ Carrigan နဲ့ Apex ချင်းကြတော့အဲ့ဒါဟုတ်သွားပြီ Carrigan ဟာအသက်တွေဘယ်လောက်ကြီးအဲ့လိုမျိုးလုံးဝအဲ့လိုမျိုး S-tier level မှာ CS5 ကနေ CS2 ပဲပြောင်းတကယ်ကို dominate လုပ်နိုင်တယ်ဗျာ top tier level မှာတကယ်သူကအသက်ရ35နှစ်လည်းဖြစ်နေပြီပေါ့နော်ဆိုတော့တကယ် dominate လုပ်နိုင်တယ်ဟိုပြောမယ်ဆိုတော့ရှိတဲ့လူနဲ့လည်းရောက်လှအောင်ဆင်နိုင်တယ် Carrigan တကယ် classical mastermind ပဲတကယ်ပြောမယ်ဆိုသူကနားဝခဲ့ပဲဆိုတော့တကယ် go IGL လို့တော့ပြောမယ်ဗျ Carrigan လူမျိုးကတော့ပြန်ပေါ်လာဖို့ရှားသွားပြီတခြားတော့မြောက်ကြီးတို့ဘာလို့ကျန်းနေဆိုတာမြောက်ကြီးတို့ဘာလို့အဲ့လောက်မဟုတ်မြောက်ကြီးတို့က anti frag ကနေအင်ဂိမ်းတွေကဖြစ်လာတခြားဇိုင်းကိုပိုင်ဆိုင်တာတခြားဒါတော့ထောက်ပြစရာအများကြီးရှိပြီဟိုကခက်ဆက်ရှိတဲ့လူနဲ့အကုန်လုံးပြသူရင်တော့ကျန်းခဲ့ all of my star တွေ guardian တွေ nico တွေ brain တွေတရားမှမရှိတော့ဘူးရတယ် it's okay bro ရတယ်လူနဲ့ရတယ်လူလုပ်ပေးနိုင်ဟုတ်လား Special affair မဟုတ်ဘူးလေအစဲတော့ဒီစားပိုက်စားလိုက်တာလားဟုတ်တယ်35နှစ်ဥမတက်ငယ်တာပဲဟာဟုတ်တယ်50ဟာ whatever the most entertainment team ဗျတကယ်ဟို face က vitality ကလည်းလုံးဝတကယ်ဟိုကမလာလုံးဝပလင်ဘောမဖယ်ပြီးတော့ဘရင်ကြီးပဲဟုတ်ကဲ့မေဂျာလူကြီးရှာပြီးွားပြီး face and twist ပဲပေးရှင်တော့ဟုတ်ပါကိုမဲအထက်လည်းနေတာပေါ့ဟဲ့တိလိုက်မလားတော့ pistol လေးတွေတော့ဖြစ်နေ 57 DKD ဆိုပေမဲ့လည်းကျွန်တော် armory ရတယ်မပေါ့ဘူးဗျဆိုတော့ half armor တကောင်နဲ့ကလောပြပြောပါမရပြန်မလာတဲ့ပြောလို့နေပဲကရင်ငယ်ကြီးအေးရမိမ notice ဆိုလေဝက်လက်ဟာ Roms ဒီရတော့ what happened နကောဟာရောတော့57နဲ့ဒီကောင်တက်ပွင့်သွားတယ်ဟာရောစောတလေးပြေသွားလို့စမိုးတဲ့ဝင်သွားလို့ the flazy show သွားတယ်ဆိုမှလည်းပြတဲ့ crosser place မှာမှန်နေသေးတယ် reverse 2ဆိုတဲ့နေတော့ရောက်သွားပြီ no armor နဲ့ rock shit down ထဲသွားတာလုံးဝ instant headshot ဗျ okay Vesha တက်လာတဲ့ကောင်လေးကို rock ကိုပဲ frozen နဲ့ပြက်ခွဲလိုက် reverse 2ဆိုတဲ့နေတော့မှနောက်ဆုံးကြက်ခဲ့တဲ့ညက armor မပါတယ်ဆိုတော့ဒီကနဲ့နှစ်ယောက်သာဖြစ်ပြီးတော့ဒါပေမဲ့ဒီကဖြစ်တဲ့ chance တော့ရှိနေတယ်ဇာဦးနဲ့မေးစီတူတူပဲသွားလိုက်မယ်တိုင်ငါတို့ဒီကနေတူတူသွားလိုက်မယ်ဇာဦးနေနေ frozen လက်ချက်တွေတေဆုံးသွားတယ် oh my god ဒီကနဲ့ last story နေတဲ့ဟာဟိုကောင်လေးစော်တယ်မဲဒီကလည်းအရောက်ကြီးတတောင်းတော့ထိသေးရသွင်းနေဟိုရောက်တော့နော်Oh bro no time bro ဟာ bro yeah အကုန်တီသွားတယ်ဟိုမသိလို့ major stage မှာကျင်းမရတွေ့တပတ်ကြာဟဲ့Magic ကောင်းတယ်ဆိုဘာဆော့ရတယ်လေကျင်းမဲ့ပါလေဟိုတက်စတိရောက်နေလို့ခေါ်ပေးတာလူစင်းကကိုသိနေတယ်တမြောက် Magic ကောင်းတယ်ဆိုတော့သူ very system နဲ့အဝင်အောင်ထိန်းကြမှာ spin ဆိုကြတယ် play ဆူလာတော့ဟုတ်ကြပါ Rock နဲ့ပေါချရှိရမယ်ဘွဲငါဒီတင်းမှာနာနေမေဂျာရမှာမဟုတ်ဘူးငါရဲ့ prime time တွေမကုန်ခင်ငါရဲ့ငွေရွယ်မှုတွေမကုန်ဆုံးခင်မေဂျာအတွက်ငါဟန့်ဖို့သွားတော့မယ်အဲ့အတွက်စာချုပ်တက်တန်းတော့မတိုးနိုင်တော့ဘူးဆိုလို့ face ကနေပြီး vitality ကို free transfer နဲ့ရောက်ခဲ့တယ်သူ့ရဲ့ဆုံးဖြတ်ချက်ကမှန်ကန်ခဲ့တယ်ပြောမလား rock ကမေဂျာတစ်လုံးရလာတယ်ဗျအဲ့ဒီနောက် face ရဲ့အခု major grand final မှာတွေ့ပြီဗျ okay ဆိုတော့သူစွတ်လွတ်ခဲ့တဲ့အသေးကပြောင်းမင်းထွက်သွားလဲငါတို့ major ရနိုင်တယ်မင်းထွက်သွားလဲမင်းမရှိတာတော့ major ရအောင်ယူနိုင်တယ်ဟုတ်လား rock rock မှာပါ rock ပဲကြည့်လေ rock မှာပါ rock မှာပါတယ်ဘာလို့ face က2024ရဲ့ major grand final နှစ်ခုလုံးတက်ခဲ့ပြီနှစ်ခုလုံးရှုံးခဲ့တာအခုလဲ2025ရဲ့ the last major ကျွန်တော်ဒါ grand final တက်လာပြန်ပါပြီ face ကတကယ် a Cinderella story ဗျ stage 1လို့နေရာမျိုးကနေထောက်လျှောက် stage 2 stage 3ကိုမှ play off ကိုပါကြုံ grand final ပဲရောက်လာတယ်ဆိုတော့မိုက်တယ်တကယ်မှ face ရဲ့လမ်းကြောင်းပျော်စရာကောင်းမနေခဲ့ဘူးဆိုပေမဲ့တကယ်ကျိုးစားတော့ Twins ရဲ့ entry ကကောင်းနေတယ် double kick covering and apex ဆိုဆုံးတယ် opera save ကိုကျိုးစားရဆိုတော့နေထားမှာ Louis Speed ကောလို့ထပ်တွေ့တယ် Twins ရဲ့ entry ကတကယ်ကောင်းတယ် covering and roll ကိုထိတ်ရတယ်နော်ဇိုင်းဦးနေနဲ့ဒီ city မှာမစစ်ပဲ ram မှာတော့ဆွေရ Twins ရဲ့အဲ့လိုမျိုးဇိုင်းလိုဘောကနေ mini ကိုခုန်ဆင်းပြီးတော့အထဲဝင် A side ကိုပစ်တဲ့အကွက်ကနာဗီနဲ့ grand final တွေက Twins ရဲ့ movement ကလုံးဝအဲ့လို covering ကလုံးဝလှုပ်ပြီးတော့ဆော့တယ်တာ Twins ကဘာလို့ဘလို့ဆော့တယ်လဲ Twins ကဘလို့နေရာမှာအားသာလေးရှိတယ် covering no bro okay no ဒီဆိုပဲဗီဒီယိုကိုတက်လို့လာတယ်မဟုတ်ဘာပြောစော့ရတယ်ဟုတ်လားမစော့ရတဲ့တူရဘဲကိုဘာထည့်ပြောနေရလဲခလေးရတာမေးကြပါမေးကြခလေးရတာမေးကြပါမေးကြခလေးရပါကြီးလေဒီလိုက်ကကားဒီလိုက်ကထစ်တယ်လက်ဘလို့ထစ်တယ်ဆိုတော့မကောင်းလို့တီးခံမှာမဟာနက်ကလည်းမကောင်းဖြစ်နေThis is new ဒီကဒီကူဒီလောက်ဖြစ်တော့ဟုတ်တယ်အဲ့ငွေကြမူးမမင်းလို့ပြောကြည့်ဟမ် Chris ကမနေရထဲ့နေရနော် Rookie ကပြုတ်ကြတယ်ရော Because what if you zoom ကြဟမ် History ဟိုင်းစတူရပေးဆောင်ပြီး defuse ခဲ့တယ်ဟုတ်တယ်ဒါဆိုကြဆေးရွာမှာနောက်ဆုံးဆက်ကဘုံဖြုတ်ပြီးတက်လာတာဟုတ်တယ်ဆေးရွာမှာနောက်ဆုံးဆက်ကဘုံဖြုတ်ပြီးတက်လာတာတော့ကျွန်တော်ချေးကြီးစက်တို့အသေးသေးစော့ခဲ့ရတယ် stage 1 by face တော့အောက်ခြေကိုလုံးဝတော့ foundation ကိုကန်အောင်စောက်လာခဲ့ပြီးတော့မှလုံးဝတိုက်တစ်ခုလုံးပြီးအောင်စောင့်နိုင်ပါမလားကြည့်အောင်တော့ clear start ဟိုပါပဲ share high major ရတာစက်က major ထွက်တော့မှာ current game ကတ်မှတ်ခဲ့တာ share ပဲဗျာဟုတ်ပါအဲ့လိုကနေဒီချိန်ဒီလိုဖြစ်လာဗျာလုံးဝ face ကတကယ် Cinderella story ပဲ grand final ရောက်ခဲ့တဲ့ face ကလက်တူပြောလိုက်ပါဦးတခြားမသိတဲ့ category ကလူတွေဟမ်အောက်ကနေတက်လာပြီးတော့ major သွားယူသွားမလားဆိုတော့ကြည့်ရမယ်ပွဲတော့ဝါတန်ပါ Where's Pussy
Keep vitality guessing. Can't let these pistols into first frag drops.
45ဆိုနေတာပြောပါတီးခဲ့တယ်ကြီးကော့နေ rock ကိုစုံတက်လိုက်တယ်ဒီမှာ44တော့ထပ်ဖြစ်နေသေးတယ်ဗျဒါဦးနေတော့76ပြီးတော့ကျန်နေသေးပဲသူ့အောက်နေတယ်သူ့လုံးဖြစ်နေပြီ57နဲ့ close တော့9တာမျိုးဒီ health ကကောင်းတယ်နည်းဘော information လိုချင်နေ impact ရှင်နေပါတော့ impact ရှင်လာလိုချင်နေ okay ဒါပေမဲ့အကြည့်ရုံတစ်ချက်ပဲ play ကတော့ close မှာဟိုတာပဲတီချာဝါးဒီကောင်စီစင်းလာမယ်တီး observation man ဖွဲတယ်ဆိုတော့ဘောတော့ပေါက်သွားဘုံစလုံးမှာ57နဲ့ play နဲ့ double kick တားတန်သွားပြီOh my god Jacob နေတော့ 1 vs 3ဆိုနေတာမစီ pro plan ပြီဒူမှာ span နေ second 20ဇိုင်းဦး off နဲ့ double တော့မှ show နေတယ်ဘယ်ဘက်ကြည့်လို့ကြည့်ရမှမသိဇိုင်းဦး အော်ကြီးလွဲသွားတယ် Jacob အရင်ချောင်ပြောင်းနေ50 second 1 vs 3ဆိုနေတာမှာ ram မှာတော့ double တော့မှာတော့ second တော့မှာတော့အကုန်လုံး smoke နဲ့ထွက်ပြစ်မယ်ဆိုရင်နေထားပါပဲ apex ပဲ Jacob စုံတက်လိုက်ရင်းတယ်ကျွန်တော် vital လက်ဒီအရင် pistol round နဲ့နိုင်ချင်းနေတာ F57 နေတာနော်တော်လေးလို့ဟိုကဖြစ်သွားလို့ဘုံမမီတော့လို့ဆိုမဲ့အခုတော့ Elvis တော့စနိုင်ခဲ့ပြီဗျ
Incredible round on lower to stop this hit from coming in. It's
ချေးကြီးတဲ့ရောင်မှာပြန်ပြောနေတော့ပြီဒီကောကဆိုပဲငါတို့ရှော့ပြီးလိုက်လို့ခု grand final ရောက်လာမပြောတော့ဟုတ်သေးနေတယ်ဟဲ့ဒီကဘုံပြုတ်တဲ့တော့ဖြစ်ကြော်လာခဲ့တဲ့ face ဟုတ်တယ်တပိုက်ပါလေတေပင်းပွဲမရပါလေဟာဘာကြီးလဲဒီလိုစေးမရတော့အော်ရာလာအဲ့လိုပါပဲဆော့တယ်သူလည်းကြည့်ပြီးတော့
SpeXtres didn't have much to do with this win, right? In terms of the
Our face, huh?
picture of this
Our face,
match.
ကျွန်တော်ပြောခဲ့တယ်စိတ်တွေး
He hopes for
ဒီ
it.
ကိုရိုက်ဖြုတ်မှာနော်ရိုက်ဖြုတ်တဲ့ဘဲတွေကတော့ထဲ့နေပြီအခုဒီ side ကနေအနေနဲ့လုတ်ပြနေအခုတော့ရှိပါတယ်ဒီ face ကဒီ new ကတော့ vitality ကိုရှိပါလေနိုင်ထားခဲ့ဘူးတာဖြစ်တယ်ဗျ
To stop phase momentum. That's the challenge.
this guy ရှေ့မိကြတော့မှဆိုတာစားလက်တာပြောတာဘောင်း
Valves keep an eye.
If this were damage hand hard
Watching that from Jacob's perspective, but Zaiwu missed 3 shots.
In Leo, hey, Sign I make whip ya. He's sitting up. Sign I make whip back on now. Whip ya, even. Sign up, lead a very shoe down. Whip ya, Vidado. Any Jonah. They were telling me. So, see a door so the hope. Oh, no. They was just being a grand final. Broke in a frozen side. Village, the Wi-Fi night wall. Hard to show wall. Can they do what?
There's literally no one better than Robson.
Hey, I don't think go away. Hey, we be ready. By shot on there. Oh, yeah, you totally get it. Robson at the water for the movement little lot. It'll be on me. Pack now, Kong Senwari. So, never the limit or the passive whole area. This is my frozen 11 days. So, 4 them 5 of the 5, which let me say seconds right now. Facing arrow, rank with PVG Nash of our same with Logan. Our rockstar of Pillow, who like that videos. I will help on the video. Do the Helgo, no? Ran one laugh over position. How driving it? I go to one general land shall you never catch out in a pit dress. I would want to Milau. I will kiss out things you. Rossing a picket fire. Okay, meanwhile, on the challenge over no Joe on the Rossing Chico with Yawar. Ever frozen liver HBS still lives of the Rossing and who one as well. No one now be in it. Rupia, I'm different. I don't need the brookie. I mean, Ross will pair idea. One for 1 trade with me. So let shall I really hammer. Oh my god, meanwhile, sorry, oh, so who you yell at me? Okay, frozen in 10 1 but amazing. That's who frozen show is really hammer. I don't go say him a power, 3 second ring. Yeah, was Jamie amazing. One for the shoes and I'm safe fire.
Zaiwu's kill that actually made this happen. Good clutch.
Yeah, I'm low 10. I better near you. Did I never start on Gina? Half pay my beyond so low.
He's got a smoke and a kid.
Yeah, we'll be show myself. He's eater. If I be only love you, grandpa the face will show that I wrote the you get a dinner. Hey, what we do, no? Maybe in a joke 3 years. We may not be. I don't get your only you.
As Zaiwu slips the net and catches that bomb carrier, good on Frozen, and then good on Twist to make sure Kerrigan doesn't have to get that last bite on his own.
Mezzi almost punished them for failing to set up properly in the 1-on-2 last time. This is the proper example of how that works. The guy in front can take aggro, the guy who's got a safe position can come out to instantly trade. So Kerrigan very carefully sneaks into this angle, and Mezzi doesn't really have a chance. Off the X-Taz tack, phase win.
They are eliminated. Hold I only know more. I only pause out. I only Ashi.
X-Taz was talking, but
this is what I go by. They do it. We be ready, no? You go. Well, oh, I'm beside him. We be ready. They got me. I don't get yard. I gone there. Facing this I got around the yard, lower to the corner, people, Poflet, the Corrasco, when you had the rocks, they trolley candy, but phone line in it, so we may Twist got a rock with me, so the light, with twins, they are impact go yard. See, outside got Twist go, no one now get a flavy Jacob with yards of it. You go to your record of Bossa, or to go young, loud trade with the Judas, or Frozen, Catuli, Fancy of Sena, Flasia, how the rope of Bones when you have a Joe will feel as when you have a Frozen Flazy, I will not own up Pulse Avio, then shall we fight it with the no face car, Chaquania, Twist in a messy but pay out it. Outside you know a tail meow 11 gate trace in a chow round was setting out that area. Zaiwu, one versus 4 in it. I want to go meow. Stay far out of
all these nuke victories.
Yeah, they are going to teach you know going to yeah, well, it's about your Chelsea. I hope, but why you night? I know that broke you to they all are going to over. Because I really see a these are young. Half fay. You may jam a bit. I know that. I mean, I don't know. Why is you? It's just rocks. We broke it over the for
the one round where FaZe made it an upper hit, Vitality responded right. They just didn't get the trades. Twist came in through mini, overwhelmed them. They had 3 points of attack. They really capitalized on that. Every time it's been outside, Rops, Apex, they're trying to take big garage so they can catch the lurk.
You are FaZe got half counter to go.
Obviously needs to know which way he's going to go. He does that very often.
But yeah, came one more campaign direct, the campaign, you know, vitality campaign direct, came to our don't really, or save your wabby or don't came to a bar, ဘာ motivation မှမရှိဘူးသူကသူ motivated မဖြစ်တော့သူစိတ်သူပြီးတော့ဟိုသူဝိုင်းပြောကြမယ်ဝေလဲခဲ့မှလဲဘာညာဟဲ့တာစိတ်မပြတ်ပါနဲ့ကွာနော်စိတ်မပြတ်ပါနဲ့အချစ်တို့ပါဝိုင်းပြီးသချင်းဝိုင်းဆိုကြမယ်ထင်ပါတယ်ချင်းဝိုင်းဆိုကြတဲ့နေထားမှာတော့ okay ရတယ်ဟိုဆော့ပေးရုံပဲဆိုဆော့ပေးမယ်ဆိုပုံစံနဲ့မနေ့က entry dash 2 entry ကိုတာဝန်ကြီးသွားနေပဲ entry ကတာဝန်သူ့လို့သူပဲလောက်သွားတယ်မှာဝိချေတန်းကြီးဗျာအဲ့လိုပဲဆော့သွားတယ်တော့ဆိုတော့တို့စီကဘာအေးဘက်မရတော့ကျွန်တော်ကောင်လေးအဆင်ပြေလားဆိုတော့လေဂျိုဘာကြီးကထိုးရသေးအဲ့ဒါဘုံမှာပြန်နေဖိုင်တိုင်းနေတယ်ဖိုင်တိုင်းနေပါကြီးတို့စကတော့နားတော့ကြည့်တယ်ဘယ်ခုနကအတန်းနဲ့ final test တော့ဖုတ်ဝီဟာဟုတ်လားမားရမင်းမနိုင်ဖေးတယ်ဘာလို့နေတူအားနဲ့မိကြမရှယ်ကောင်းလားတူတော့တကယ် respect ပေးရဗျာမင်းသားတော်တော်ကောင်းနေရကျွန်တော် sorry ဖေးတဲ့ program ဘူးက VV ရတယ်နဲ့ face ပေါ်ရပါဘူးဘာဝဲလာလို့လဲgrand final တော့ဘူးပေါ့ this prime is back တော့ဆိုတော့တွေ့တော့ဘူးနဲ့တော့ဘောပြီးပေါ်ဗတ်တာပဲစီ
Maybe it was to
ဒီတော့ဆော့ပြန်တယ်သူကကောင်းတယ်မိခိုးတဲ့အတင်းတွေချက်ကြည့်ကောင်းတယ်လည်းလည်းရှုပ်ဟုတ်တယ် bro community ကရောတကဘာလုံးကရောတတ်မှတ်ထားတယ်အဲ့လိုမျိုးဟိုတမလားလုံးဝအဲ့လိုတတ်မှတ်ထားတယ် the most entertaining အတင်းလို့ပြောတာ team လို့ပြောတာ face ပဲဗျအဲ့လိုမျိုးခေါင်းစဉ်အောက်မှာတမလားဟို face ကဘယ်လောက်တောင်လူတွေရဲ့ကျွန်တော်တို့လည်းမဟုတ်ဘူးတကဘာလုံးကလည်းလူတွေရဲ့စိတ်ကိုဘယ်လောက်ဖမ်းစားနိုင်လဲ face ရဲ့ကစားဖို့အမြဲအဲ့လိုပဲဗျ face က rush တယ်slow ဆော့တယ်ဟောက်စားတယ်အဲ့လိုမျိုးကာရင်ကကောင်းလုံနိုင်တယ်သူတို့အနေနဲ့အဲ့လိုမျိုး race ယူပြီးဆော့တဲ့ game plan တွေကြောင့်လဲခါစီရရင်အဲ့လိုမျိုးရှုံးရင် ball လို့ရှုံးတာမျိုးတွေရှိတတ်တယ်ပေါ့နော်ဆိုတော့ဒါပေမဲ့ face ရဲ့ကစားပုံကကြည့်လို့ကောင်းပါတယ် face grand final တက်လာတာလည်းမဆိုးဘူးလို့ပြောရမယ်တော်လေးကျွန်တော် entertain ပို့ဖြစ်တယ်လို့ပြောရမယ်ဒီပါဒီမျိုးပြ face bright back ဟုတ်တယ်ရမှထင်တယ် MVP ရယ် impact game နဲ့ဟုတ်တယ်next version ကြောင့်တော်ပြီဒီတော့ wifi ကိုရောက်ပါလားပြီးပါဝဲရှိတယ်လုံနေလိုက်ဟို match မရောက်နေပြီကလေးမကန်သားနိုင်တော့ကောဒီရရစီခြင်းမျိုးရှိမှကြသူကကြည့်မခံသားနိုင်ဘူးကြာ
I'm not sure how that shook out. It feels like Apex did have two bodyguards coming up secret to clear out the space that he wasn't watching. He did know there were cross smokes. He could have seen ahead, I think, if he looked for it. And
one. Okay. Well, not just on me. I'm with Java.
that looks really stupid. But in reality, he's throwing that flash so they can fall back around the corner. That looks like a full-on chase, just wanted to dissuade them from coming out of the door at all. So, unfortunate situation. They had to fight in that spot, but it's a little clumsy and it cost them the round.
It's an error, but it's definitely a forced error.
Vitality ကမနေ့က split ကိုပါ comeback ကစားခဲ့တာဖြစ်ပြီးတော့ Vitality ရဲ့ the comeback king ဆိုတဲ့ကျွန်တော်ဒါတမလားကွန်ဘိုကလည်းမေ့လို့မရဘူးမနေ့ကတော့ twist ကိုကောင်းကောင်းကြီးကျွန်တော်မို့ split ကိုကောင်းကောင်း comeback ပြရတာ
First one was after round 5 when they picked up the force win. Now this one here after the 8th round of play because this CT side, it's nowhere to be found just yet.
I'm not sure how this is a real scoreline right now. We're going to have to see how the rest of this half plays out. There's no part of me that believes that Vitality are just going to give up now.
We saw it versus Spirit. Slow start still came back into the game. We saw them push to their
တကယ်တော့ Vitality ကလည်း defending champion လို့ပြောရလောက်တဲ့အထိကိုရှေ့က major Vitality သိမ်းတာတော့ Austin major မှာ fuck you Apex လို့ပြောတာတကွင်းလုံးလက်ကလေးထောင်ပြီးထွက်လာတယ်ကျွန်တော် Apex နေရတော့ကျွန်တော်အကုန်လုံးအမုန်းတရားရှိမှာလက်ဆွဲတော့မနှုတ်ဆက်ပဲနဲ့အကုန်လုံးရှိမှာကျွန်တော်ဒါဒီ major ကိုယူပြသွားတယ်ပြိုင်ဘက်ကလည်းမွန်ဂိုးတော့ဖြစ်နေတာဖြစ်တဲ့အတွက် mentality ဘိုင်းမှာတော့ Vitality ကတသားစီးစီးရှိခဲ့ဆိုမဲ့ဒီချိန်မှာသူတို့ရင်ဆိုင်နေရတဲ့ face ဟာပြင်ပြောင်းပြီးပါဗျာတရငယ်ရဲ့ utility 3မှချိန်မှာပြင်ပြောင်းဖြစ်ပြီး Apex က aggressive ပါ crazy oh my god သဘောပေါက်တယ် Vitality ဘလို့ဖိပြရမယ်ဆိုတော့သိကွာသူတို့အနေနဲ့9 round ပေးပြီးတဲ့နောက်မှာ9 round လောက်တော့ယူမတော့ရမယ် CD ဖြစ်နေပြီးတော့ fly ရှုံးနေတာတဲ့တော့လက်ခံနိုင်ကြအကြောင်းတော့မရှိဘူးဗျ ဒီ player တယောက်ချင်းစီရဲ့ individual တွေကမနှိမ့်နေဆိုတဲ့အနေထားမှာကျွန်တော်ဒီမှာ0 kill မပေါအောင်ဘာညာဆိုပေမဲ့သက်မှာ twist ရဲ့လုံးဝအဲ့လိုပြီး outside ကရိုက်ခွဲမှုတွေကြောင့်ပြဿနာတက်နေခဲ့တာ lazy နေတယ်တော့ perfect လုံးနဲ့ twist ကိုစုံသက်ပေးလိုက်တယ်နောက်တစ်ကောင်ထပ်ပြီးလာရဆိုပေမဲ့အဲ့လို close ကို cut ထိန်းတာ lazy ကဟုတ်တယ်ဒီမကြပြီးပြီးချင်းသိမ်းသွားတဲ့ face တင် sorry နော်အဲ့ချိန်ပဲ short တစ်လန်နေတယ်ဟုတ်ပါရဲမဟုတ်လားကောပဲရဲမဟုတ်တယ်မရှင်းတာအခု face မှာရှင်းတာရေလက်နဲ့အခု face မှာဆို share ပဲကိစ္စကပြီးဒီကို idea ပေါ့တော့ခေါ်လိုက်တယ်ပေါ့ပါတယ် okay ဒီနေ့စိတ်ချဒီတယောက်မှ 4950တဲ့တနမပေါ်ပြော Tell the fan that yeah, what's the other one? How's it be now? What's it? Three bomber. Look, also get one of these lion and Manai daughter. FL, you know. That's how they bring the order. Get by the lower shit. Hope they see more face at Jan. This will ban me about it. Gonna see what's so I'm made it. I did him. So messy. Yeah, wait.
It's been a bravery to push the bottom of Silo. If you put Zaiwu outside where FaZe Clan have constantly had presence, you'll catch
Okay, so the Blazy the Frozen reality. Not gonna tell me a Blazy Frozen about taking about a stay what have a Mazy in there. I got 12 like people do that to me. She feel like now got a Mazy double key. He got a broken shoulder and Vanger cold carrying it at the wall body. Hold on, Yago, young son like you. To see to our Sifu people and then Yara doing a Manauzo, Sifu Plan Young a Peter, a Chino calling what here, covering and in it. The walk will land shouting, Mazy bench for holding Apex got a time. The only Sifu play with the crazy land may so in Peter see now. I don't know, Pacific and Tauriga, right for the Pacific Tauravio. What got information they go young or
but he gets caught off guard, that's half his health down, and the pressure comes from
all
directions.
Oh, Apex was a Yawa carrying a full pure woman, never know wrong young. Good day, I said, so how about it? Oh, God, this is over. Don't just so you might get it. Hey, where did you let me laugh? What did you go about? Who was here? What that? Tell her she's
Oldest dogs in the pound in Apex and in Kerrigan, and with the kills they've already secured in this first half alone. Most kills.
7-3 人你睇呢個優惠 short 你睇下表面就 side flow 度ရမယ်ဆိုရင်တော့ဘာ啲လဲဒီအတွက်ကတော့ D side အတွက်တော့အနေနဲ့များပါတော့ရုံးကကမ်းရမယ်ဆိုတော့ချင်းကောင်းနိုင်ပါလေးတယ်ပေါ့လေနော်အဲရှုံးရမယ်ဆိုတော့ရှင်းမကောင်း okay ဆိုတော့ဒီမှာလက်ထဲမှာပတ်သက်2300 2250 1950 1200ဆိုတော့ face ကတော့ဝယ်လို့ရတယ်ဒီတော့ half 5 ပုံစံမျိုးနဲ့အာမမပါတဲ့လူ၄ယောက်နဲ့သူ scout တက်လက် AK တက်လက်နဲ့ပေါ့နော်လာလိုက်တယ်
You'd be wrong. He leans further back.
Apex is going
to take up responsibility towards the garage. And Kerrigan, no resistance. We'll be happy to just keep on tiptoeing his way ever closer. And remember, we look at Kerrigan because he's trying to find first contact, but the real threat of this one for FaZe is that AK in Twist's hands. It's not just any day of the week either. Twist is having a phenomenal start.
Apex in a twist for yawa. Rifle တယောက်တည်းပါပြီးအမှားပါတယ်ပထမဒီကောင်နေတော့ကောင်တို့ဒါ Apex နဲ့ပြက်ခွဲနိုင်တယ်ပေါ့နော်ဆိုသူ AK လေးကို Broky ကောက်လာပြီးအမှားမပေါ Broky ဖလာတဲ့ဖေပြောင်းနဲ့ပဲလိုက်ရိုက်တော့မယ်အဲဒီမှာ Carry Ace နဲ့တိုးတဲ့ shot ကြီးကဒီကနဲ့မဲစီစုံးတဲ့ Ace ရလာဝက်ဝက် Broky AK နဲ့ Apex ကိုရပါ3 vs 3ဆိုတဲ့နေထားမှာကြီးကနေတဲ့ D နဲ့ Rock ကိုပြက်ခွဲလိုက်ပြီးတော့ဝါမှာ3ယောက်က still life 3 vs 2နဲ့ face နေရတော့ Oh my god, Rifle လာလေအသုံးမကြောက် Rifle လာလေဘာမှလုပ်မလုပ်လိုက်ရဘူး Scout သမားလည်းဘာမှလုပ်မရဘူးဒါပေမဲ့လုံးလိုက်တာ Pistol သမားတွေဗျဆိုတော့ဒီမှာ Pistol ဒီ Broky ကတော့ဒီ Borai AK ကောက်ပြီးတကောင်ပစ်လိုက်တယ်ပေါ့ထားပါတော့ Jacob DK တော့တကယ်လုပ်ဖြစ်တယ် Jacob ဟာတီဆိုင်မှာတကယ် Apex ထွက်တဲ့ player ဖြစ်ပြီး CD ကျသူကအမြဲတမ်းပျောက်နေလေရှိပဲသူအဲ့လို playmaker လို့ကစားကွက်ဖော်ပြီးတယ်သူကအဲ့လို movement လည်းကောင်းတယ်ပြောနေ Jacob နေနေရတော့ကျွန်တော်ဒါ Flame စီကိုပြုတ်ခွဲလိုက်ပြီဒီ Poland သားလေးကတော့ဟမ် polish လုပ်ပြနေပြီZaiwu တာမန်နေလေးတနေ့ပဲလားမနေတော့ဘူး Frozen ပဲရိုက်ခွဲလာရင်းနဲ့ပဲ Eco တော့ပြီး show on the vitality ငါတော့ရဘူးတော့အားနေပါကြ Oh my god ဒါကြီးဆောင်းရဲစိတ်လေးကိုတော်တော်ထိခိုက်သွားပြီမြောက်ကြီးလည်းပြောကြစကားမရှိတော့ဗစက်ကြီးပိတ်ပြီးတော့မြုံစီစီဖြစ်သွားပြီ time call တက်ဒီ time out ပါညာ face တိတ်ပဲဒီတွေ့တော့ပါလေဟာမသိချင်ဘူး
We're so distracted with what's going down outside because that's where this entire half has felt like it's been played.
So to them, huh? Why did? Ah, we were there. Hey, so we are going to do something. Huh? Why like? I wrote this. I will see the home of them. They were doing a native to I am Java. You did the little people here. Pull my life or pull my feel like me and while I join. Ah, so. Like your opinion, she's only your opinion. You don't remember the job. You got time, you take, you won't pay me. Okay, so Apex and Wolf not got the call like it. Okay, you got talking pony and I go to the wild Brookie Apex or Yas, but Ram will tell us I would let them out through the song. Why? Brookie, which generous, I would never it. Rookie. Oh, more them challenge no doubt. Have walk all of me like this. Maybe a dead trick like him. A fool out of pit on the CD man leave you leave wrong yet. Don't leave near to the done away. Facebook, your best of 5 year game 1 tomorrow. And name the zone a year sign out. So facing it, I can't down on the CD side. Takura here. Face got totally countless who knew who pit hard people. Time a face go right. face ဘောက်ကိုတိုင်းကတီဆိုင်တော့တော်တော်ကောင်းတယ် CT ဆိုတော့နည်းနည်းအဲ့လို star player တွေ POPF ဖြစ်တာလေးတော့ခံစားရတယ်vitality ကတီကောင်းတယ်လို့တော့မဟုတ်ဘူးတော့ vitality ကြောင့်အရှိန်နဲ့ဆိုတဲ့အတင်းသူတို့အရှိန်တစ်ခုရသွားလို့ရှိရင်သူတို့9ကောင်တော့တကယ်သူတို့ game power 9ရောက်တော့ reliable ဖြစ်လို့နေဖြစ်တဲ့အတွက်ရောက်ကြီးပါလို့ချင်လုံလွေးလို့ရတယ်ဗျဆိုတော့ဖြစ်နိုင်တဲ့ possibility နည်းတော့နည်းပါတယ်အဲ့ဒီမပြစ်တယ်ဘူးလားကိုဂျေကောလို့လိုက်တော့မနေစီကျောစကဝနာဘူးစီရဲ့စစ်တာမိုက်လေလားဟုတ်တယ်အဲ့ဒါ Rocky ပဲဆိုတော့အဲ့ဒါမှတွန်းရတော့လုံးဝ top ပဲတော့ကျဲနေဒီနေ့ channel အတွက်ပြောင်းတော့ဖွက်လာတယ်ဟာဝါဟိတယ်မဖိပါတက်ထွက်တယ်ဟိုတဲ့ရင်ရလားဟဲ့အလေးသာတီးတာလေပြားကိုဟာပေးတာကိုဟာပေးချက်ဟိုပြားလေးကိုခိုးပြီးတတော်လေးအပေးနေရနော်ဒီအော်နေသိမကောင်းလို့ပဲအကောင်းတာပေါ့သူက window ပဲပဲလေဟာဘောင်းလိုက်တယ် face city ဆောင်းမှာကပ်မကိုကြည့်ပေးပါကပ်မကိုကိုကြည့်ပေးနေအောင် Let's fight the first CS2 Best of 5 major grand finalဖြစ်တင်လာကြပြီ Major ကို Best of 3 game Grand Final ကြီးကလုံးဝ feel ငုတ်တယ်တဲ့မှာ hype ပြီးလို့ကြည့်လိုက်တဲ့အချိန်မှာလုံးဝတင်းနေပြန်တယ်ကျွန်တော်3ရှုံးသွားတာအဲ့လို2 wine တွေပါနဲ့ဘုံကြီးတော့လည်းဖြစ်တယ်အဲ့ဒါမျိုး community တောင်းဆိုတာတော့ star letter လုပ်ပေးခဲ့ပြီပေါ့နော်ပြီးတော့ကြားထဲမှာ AD break တော်လောက်ကတော့အဲ့လို sponsor များတဲ့အသင်းတွေ AD break ကိုတော့ယူထားရဆိုပေမဲ့ PCA ကတော့သူ့သူမသာရှိမိ view မဆိုင်ဘဲနဲ့သူက AD break ကိုတော့ဖျောက်ပေးတယ် PCA ကျေးပါတွေပွဲတိုင်းဟာကြားထဲမှာ second half forward ဒီပဲချိန်2မိနစ်ပဲတော့မနာဘူးတန်းစားတယ်ผม听要进入的哎呀不过深色吧ဖြစ်တာလေဟာဟုတ်တယ်深色ကတုတ်ကန်လိုက်ရတာတိကျအကြောင်းရင်းရှိပါစမ်းမကတင်ပေးဘူးလားကိုအပေး also win face လေဒီစသုံးချစ်ကော်ရစကိုလေဒီကြတာဆိုတော့ဒီဆို face အတိုင်းပဲနေကြမှာဖိသားပေးပြီးကျုပ်တော့ပဲဘာလို့တင်းကြီးမှာစော့ကိုမရတာဒီဘက်ကိုလည်းရွေးချယ်လိုက်တယ်ဗျစစ်ဘက်လာတာနေတာကျွန်တော်တိကျခံမှန်းလို့မရ PC gaming ဆိုတာ battle website ဖြစ်တဲ့အတွက်စစ်ဘက်ပတ်သက်လုံးဝပုံပေးနိုင်တယ်စစ်ဘက်ဒီချိန်မှာ tier 1မှာသွားပြီးဘွားကြီးတစ်ခုကိုတီထောင်မှုတော့ကလည်းအရွယ်မရှိတော့ဘွားကြီးကိုတီထောင်ပြီးတော့ဘွားကြီးကအညာလို့မြအင်္ဂလိပ်တီယာလုပ်ဖို့ကလည်းစစ်ဘက်မှာတဲလက်မပါလာဘူးအင်္ဂလိပ်ကလုပ်လို့မရစစ်ဘက်လောင်နေတာအဲ့တော့သူဘာလုပ်လဲ stream minute လုပ်မယ်စစ်ဘက်ဆိုတဲ့ fame ကိုထိန်းထားလိုက်မယ်ဒီ PC game မှာသက်စော့မယ်လာတာယူမယ် PC game ကတော်တော်များများ tier 3 14ဖြစ်တဲ့အတွက်ပြိုင်ပွဲတော်တော်များများသူအိမ်ရဆော့ရတာသူလည်းဖိကြွကြမလို့ပဲလာတာရအေးစေးပဲလို့ဝက်လက်အဲ့လိုတင်ရလဲပို့မရောက်လာတော့တော်တော်လုံးအောက်မှာလိမ့်ရှုံးနေရတယ်လန်အောင်မဆော့ရတော့ဆော့ရလေတပွဲနှစ်ပွဲပေါ့အများကြီးရှိမှတပွဲမှနှစ်ပွဲလို့ပဲပြန်ပြန်ဝင်တော့ face ရမြင်ရတယ်ဟဲ့ဟုတ်ကဲ့တော့လူတွေဘာတွေဘယ်တော့ပြန်ဆော့ရလူတွေဘာတွေပြောကြတယ်
It's unbelievable. He's 12 and 8 off this round. He's won it by himself.
Ross ရှုံးသွား Ross ရပဲ channel 1v3 ကိုမဲစီရတယ်တေဝဖြစ်တယ်အားကိုးစရာဂန်းနေထား USB နေထားမရှိတော့ C4 ရဲ့ drop နဲ့ Jacob နဲ့ Brookie တူတူနေလိုက်တယ်35 second မှာ Ross နေတော့မှန်ခွဲပြီးသားကြီးကိုအခုမှဝင်လာပြီးတော့ Frozen ကြည့်ပေးနေ bro.
Try to work his way towards Frozen first. Frozen's also been a helping hand to Jacob in this one. Starting to sprint it towards it. No. Jacob's impact.
This round ကို vitality မနိုင်တော့ဘူးဆိုတဲ့အနေထားမှာ face နေရတော့ and လေးနဲ့ပဲဖြတ်တော့မလားတော့မသိဘူး။လည်း busy game ပါပဲလေဟုတ်တယ်။ဟုတ်ဆိုပြ this round on Jacob on လေဟုတ်ပါ
Brought to you by Jacob. Oh, he was on a swivel. This was a twist moment from him.
Sir, just trying to deal with Secret.
Just another game. He said that.
Just another game. X-Stats can't believe it.
Oh, downနေပြီဟဲ့ဒီနေ့ Ross ဘယ်ဟာတကယ် Brookie share ဒီကို
Dinks, right?
ဒီကို Brookie ဒီကတော့ကျွန်တော်တော်များများလေ vitality ကနှစ်ပတ်လုံးစိုးမိုးတာဖြစ်တဲ့အတွက်ဒီချိန်မှာကျွန်တော် crowd face တွေမဟုတ်ဘူးကိုတိုင်းနဲ့ face ကိုရစီတယ်နည်းနည်းများ face နေတယ်တော့ Cinderella story လေးနဲ့ champion ဖြစ်သွားတော့ကြည့်ချင်တယ် Vitality လည်းမထိုက်တယ်တော့မဟုတ်ပါဘူးကောင်းပါတယ်။ Vitality တော့တိတ်အားမရဘူးဗျ။ Grand Final တက်လာသူဖြတ်လာမုံဘူးဗျ2စီဟိုက stand နေနဲ့ဆော့နေရအတင်းဖြစ်ပြီးဖြိုဖျဲဖြစ်နေရတယ်။ရှေ့မှာကျွန်တော် Split ကိုရင်ဆိုင်ရတယ်ဆိုမှ Split ကို Game 1 လောက် Game Back လိုက်နိုင်တာကြီးတော်တော်လေးကောင်းတယ်ပေါ့နော်။အဲ့ဒါနဲ့ Impact က Game 2 ဒီပါလာပြီးတော့သူတို့2စီ AC နိုင်သွားတယ်။
This would be their
ဒါသူတို့ကြိုးစားမှုကြောင့်ပါအရင်ချောင်းလဲ Split နဲ့တော့တိတ်တော့မချောင်းဘူးနော်မုံကိုကြီးချောင်း။တိကျအစလာရထက်ရသူမှာပြဿနာကတက်ချလိုက်ပြီ။ဟာဇက်တိုက်ထဲတာရေး Okay, twist in there. Okay, no trouble. He can't reach it. Oh, twist. Yeah, but economy so.
He's earned it with his performance.
And what's very special about Nuke for FaZe is this is where they were the closest to death. This is where Red Canids nearly sent them home that 0.4 seconds.
Send them home. This I am. I'm not going to be there. Oh, but yeah, the bite doing no more.
What is happening right now?
Oh, but yeah, yes, sir.
They waited for him.
Yep.
They got thrown down on time, man. They can go long, like. But yeah, come on, This is the Jamie. I got to leave. Yeah,
they took it over for the vast majority of that first half on the attack. Now to the defense. And they'll put nobody other than Kerrigan with any eyes outside. Two players in the ramp corner. Brokies, SMG collects the headshot.
Lazy address for a song that like over one trick there. Man, I'm a bit there. Near the charge. So you the one with the ram were going to aggressive to get you. Frozen there when they gave you. Kerrigan, Broki outside of the do it. Eventually, going to bomb you. He'll be that. Fight it. Some boy, me and a bummer. How did I live? So do they? Yeah, yeah, who is yeah. I don't find a bit of my whole hey. Yeah, these are the cool on for a broke. Yeah,
right there to threaten you if you just
I'm really genius. I never good at knowledge. You got it.
They knew Jacob was there.
Yeah, all boys here to move up.
But they don't know that's the thing.
Yeah, it's concealed presence. They never actually fully crossed. I mean,
35 seconds ပဲနေထားမှာကျွန်တော်မြောက်ကြီးတို့ရဲ့ဒီဇိုင်း movement တွေကောင်းမှုလို့လိုရယ် Carrying ကြီးက Apex ယူတော့ပမာလိုပဲ GF5 ပေးလိုက်တယ်ဒီချိန်မှာကျွန်တော် Minion တက်ထွက်ပြီးကြိုးစား Flame ကြီးက information သိသွားပြီးတော့လွဲရဲဆို Carrying ကိုဇာတ်ရလိုက်တယ်လူပေါက်တော့တော့ထက်ရှိတယ် Flame ကြီး information သိသွားတယ်သူတွေက survive ဖို့အသေးသေးကြိုးစားနေမှာ Frozen သွားပြီးရမှာတေးဆုံးသွားတယ်လို့ရရှိပြီး 2v3 တော့နေထားမှာ 2v3 တော့ဖြစ်တော့အောက်ဆောင်တော့ကောင်းရှိ information သိထားပြီးသားBroki နေနဲ့ popular နဲ့ ion line တော့နေမိုးလုံးချပြီးဇိုင်းကတော့မီးတွေပါဖြတ်နေပြီးတော့မီးတွေပြန်ပြေးဝင်ပြပါ22 HP နဲ့ဇိုင်းက still okay Messi instant headshot နဲ့ Broki ကိုစိုးတက်တယ် Jacob လမ်းလျှောက်နေမှာဘောရနှကောင်ရွာလိုက်တယ်တေးဆုံးသွားတာဖြစ်ပြီးတော့ Jacob မရောက်ခင်ပါပဲ Jacob ဒါမှမဟုတ် skip ပေါ်ပါတယ်
he will have a chance to make it a 1v1 if he finds the timing.
This man's working with the kit, but we're at 15 seconds on.
Saúl need open gotထောက်ထားတယ် Jacob နဲ့240 okay left side ဆိုတော့ပကုံးတော့မြင်သွားတယ် okay no time 10-5 vitality ဒီမှာ grand round တော့ပြန်နိုင်သွားပြီဘာပဲ major unit ရောက်တက်တည်ပြတယ်အဲ့တော့တော့လူချုံးနေစက်ကောင်ပါဒီစဖူးပေါ်ပေါ်မှာတွေ့ရတယ်ဟုတ်တယ်
back and forth shuffling inside of the lobby, that constant looming threat from ramp room as well. FaZe Clan kept the pressure on Vitality in that regard.
It just felt like they were, you know, the entire time they were flirting with the idea that maybe upper is the right place to go. The fact that there's these double ramp pushes happening over and over again, both players making noise, jumping up and down. They want to make sure that they jumped on this, but I think they felt it was some kind of bait. That Jacob was the final piece to the puzzle, but he never revealed himself.
Unfortunately, by the time he does, round's gone.
Yeah, and that might have also been a moment where
Yeah,
that
yeah,
could have come in. Agreed. They didn't actually go to go downstairs. So it's a really nice find here for Vitality. It's a grind. It's one where they're down material up until that bomb gets planted and they get that next kill, but they make it happen.
ကနေ့တည်လေအဲ့တော့မသိဘူးဘာလို့နားနေကိုကခီးသွားနေပုံတော့တင်တာတွေ့တယ်ခီးသွားနေတယ်နဲ့
Vitality have made
ဘာကင်းလို့လားရှုပ်နေ
They have been tested. They have
Tech
looked weak
issue.
and then got
Tech boss.
stronger. Don't put it past FaZe to make it a close game.
For better or for worse, right?
Yeah. For fun. Look how much fun Xtaz is having.
Yeah. Tries hard to burst out his chest.
The person on stage I'm least jealous of is the coach every time.
Of course.
Can't do anything about the round. Man.
5 rounds the
We
lead.
know so. We know the name.
Trying to usher in a new era.
Yeah, there. Cáiတက်issue ပြီးပါဘာဒါတော့ကျွန်တော် time out တော့မဟုတ်ဘူးတက် issue တွေဘာညာရှူဆောင်ဝူကလေး ဟို live score တွေပါပုံမှာတက်နေတာဟုတ်လားပါရှောင်း flag
There's no off to push back on this.
Getting out of there though, Brokey quick
ဟော
dive.
ကောင်းနေပြန်ပြတ်ကိုမဲ့ဟိုမှာချင်းနေစီဆိုစေသူရွေးခဲ့ဆိုပြီးပြီးဖြစ်နေတော့တက်ကောင်လေးကိုမိုင်းလေးကောင်းတယ်
Avenues and peaks here from Brokey.
PS2 ပဲရွေးခဲ့တာလေဟာမသိပါ
Getting that.
တော့သူရောက်လာတက်လာဘယ်တက်ပါပြီးတာလဲ over လေးချစ်ဆုံး
between his starting
မိုင်း
position
ရ
and
ပဲ
where
ခေါ်
he
လေး
ends
တခါလေး
up.
ဘယ်လောက်ပေးရလဲ
Doesn't
အေး
linger around
တခါတည်းဘယ်လောက်ပေးရလဲတဲ့ ဟာ what the fuck တခါတည်းဘယ်လောက်ပေးရတဲပေါ့ပါတော့ကတက်တယ်မယ်
As the deep wall of smokes comes up from Vitality. Remember that looming threat that came from Ramp last round? Well, Zywoo still waits.
Okay,
for it.
Zywoo နေတဲ့ Frozen ကိုရလိုက်ပြီ Okay ဒီ chosen one ရဲ့ wave တော့အိမ်မြောက်တစ်ချက်ဖြတ်တွေးလိုက်ပြီ Carrigan ရဲ့ chosen one ကိုဖြတ်စားပြလိုက်တယ် အော်မလဲ flick ကလွဲသွားတယ် Brokey Harris လိုက်လုံးတယ် Rifler Carrigan ပြေးလာပြီးတော့ Oh my god Carrigan တွင်းစီတဲ့ airbag ဆိုတော့ထက်ရတယ် Carrigan Zywoo ကိုပဲရိုက်ခွဲပြီးတော့ဒီဘက်ကိုလာပြီးတွေးစိုးနေဗျအေးစားဝင်မယ်ဆိုရင်တော့ခတ်သွားပြီ Jacob က City Flash မှာ hold နေရဖြစ်ပြီးတော့ minimum နဲ့တကောင်ထက်ရှိနေသေးတယ်minimum မဟုတ် twist ကတပတ်ပြပတ်နေတယ် Heaven မှာ Brokey ရှိနေတယ် Messi Jacob ကိုရလိုက်တယ် back side မှာ Brokey တစ်ချက်မလွဲဘူးဆိုတော့ Brokey ကတော့ Vengeance ခုံစင်းမှုကြိုးစား Messi ကိုပြတ်ခွဲလိုက်တယ် C4 ရအောက်မှာကျနေတယ်
Scoops it up, and as he sprints to the
See what
B-ball
got
side,
blamed.
you've got Kerrigan already ready. 2 frags that have saved momentum in this round. Once Rock's to get a chance to duel.
Oh Carrigan bro ငါမိုးသေးဆိုရင်အင်္ဂိမ်းနေတာကြီးကတော့အသက်ကြီးပေမဲ့လည်းအကုန်လုံးပြခွဲပြနေဇိုင်းဝူးပြအောက်ဆိုင်မှာလည်းခွဲတယ်ပြောမှာဟမ်နောက်တော့ထပ်ပြီးတော့ပြေးလာပြီးတော့ကွက်တီပဲ stand by တော့လုံးပြနေပြန်တယောက်နဲ့ညီမတွေလားဟဲ့ဘယ်ညီမလဲကတင်ရှစ်ထောင်ဟဲ့
Up until
pressure
that
beat.
moment, Kerrigan
Bobby.
comes in, doesn't take a lick of damage, gets away, and then just goes on a massacre. He's playing well, full stop.
FaZe send Vitality back into peril. Tech 9's in hand for the majority. Galil for Rops.
W no scope Brokey
His T side just got its legs kicked out from beneath it by
မင်း no scope
Kerrigan.
Brokey ကောက်မရပါ
And he gets a
ဘူး
chance
ဒီ
to
ပဲ
first
ကြည့်ပြရ
blood
တာ
again.
Carrigan ပြီးလို့မရ
Gets
ဘူး
the
လား
better of his counterpart. In contrast, Apex 7 and
ဒီ
12.
လေးရလေးပြတယ်ကဲဘောလည်းကောင်းတယ် off နဲ့ Brokey တကောင်းတက်ပြီးတော့ play အောက်ကိုပုံစဲသွား Brokey ဇိုင်းဝူးဝရလိုက်တယ်ဇိုင်းဝူးလေးထဲမှာငဘောလို့ပြန်လာတယ်ကိုလို့ရိုက်ခွဲနေ Brokey က off နဲ့ကိုလို့ထည့်နေရဖြစ်ပြီး Ross နဲ့လွဲသွား
A miss.
Brokey ပဲစုံသက်ပေးလိုက်သူပြတရားလို့ save live ဖြစ်နေရဖြစ်ပြီးတော့
Live of lower.
ဒီနောက်တော့ကြံနေပြီမဲ့အဲ့ oh
Final destination.
ကားရဘာဆက်လို့မို့ဘူးမလာမကြည့်ဘူး run control ရတယ်ဘာလို့ Brokey off လေးရတာဖြစ်နေတယ်
Now a nuke
ဗီဒီယို
wave
တရား
feels like
တူစီ
a
တက်တက်
destiny.
သွားလိုက်တော့ဘီဆိုရင်တော့ဟော်လီလာရီတက်ရမှာတော်တော်ဝေးရတာ
It's such a key spot
ဘီ
to
သွား
take.
ဘီသွားဟုတ်တယ်
The next move count. Nobody's moving here.
Chris ကလည်း outside မှာ Jacob ကလည်း A မှာ Producer လည်းအဲ့တိုင်းပဲ A မှာဆိုတော့အဲ့ဒါဟိုမှာအဲ့ဒါဟိုမှာ Harry ကလည်း CD ရထောက်ထားတယ်သူတို့တခြားဘော A ဆိုင်ကြီးကိုလုံးဝဟိုမဖြစ်ချင်တဲ့ပုံပဲသူလုံးကြပြီဆိုတော့ဒီဘုပြေး plan လိုက်တော့အမှုချင် plan တိုင်း2 plan bro တိုင်း2 plan တိုင်း2 plan တိုင်း2 plan Okay plan လိုက်ပြီ25 second Okay 25 second ကွက်တီပဲ plan လိုက်တယ်ဗောနော်ဆိုတော့ second 40လောက်သူတို့မှာအချိန်တော့ရနေသေးတယ်ဘက်ကတော့လက်ထဲမှာ kit ပါတာဖြစ်တယ်သူတို့နောက်ဆုံး4 second တီတော့ trick ရတယ် rock ကြီး off ဖြတ်လွဲသွားတယ်ဒါပေမဲ့တကောင်တော့ထက်ရ frozen ဆိုတော့ carrying ကြီး rock ကြီးပြေးပြီး net ကိုတည်ပြီးလိုက်တယ်မဲစီနေနဲ့ over ကငုံတော့ကြီးစောင့်ထားပြီပဲလေဘမလူပြေးလာ carrying ကြီးမပြစ်လို့ရလေပြပြစ်မှရမယ်အဲ့ပေါ်မိချက်တီးသွားချက်ချင်းဆိုတော့ဘေးကိုလက်ကြည့် Jacob ကို headshot လေးရလိုက်တယ် 1 versus 1ဆိုတော့ twist တယ်ကျွန်တော်မဲစီနဲ့ twist နဲ့ observation ကိုတက်လာဖို့ပဲကြိုးစားပြီးခြေစချိုးကြားလိုက်တယ်ဆိုတော့နောက်မှာဒါတော့မှရှိနေတာဆိုအောက်ကိုဆင်းသွားတယ်မဲစီခြေစချိုးဖြတ်ပြီး twist နဲ့ 1v1 မှာ twist က no time ဖြစ်လာပြီအဲ့ချိန်မှာ straight to shoot ပြီးတော့လာကြည့်ရဆိုနေထားမှာကွက်တီပဲဒါတော့ရတယ် twist နဲ့ no time ဖြစ်သွားတယ် map point တော့ပေးရပဲတဲ့11-6ဆိုတဲ့နေထားမှာ vitality
Not the one that we were thinking. The second shot
ဒီတော့ဘာလို့လို့လို့စီရဲ့ okay ကြိုက်တာ bro ပြတ်ခေါ်လိုက်ဝါနေကုန်မယ်ဝါနေချစ်တော့အော်ဟုတ်တယ်ဒီက original ဝါနေချစ်တော့ upload speed ဝါနေမှာပေါ့
two low numbers
ဘယ်
rounds
မှာ
here.
oversize ဟိုတယ်မှာလူမားနေတယ်လို့ဒါတော့စကားလုံးပဲတို့မိလိုက်
You know
တဲ့
what,
စား
Vitality feel
ဟမ်
like they are in the dark. It is Messi who drags them out of those pits.
You see it all the time.
ဘာ
He'll do
လို့
it mechanically with his
ကော
play.
င်းတာပြစ်မယ်လို့
He'll do
ပြော
it
ပြပါဦး
emotionally
ဘာစီ
with
ကောင်း
his
တာပြစ်မယ်
speeches.
oh my god ငါကိုခိုင်းနေတာဟေ့
Vulnerability, right? and
Hey, when
FaZe.
you want Omnia, rookie beat
The
it,
rotation
yeah.
last time when it was Jacob sitting in secret,
He
they
was
didn't
a
come
fool
into the
that need
upper
how you
rotation.
young class
That was
warriors
the
with a
point of
count leader, a cheat you up a
Now
people,
on lower,
Maisie, you let it
he
count
flagged
of
it.
you.
This
Ross
is
in a
looking
deal
like
with
they're playing
Jarvis,
with the
with
clock.
the
If you give in
other
too
change
much
the
time, it
sweaty
comes
and
down
get
to
it,
time.
you
They could see that, I think, before they got started. They could
Sunday,
have
Sunday,
rotated down
Saturday,
early. They
Saturday,
had the
corner.
extra
I
players to
don't
play
need
with,
that
but they
cheat, that
didn't,
too.
they didn't decide to.
If I got 9 being it, hope on.
And you can see as these trades are going down, so is the clock. Messi doesn't even need to get his third kill.
Level 6 when I'm a fighter lady, and now what the lights on the other people facing the map one yaw with the Joe on the other. We were facing the game on the Yola, MP9 leg, my rifle, and let. And we was in the off the lesson with the Malu P. the Collie of Brookie Shore, Jacob, the Coffee, and wrong in double cave of your. He's a year, so we have to told the second. He's a young, no MP9, the Korean. What the fuck? He's a young, no shit is really tell you. But we went and now will be a lever. Korean, what the MP9? All rifle, not go up your coil later. I know one I am a wrong in your covering and in it. They go the game dog or no MVP, baby. Tell the other fight gave you trade it, you gave you tell them women. Blue double piano like Apex your call it, go cheat you will call it. Rock and Louis will 30 water.
Fast back to the next one. Vitality
What the fuck is this, man? What the fuck is
They
this?
allowed you out the front door.
I'm
Should
gonna
have
think
accepted
that.
the gift.
Face got a low one new a bind with the diamond. No one fighted to a bind being so beyond the Carrigan Koda was such a only but that anyway. To our Tracy out on a second frag on you line. Be 9 game. Never will. Lazali, I mean, any one is your on here. Look, you go let down, bring me down low. Please let down, frozen let chip it down here. Face down. Face down, never.
Right now, it'd be a real shame if Vitality wind up getting too stringy.
The guy thought we had alone in rock or carrying a go every day. One of your legs, I let me tell you, sure, and look at me like. About the Ligata, the Balonia, the Mumia, you're sure, Jacob by April. 3 with the 5 grenade, half it already. You got 3 fire, no one's going to be 9 out of one. They never know what the one machine when they take 9 and Lueni is number. Pretty yard at Gilly one, Mia, and a Yanka Kawa and it had 3 versus 5. No, you are going. Oh, but one of more, what a view of water that have you one more and show. Oh, hold on. And I never got quite anyway. Face no grand final, best of 5 year. Game 1 haro. I do a major winner, piano. I don't people put knees at the time. Meanwhile, Chow me dead like on the one was with a messy pay like this with a time. Face. No. I don't let you down with I hope I was so to the. He's out the 5 year my win. Ah, Gigi, they blue things out of me. He's out the 5 when I'm like, you should not go liberty. He's out the 5 when I'm, but he's out with me so my rank on the door. I'm going to see my man. Now we are not you. Gigi will gone. I'm sure I go on let be the time I'll really go sure. I'm very around it, so the show now. Ông non của mình bông nhau gì mà nhau lắm lòng đâu em bắt rồi ai phải giờ mà thôi thì à giờ cô giật tí chả không có bún nữa muốn có phi phiền trong các buổi phiền cái hey cái đi bàn chạy này xin lỗi rồi hôm nay là gì chỉ vì nó đâu bạn Budapest edition. It will on a Catolia. His motors of the fidelity. How dare? First go Yadi Jemai. Dara Loma, 6 another. Colomia Abila goes to a banana ship there. Colomia, Chison Colum, or what done a memo tower. Colon, Tinijama Mijala, and a bit on the memo. I hear cool loans row. Colon, the time she did Chison. Colon, you don't necessarily the one, you don't necessarily Malaysia. I couldn't don't yet the Gia boy, don't Gina, you give him there. Where come on, come out. Am I then? What are we doing? What are we doing? Did you want your same point I was showing? Now I'm not. I like it. Yeah, that's what I'm laughing. Do I feel good face water? Oh, I said, didn't point out my pen. Hold on, you know, my colleague will come out. It's a point at time, but what Jamie to Tabaji? Go long. Oh, Columbia, who are Jamie? Who are by there? No go low. No go low. Do not swim, man. So like, you talk about what is it? Urabia, you them hold it to you got it. So, sick maybe. Urabia mobile, pitch out that Dava, double yellow. Yes, so chin. Okay. Okay. Ai ơi. Nị tha biến jib lại မယ်ဆိုရင် SA region လို့ပါလို့လည်းရုပ်နေထား Esparto Para ဟာရောက်တယ် Mexico လား Mexico လို့ပါလို့နော် Guatemala နည်းနည်းတော့တိုးတက်တယ် America နဲ့နီးရမြို့လေးနိုင်ငံလေးဟုတ်တယ် Okay let me Cuba ရော့ Guatemala လိုက်ရှာဟာတူရကီသားလိုက်ရှာတယ်ရောက်ရင်ကြောက်လုံးနေတယ်ရောက်ဖလာမင်ဂိုတဲ့ဟာရောက်ဖလာမင်ဂိုတဲ့မက်ဆီကိုလားမသိအာဂျင်တီးနာတဲ့ရောက်ထောက်လိုက်တယ်အာဆောက်စေဟာတော်သေးတယ်ငါနီးတာဟေးအဘောတူတယ်မဲကြီးရောဟုတ်ဘာလို့နှစ်ဘောမဟုတ်တဘောကူးမော်နဲ့ဟောပါလန်လာဟုတ်ပေါ့လဲလို့ဖလန်လို့ဖြစ်တယ်For free delivery UAE number 1 ha UAE number 1ဟာဒါ2ပိုင်းလာမသိဟုတ်တယ်ဒူဘိုင်ကိုသိလားဒူဘိုင်ကိုသိလားမူမိုင်းဒူဘိုင်မူမိုင်းကိုသိလားဟောဒူဘိုင်ဟုတ်တယ်မလားဒူဘိုင်မှာရှိရလဲဆိုကျွန်တော်တို့က Saudi Arabia ဘာညာ Smart Color ဒီနားမှာရှိရဒူဘိုင်ပြောင်းနေပြီစောက်ပြတာဟဲ့ဒူဘိုင်ပြောင်းနေပြီဒီတော့မှဟိုကောင်တိသွားပြီးတော့ဒူဘိုင်ပြောက်ပြီးတော့Respect man. Dubai boy là Dubai hết đấy phía sau cái tao vào để chơi rồi tu ha hết đấy chúng nó ní tháo về chỉ về Russia lulu Ukraine lulu chúng nó lulu bắt đầu cái này xếp xếp đuổi lại kia này vào giáo nè hết đấy thì chắc có Russia phía về lulu miền nào về là Russia về Russia nàyကျွန်တော်ဘောစကူတော့မဖြစ်နိုင်ဘူး Toms ရောဝါတဲ့ပေါ့ ခုနေရလေးတယ်ကိုရီးယားအဲ့ဒါမှလည်းဟာဝက်လက်ရှင်ကျွန်တော်စူးရောက်သွားတာကွာငါဒီကမိုးစကူတွေပဲရှောက်ထောက်လိုက်တော့နီးအောင်မယ်ညီမဗလာသာကြီးဟာတယ်မပါတယ်ညီမဗလာသာကြီးကပိုင်းပြလန့်ပေါ့အလန်တွေကိုကြည့်ချင်တာမလန်နေလေဟုတ်ဒါရောက်အဖမန်စီးတီလားနန်းနဲ့ကတ်မယ်နော်အမှုတော့ပြောင်းသွားပြီတို့ဘိုင်းလေဟုတ်ကပရီးမီးယားလိမဟုတ်ဆောက်တယ်လေ SpeXtres University of ဘာညာစမကလာဘောလုံးပွဲအလန်ရှိနိုင်တယ်လန်ရှိနိုင်တယ်ဆောက်တယ်လို့ဘရာဇီးသူ့နာကိုအီတလီရုရှားဟိုခဏလေးမက္ကဆီကိုဟာမက္ကဆီကိုလားမက္ကဆီကိုပြီးတော့ဘောတော့မက္ကဆီကိုပြကုန်မလားမက္ကဆီကိုစီးတီနော်ဟာလားထဲ့ပြီအဲ့ဒါချောင်းချတယ်ဘောရာရေးဟိုတော့လုံး100နဲ့ဆိုတာဟာရောက်စောက်မတာဟာမက်ဆီကိုကွတ်တီထောက်တာနွားမျိုးဟာရောက်ဒီကောင်တော့ပိုနီးသွားသေးတယ်ဟာဟဲ့ရောက်ရေးမက်ဆီကိုကလပ်လားဟလားဘောရဘတ်တဲ့တွေဆိုကုန်တည်တယ်ရှောဟုတ်လားအော်အယ်တိုင်ကလားအယ်တိုင်ကရီလားဘယ်လိုထွက်လဲEU နိုင်ငံပဲတိတာစောက်ရဲကိုတန့်တယ်ကားတွေရတယ်ငါလည်းခေါင်းကတော့ဖုံတော့မရှိဘူးဆိုင်းဘုတ်လေးကြည့်ချင်တော့ bro oh my god ဆိုင်းဘုတ်ဟိုမပေါ့စာမပေါ့စာပါတယ်paragraphs orderအင်္ဂလိပ်လိုတွေတော့မဟုတ်သေးကြပါကတော့ပေါင်နဲ့သုံးတာပေါင်နဲ့သုံးတာဟော EU ရပေါင်နဲ့သုံးတာပဲစတားလည်းပေါင်Germany New World ဆိုတော့ New Zealand များလာတယ် rugby ဆိုတော့ New Zealand ဘယ်လိုတော့လဲသူတို့ language ကိုတက်တက်ရှိရတာအဲ့ဆိုသူထောက်ပြီးမှထောက်တယ်မေလို့ကလဲတာဟုတ်ပါယူပေါ့ဟိုတော့ကိုတော့မမြင်ရတော့ကိုလည်းသူထောက်မမြင်ရအောင်ကိုပန်းလိုက်နေEU ရဲ့စောက်ရမ်းလာတဲ့မြို့တစ်မြို့ပဲဖြစ်မှထင်တယ်ဟောဒီနားတော့ထောက်လိုက်မှာပေါ့အားရောက်ရေးဟဲ့ရောက်ရေးတိုးသေးတယ်ဒိုးကြီးစားနေအားရောက်စားနေအားရောက်ရောက်ရေးနိုင်ငံနီးမှာပဲဖင်ရနေတယ်ကွာဒီကောင်စောင်းတက်နေဒီကောင် strategy အသစ်ထုတ်သုံးမှရမယ်တွေ့တာပါလဲချက်ပြီးပုံဝင်လေးလိုက်မယ်ပုံဝင်လေးလိုက်မယ်ဒီဘောကုတ်တယ် w.lsk 073 667ဟာဒီကဟိုအာဖရိကဟာအလိုင်းစကူတယ်Scotland, Belgium. Belgium တော့ရပါတယ်။နည်းနည်းတိုးတက်ပြီးတိုက်ရတယ်ဆိုတော့အာဖရိကရဲ့နိုင်ငံတစ်ခု။ဘာဖြစ်မလဲ။တိုးတက်ပြီးနည်းနည်းတိုက်ရတယ်မစိုးလေဒီလိုမျိုးလမ်းလေးပါလေအဲ့လိုမရှိဘူး။အာဖရိကဘာလို့အဲ့လိုမျိုးဟိုဖြစ်တာ။ South Africa ဟာလား။ခဲ့ပြီနော်။စကူကဘေးကင်းတယ်လိုက်ကြည့်နေဆိုင်ဖို့လားစောက်တက်တူရကီစောက်တက်တော့ထောက်လိုက်တေးပြီ bro ဇာတ်နဲ့ထည့်ပြီ bro ရေ sorry ပဲမြန်မာကလုံးတိတ်ဒါပေမဲ့9000နဲ့ရောက်ရင်နှစ်သက်မှလောက်မယ်ပြရလေတာဟုတ်လားအခုလည်းကြိုက်လားဝင်းဝမ်းနဲ့ quick play ယူရတယ်ဟာဘာလို့ငါဝင်းဝမ်းဖြစ် ရှင်းပြရတယ်အဲ့ဒါ98လမ်းနဲ့33စိတ်ညစ်နေပြီဘာလို့၄កောင်ဟောနေ grand final မို့လို့တဲ့နော်အတူတက်နေတေဝါကုန်နော်ဟုတ်လား
I just think that, you know,
Well, I don't know. I mean, yeah, you will be able to do visit sit in it. Do the William normally do it.
You gotta face them. You gotta face Doomsday in some sense and kind of stop them because you don't want them to continue to speed up. I know that New can be a hard map to be on proactive CT side, but we saw a couple of examples where they were, and that's when they picked up rounds. So we want more proactiveness, more movement on the map, and don't sit so still from Vitality.
Yeah, I was going to say, I'm going to raise you maybe a round where we thought, okay, Vitality, they might be getting their ducks in a row. We might be seeing a more synergized looking Vitality in round 10, right?
I think there were signs of life for Vitality, and they were trying, you know, they were trying to be a bit more proactive. They're trying to change the tide of the game. You've seen Yard right here, Cyru combining with Apex, you know, you have the double smoke, the wall out there. You're going to see in a moment that Cyru is getting a sick team nade, getting a kill on towards Twist, and you feel to yourself, all right, here we got some of the good stuff. Kerrigan again trying with an inside pop at an odd timing, then Messi steps up, gets a very hard multi-kill. You have players on his right, players on his left, and you think to yourself, okay, face you up to 7 rounds. Vitality clean it out right now. They do exactly what you want right here. Then maybe they can have a game, maybe they can have a half, but this was one of the only signs of life that I saw.
And it was also the win condition for FaZe. They needed to pick up this nuke. They kind of, in my mind, need to pick up the next two, actually. I feel like Dust 2 and Inferno, they are very, very good maps for FaZe, and that's where you kind of can see Vitality bleed a little bit, and they've most certainly done that today at this nuke.
I feel like in that round, you know, that's where the sentence began for Vitality to make that comeback, and then Jacob, he literally put a punctuation mark, a full stop right at the end of it, because round 11, he comes alive with the Deke.
It was pretty likely and almost expected and forgivable if Jacob were to have not shown what he has in the earlier stages here in the grand finals. But to pull off this Deagle round right here, I feel like this is just the perfect situation for him. Just making sure that he had the leash to tier 1 CS. Obviously, his first few events weren't all that, but we see the skill now. This is exactly what Neo, Kerrigan, Twist were all talking about, the potential of Jacob. And so to prove doubters wrong, some of which on this desk, this very desk, doubters, I've changed my mind. I think Jacob has done a fantastic job.
I 100% agree, right? We didn't see much of this in the beginning, but he needed a bit of time to get accustomed, and ever since, the raw skill is undeniable. That Deagle round right there, that is like watching Twist yesterday in the 1v3 versus Na'Vi, just clinical Deagle work. Second pistol round, guess who got a multi-kill once again? Yes. Jacob, the 12th double kill he's had in a pistol round at this tournament. He's the second highest pistol rated player out of everyone, just behind Dong. He's the only one who can outdo him right now. So in terms of, you know, finding individual impact and showing some of the skill and showing some of that, I guess, promise that we didn't see the first couple of months, I agree with you. You know, we've been proven wrong.
Yeah, it's crazy. You spin the roulette wheel for FaZe and you think, okay, it might land on like a Twist, a Brokey, you know. Not necessarily Jacob, and then Kerrigan as well. We got to roll round 16 because this is where Kerrigan really coming alive. By the way, highest rated player to come out of this map as well. Some incredible stuff from him.
Kerrigan was just in a flow state for this game. He was so active, so strong on the reads, consistently playing off of teammates, recognizing the oncoming Vitality players in this round were at their most vulnerable. We had this one where he was able to get a triple kill, just rotating every single perfect spot that he needed to. Like, he was down lower before Rops was even considering going down lower. Like, he was so ahead of the curve that, again, you took the nameplates off, and I just saw these highlights from Kerrigan. I would just say, oh, in this game,
yeah.
surely Zywoo. But no, Kerrigan rolls it all the way back, showing that he still has a little bit left in the tank.
I mean, we talked about Messi that he can kind of carry this vitality until the stars woke up. Kerrigan actually just shut them down straight away. He didn't need these stars to show up. And that's a scary kind of moment for this vitality. If you have a phase with Kerrigan being the carry, what's going to happen for the second map when people are going to be, talking here in halftime or between maps? You got your leader stepping up in this big way. As a player, behind Kerrigan, I want to show that I can carry him next map. I would be fired up. I would be, doing my absolute all for the next map and bring it, because this is a fantastic job from Kerrigan and FaZe.
But I do want to put the shoe on the other foot just for a moment, because of course, an incredible game plan clearly coming out from FaZe. But if you're Vitality, you're regarded as the best team of this year. This is already a map where you've had trouble versus FaZe as well. What were the issues? What was really standing out for you, Maui?
I feel like Zywoo in this one was just a deer in the headlights for so many of these situations. Yes, he had maybe 1 or 2 multi-frags early on. We saw that he got it going with the op towards the tail end of the CT side. But there were moments where he's pushing one of his teammates with Robs. Robs goes 1 for 1, and then Zywoo just doesn't even try to go for the trade. There's moments where it just feels like the moment's too big for him. And this hasn't happened to Zywoo for quite some time. This was maybe a problem at the beginning, more so when, I'd say, even when you were interviewing him, Freya, when he was just kind of a, just a ghost of what you know he is as a man today, that does assert himself. I've seen now for the last 2 years that he can be the difference maker in this single map. This just felt like FaZe just completely overwhelmed him.
In all the highlighted rounds we had right here, it was a fast-paced playing FaZe coming out. You saw the inner execute from Twist in round 4. You saw the Jacob Deagle round as well with a minute left. I think one thing is preparing for a team that is playing fast-paced Counter-Strike. Usually it goes for a team who just run around and play incredible fast. Another one is experiencing it on the server, right? You got to wake up to that. You got to be in the game from the get-go, and I think Vitality were caught off guard. Sometimes you need a bit of time to warm up into it, and this time they didn't have any time whatsoever. They were shut down from the get-go, couldn't really come up with a response early enough, and then you just fought them, without even putting up a fight. And to me, that's Vitality yet to be expected, because FaZe have done it in every single game in the playoff. They did it to Mouse, they did it yesterday, and now they've done it to Vitality as well.
One counters to that kind of fast-paced play style is actually just meeting them head-on, making sure you have early flash plays, making sure they have to slow things down, making sure that the clock, you're almost at the CT side, playing a T side to some extent, because you just want to control the map, make sure the CTs don't aggress in the beginning, and kind of just face them head on. You want them to lose. You don't care if they're going to get one. You want to trade back, you want to trade the numbers down. You want to play your experienced players in the clutches and the XVX situations. So I expect a different mentality going into this next map. I expect them to have flash plays. I think to see them transition a lot more. Because this is a phase that you can anticipate that they will take space. If you group up in middle on Dust 2 and you challenge for that mid control, expect them to take long, expect them to lurk into B. Be ready with that. Flash yourself into a situation just to recover that space. More proactivity, that's the Vitality I want to see.
Just to bounce off of that, I feel like that is why I'm surprised about this version of Vitality in the server today, because we've seen them put it up to pretty much every single opponent they faced throughout 2025. I feel like they are one of the teams where it's inexcusable to not be prepared for this chaotic, very fast-paced Counter-Strike that we know Kerrigan wants to deploy.
When Vitality won their second tournaments in a row in the first season of this year, they had every single answer and they responded immediately. This is one where the adaptation came way too late into the half, and in an MR12 situation, you just need to be making calls quickly. So that's why it's so really surprising to play against Kerrigan, who the last time they played was taking his time, walking through smokes, catching them on timings, but they just can turn on a dime, speed up. You don't know who you're playing in the server. I mean, Xtas is disappointed that Vitality maybe didn't follow all the prep going into that map. I don't even know how the prep could have even shown that it was going to be that kind of game. It was a different team, so that's why Kerrigan has a bit of a leg up in terms of experience in this matchup. Yes, Apex has won more major trophies, but Kerrigan has just had so many rosters that it constantly have to adapt because he knows what needs to come next.
100%. 100%. Incredible form
Yeah,
for FaZe in
but line
that
up
first map of potentially 5 here
Look
in
at that,
Budapest.
don't
Next up, going to be
There's who
Dust
there.
2. That's Vitality's first choice into this grand final. Means they're going to be starting on the T side of things. So what do we want right off the bat?
I mean, we know Vitality has been a menace on the map of Dust 2 throughout the entirety of the year. Now, throughout this tournament, they built on that record. They won 30 out of 34 games on the map. We know them to be super, super efficient on it as well. Also a map where everything you're asking for, Devilwalk, in terms of productivity, playing aggressive on the CT side, enabling ZywOo to push catwalk with the AWP, to be aggressive in middle. We see a lot of the nade
want and
the smoke that if you are smoking off middle,
over,
they will counter it by opening the smoke in
Well,
middle.
the major doesn't know pick it up.
And the
They
double
want
offset of the
ever
smoke
and
from Rups is
They
coming
want
into play.
ever and
I feel
They
like
do
Vitality have
ever
a lot
over.
of different things they can do on a map like Dust 2 to
Every
counter
night
what
I'm building, yeah,
Kerrigan
yeah.
is coming
You
with. So I
can't tell
expect
me
Vitality to be
now.
significantly more competitive in this map, without a doubt.
No, I completely agree, and it's a perfect
we were
map
like,
for
shit,
their players
see,
to
huh?
start to get
Why
going,
even?
to start to warm up into this best of 5.
So,
And they need to,
that's
because
yeah,
I also
yeah.
think that Dust 2 is the win condition
Yeah,
for
you do need
FaZe.
Yala.
That's where they've
Nah, yeah,
seen
it's
some
funny,
kind
yeah.
of weakness for this Vitality side. And yeah, I just hope to see a more distinct ZywOo, a more, fearsome ZywOo on this server. Use his AWP, use all those, different ways that you can utilize it, because you can do so much with this AWP on the map like Dust 2. You can be in every single situation on both sides to get impact. So that's what I want to see.
I also want to just see FaZe keep their foot on the throat, though, because the proactive CT side is what Spirit didn't have yesterday when they were playing Vitality. And so Vitality had all of the nades that they wanted, and they had cat control on top of it. So if you're FaZe, you need to keep Vitality honest, pushing lower tunnels, pushing top mid, making Vitality burn a few of those mollies early, burn their smokes, burn their flashes, so that the cat hit isn't so potent. Because if Vitality are on cat, and they have 3 mollies, 2 smokes, 4 flashes, you are not holding that A-bomb side.
Just to go back to your point about ZywOo needing a solid performance here, just in terms of the numbers, to be getting that MVP, to maybe be drawing himself closer to the best pair of 2025, what kind of duel are we going to see between him and Brokey on this Dust 2?
Well, ZywOo has been, if not one of the best T-side Dust 2 players for the entire year, even surpassing numbers like Donk on that offensive side. And it's through versatility. Yes, he picks up the op to pick middle, and he is one of the best oppers at just hitting that reaction shot as they're crossing middle. So if you're not nading that cross, expect to take damage, and that's one way that he opens up rounds for them. But also, when he has to pick up the rifle too, just as ferocious. So there's so many ways that ZywOo has the diversity of playstyles that are going to make him a factor in every round.
I think a key to
When
victory
we
on
got
the side
FaZe
of
demo
FaZe
like
Kingdom,
yeah,
you're
new
going
layer, yeah,
against
out there.
Vitality, you're playing that best
Feel
map in
like
Dust 2,
probably,
is the fact that the man on your screen right here,
My
Jacob,
God,
is performing
my
very well in
God.
Dust 2. It
So
is
yeah,
statistically
you
speaking,
know,
out of the 6
but
maps he's played for FaZe fans
I
so
thought
far,
that you
the
were
one
right.
he performs
I
the
thought
best
you
in
were
early
right.
game
Cool,
stages,
you
he
were
really
right.
gets a
Pay
roar, but
hard.
for the first time stepped in, and he was a decisive
Was that
factor on the
Javi?
T
Who
side,
told you
showing
that?
some of that crisp aim, showing that he's very good in these chaotic situations when they're running over catwalk, when they're executing it towards a bomb site. We also know that he's been struggling a little bit on Nuke, and he was playing well this time around. So for Jacob, this is a great moment to step up on a map he's comfortable on, and on a map where he's having his old roles before he even joined FaZe.
A chance for Vitality to square back up to FaZe. Their choice of Dust 2 awaits.
Doesn't just await, Freya. We are truly underway. Already Brokey up that catwalk, already positions taken towards long, already FaZe Clan with a map win.
Oh, and Jacob.
That was the goal to set up there.
Already with a kill inside
Oh,
the pit. Neat. Gonna find him.
that was
Tracks him down into the corner.
He killed him before he got 2 pistol kills. That's already a win here for Vitality.
His pistol round stats are through the roof right
Second best at the major.
That is wow,
We all know
started
he'll be
that.
number 1.
And
You
on
get
top
grand
of that,
final
we
best
talk
of
about
5
just his
million.
impact
That's
on
a
Dust
probably
2,
load
the
of
desk.
runs. The game
Happily
check.
put it.
Meshes more you do. No one
Kind of a piece that FaZe Clan can lean on. Devilwalk called this map the win condition for FaZe.
Because of FaZe, before they played, if Vitality did not play FaZe, they'd have
Still
Still pressure, Frozen finding rocks, bottom middle. Said they wanted to keep FaZe Clan on their toes. Vitality trying to get up through the catwalk. 3 players versus the 4 of FaZe, but they'll find Kerrigan's head on that ramp. Brokey, he's able to catch one with the headshot to Apex.
They get rid of him.
They keep trading that one back and forth, so they'll find a bit of sanctuary for the plant. Twists with the Berettas, catches them off guard. Get the frag. Fast, within that pocket of timing, is able to catch Frozen, and then with 3 kills to his name, take his score. Who's best in pistols?
All right, Flamesy shows up huge.
Flamesy,
not that reliable inside of playoffs.
My
Looking for some revenge. Bringing the pistol stats back into the favor of Vitality is a huge first step because, again, if you eliminate FaZe, if you remove them from the stats, Vitality the best pistol team in the major. Because of FaZe, FaZe are the best pistol team in the major. They beat them twice on Mirage, or twice on Nuke. The last time they played, they took the 2 pistols again. That has been an overwhelming reason for their success. So this clutch is massive for Flamesy.
We started Nuke with a clutch for twists. Look how that map went. Flamesy trying to kick it off on the right foot.
I mean, this is Vitality. They're unbelievable on this map. They just, all their wins are single-digit losses for their opponents. As Maui brought up, it's Zywoo, who he has unbelievable stats. They use him so well as a star player. He's able to do everything. He's supported every time he goes to different positions, and Dust2 is all about mobility.
Oh, mobile through the tunnels. They'll find Rops holding the flank. Completely vacant B site. Zywoo taking his time here. Not even planting that bomb, making sure nobody dies. I think that's key.
Oh, zip that up for that. Well, it is
you know, they should have all the confidence in the world. There's just a question as to whether the result back on Nuke has put a dent in their
I mean, when most things happen in life, you can always tell yourself, we try again tomorrow. There's no group stage. There's no, this is a seeding match. You have to play well now, today.
The one and only best of 5 Budapest Grand Finals.
That's right, the first ever.
Facing the camera on the like Brookie on the for leader and Tolari. It is advantage by Machin coming to Mila. You ever show that like this? She's Kalina Borado. Oh, yo, it's bad like the Chico. Oh no, boy, want to tap you. Chico is set one with huh? Hey, it's a brief but then I'm sure what.
But they're always stealing bases.
Always making moves to the top of middle.
Don't like the call. It was I who starts with like the wrong in the twist will tell you. Don't like Matty is now, but you're not looking at the fruit that got that you. She's not going to let you.
Right, one player the edge, and with the way he just ran back, there's a world where Flamesy thinks that he is already departed.
Lady or brother, time Pam or Josa and Flamesy in there. Ace Bog or double alone here. Ace Bog or shop or Langy. That one machines of Ace Bog and Dutchy man. Flamesy at even high will do what I need a Flamesy like shallow, but do know. Better not here. I see that. Frozen coming back. Look, Shamar Yam. I feel less or all. I will less or Rookie Diablo could put a doing like Pio. Shamayam. I'm not crazy. Yeah, watching you. I'll put him at that stage. Rookie, the Jolo on the GP like the Rookie alone. A buy me shopper. A lumber land out. Rookie, a white swing or Yampin. You near cross a place, my got the win like the Nashina. Rookie, Maluchin, the Daro, Chasing Pion like there. My God.
A little too scoped in towards the exit.
What's that? I don't know. Hey, honey, did I go in where is he going to go? Buy it. So, hey, Anna. So, I was about a fish really good over to hey, no job. Well, I just decided this is me, Jama Jenny Power. Funny. See ya. The pit.
Talk about keeping Vitality on their toes, though.
Big save from Zywoo, though. 2 kills for him. He just wasn't that good on Nuke. We didn't spectate him at the most unflattering moments, but he missed a lot of op shots back on Nuke. By the way, Kerrigan, his best map versus a top 5 team since they eliminated Spirit from Copenhagen last year. Back on Nuke.
Just went down.
Nearly 180R on Vitality somehow.
Sorry, we're talking about the same Kerrigan that came into this major with his career row.
Yeah, they had the sure sure. Tana. I do the pay. Dialing in a common, yeah, listen, and I listen it. Shit of Pillar.
And so he will keep that.
And then go on resolution in a dingy lamp.
So
I gone and gone. Oh, yeah, I get loaded. Yeah, there.
It's going to be Zywoo watch the entire.
The one about build up the Jiba Uson is right there. We're just chapter 3 now. Facing that. Okay, so there's 2 yellow here. There's 2 B2 need a face got cut there. Step from the bottom.
Sort of showed you how deep the prep goes from FaZe. people like to joke
Okay.
and say,
Oh,
they
dude,
just
that part I look at him fit though. Diga diga in the fit though. Rapper the left frozen or ban it here. You are utility banya neng and well avio. She shall look here, so show them a current aggressive issue tap you. Diga in the top driver. Show back a high mega show of line, not the like me water. And done it. You are using more paint tennis. Lady that out there, Lady Lager, the town area, over when they got next to the way is I will out there. Video so like that out there. Over no how about that, how then? Over there, over my session, Allah. What I just about a Mike. I hear who brew it is. I hear who brewed it, who brewed it. What I do, go I did. Margot.
Missed shot. But Kerrigan should be feeling it. He brought up his stats for map 1. Can he tap back into it as this best of 5 goes on? Right now it's the climb up towards the catwalk for Vitality. Just gonna leave.
Show go piano with Judah the Borario, Deacon and Carrigan, meta light out of Poplar, you can ya Peter. Meta light out of Kenny. You get it on table out from someone to see my information of P like you. Carrigan rebel to one. The Gajalus show go love you, Blue show, Jim Lao, carrying out the war about the city rotation low wire. We got a piano. This is a middle be with piano with Judah is really time at 10 on the then the two on people would learn a cheated Juro and Jania. Frozen beside you took your milk table to do that. To do with small Charlie that people. Lady of Madame, if you are your high, Lady Madame, Theo, nine of Popular, Gannis and Twist and Digger, carrying a beer, Digger, and able to show the side of people to on the actually left with the side who are lower. 5 of the 3 ready time for the don't know what the other one. I'm doing out of behind it. I mean, the qualifier you win out of it. How about Sam? I'm a little bit in tower of your wife. Oculus more amazing scene because your side of my side woo, my rock, la found on my scene. So then they are not going to lie. Obviously, I woo are current yard information you are paid, maybe don't show. I don't want to be doing like it. They get a doctor's Spanish. I woo, but never paid as I would Jacob will only so that be like it. 5 of the 3 were in Italy, not going to go tell you they wine, 2 of the 3 were being a bit on it. Government being pissed on you. Who's then lemon age with a trap you are. Or is it good to sound now?
By phase and the franticness out middle.
Yeah, and also things like Kerrigan eating 2 flashes.
Oh, yeah, we don't have visa pay that put on so high broski. Hi, man. They make you a sip up. Hey. I did a don't chat. I go to the same call. Hello, they do not share. Okay, so what you want to be a 2 year at the
chance to get this 3v1
I don't decide very
inside the middle, and then another player pushing out.
See the other round from around the
Zayu saves it.
so you didn't see the Zayu with you shot me. Yeah, what is the Louis? What is the event? We go, we are the good job. You kept down here. There's a lot in that, maybe yourself.
Brokey awaits them with this heavy lean out of FaZe Clan. They've waited for these guns.
Okay, so 75 seconds already now. Sure, but again, it's in energy. Why did you go? Sure, be drama. Got that big example. Rocks is amazing. Young, so what up here? Bow me up. We got the flazing impacts and again, and then looking at us. We got a dancing you and so much. Besides, easily probably I'm going to I'm sure feeding in it. They must say, you look at the way. So, second, they don't want to second, let's say,
That's pressure on Frozen. He's fine with it. He's solo. Yes, he is.
This was actually not supposed to be a viable round here for the CT side, leaving Frozen alone. Now they're going for it.
Oh, just tries to dive through that smoke. That's the kid down. Somebody's going to need to scoop that up between Brokey and Jacob if they think there's legs still for this retake. Zywoo, Hail Mary off shot, point blank. He'll find Jacob in the end. And so with it, Brokey sent off to the save. Vitality will slice their way to the B-bomb site yet again.
I mean, what we saw there was just great work out of Frozen, because there should have been no way for him to stop, especially with Twist dying with nothing right there. Tried to come in and help, but if Twist really thought that this was going to be a B play, he would have been on the other side of mid already. He would have been in the site somewhere with Frozen. They would have had a better way to stop that, but Frozen, I mean, he does amazing work to get 2 kills and give him a chance for the retake. Now, the way that this works in Vitality's favor is they actually try the retake and lose 2 more guys. This could have been 2 saves and a better economy situation here for FaZe Clan. So retake's not panning out. We've got Vitality punishing now. They got the 5 rounds in a row. And Dust 2 here is looking like all the Dust 2s we've seen from them in their past games. Complete dominance most of the time.
Those games you challenge it. Got be a challenge right there.
Where, you know, FaZe looked so
I did the deal at the beginning
of Nuke. Doesn't feel like FaZe looks so bad
right now,
so there is that. But for Vitality,
yeah, be a challenge.
They're walking through this half now.
Oh, they get a best of 5 game fight here. Nah, no, that. Italia.
It has felt like a bit of a grind to get up into these splits. You know, Frozen gave you a moment to believe with damage onto Robs as well. But too much of an ask. Frozen almost caught solo inside of that B-bomb site. See what kind of evolutions coming to FaZe Clan.
The final champion. Oh, was I who broke your boost? We were looking at how do you go trainer draw Javin to it? Bam, out of Brokey, Ross will tell you with Brokia, Savio double gear aggressive, but look at it. Look at me, you need Hollow of your man. You touch it, go back to check coconut. I'm going to look at them. Look, me having a kaya wood is out in a car.
It is Frozen on the hunt again. Same victim.
This was City Dala, how dare City Dala. They were. You know, you don't have a piece of Johnny Delson. Don't want to do it, you know, any kind of pit in our way. Oh,
this bomb.
Did you so love it? I bought over there. I'm waiting a little bit like that.
But now because there could be another
Look
lower
at
push,
it. Hey.
as he has to come back and watch this, this is going to eat away time. And while Twist doesn't
Don't want to general, but look at me. Rocks, Maisie at C4 to be you lens a shout, neighbor. Lazy net, Melgia, and then a shop of G there.
What's wild is Twist never got guns. There was an AK at his feet in lower tunnel. Still sits on the Desert Eagle.
Let's see if the 0 green will pay off. Yeah.
Roki kicks this round off with 2 beautiful kills, but Kerrigan gets aggressive out long. He's starting to scramble all this. Apex has the weapon advantage. Gets the jump.
Okay, Apex in a current no yala with 3 of the 3s ready town of lazy in there. No one sexy penny. Besides, you tell me you look your disc up because Labian Gazani and Pibio. Pibis Rio, but besides, no one free you feel when I be. Besides, when Milo shape every day with the arcade. Besides, Yanni Jamie stuck with him. Process in my crossfire in a lower.
By that AK just doesn't want to make it.
You are not going to look like MP9 live. Take away AK combat.
They also struggle in the retakes back on Nuke. That Vitality.
Not some of the long touch. They get a chick of a heavy or the job window chain. They are like Pimas when they do my lack massive lap. They are my Mayaro. There's a twist got a safe man, bro. You are a safe man. You go where is to get it called out with that. You guys are very facing. Mounty, City Dada, so we are facing. City, move D Dada, brother, test to us.
Still to rack up a price tag, something. Keeping the squeeze on the bomb site, trying to chase down Jake with the Desert Eagle. Apex wants blood. And Vitality sit comfortably on a 6-0 lead. Their first map pick going swimmingly.
So it's no saves for Vitality. 2 for FaZe, but they were looking for the round. There's been too many close rounds.
Oh, but he's in a bad. What is it we did up? You're not on it. My God,
you can be proud of putting Brokey up versus Zaiwu and walking away with the 5v4.
You don't get points for showing the map.
Take that, do you time in the pit only? Vitality 6 zeros ready to have a set in a row. FaZe got a round of a build. You got FaZe in the game on the piano. Jalabi, Omni Rifle leaders ready to have a piano palare. Best set up a bit of weight. I was CD defense here. Kakera bit of the FaZe in it. Oh, yoga and the other. Through the other, go there, FaZe CD Macau. The road is struck up here to be a ringer.
Still flirting with long, dangerous game to play. With so many players right behind him.
Oh my God, Blazy down. Oh, you're amazing. Yes, what fan of Chris got the water. Brookie to come with general. Brookie doesn't matter. Now using the DLG, you pick what I would say. You go with Brookie. Blazy to take up your piano with I who on the pick what I Brookie the water full. 4 versus 1, but then I know who then is safe on your
7-0. This season knows no bounds.
You can see all the opportunities, but
sure,
just when they're about to get in danger,
oh,
they saves. It's been Zaiwu
This is
normally
only
here.
right there. Hey,
It's Flamesy and Mezzy to
it's
make
only
sure to
you.
get the
It's only
entries.
you.
Kerrigan
No,
is just right there
man, you are.
at the doorway, about to
Well,
swing
me,
out.
me.
But just as he's doing that, they start throwing utility that makes it feel like they're still far back on long. And that's just really well crafted out of Vitality. You might look at that and go, well, why didn't he just go get those kills? Well, it goes a little deeper than that. I think we're going to get a different interview from SpeXtres in between maps after this. 7-zip.
Yeah, I know that.
And as much as there are situations where it's like,
Well,
whoa, how do you get that?
it's not
That's what I
like
want
that.
to see from Vitality.
That's
how they turn this ship around.
But the 7-0 ဖြစ်ရင်းနဲ့ပဲကျွန်တော် base က drone လောက်ပြီးပို့တယ်တဲတဲ့ကြိုးစားနေ frozen နဲ့ twist ကတော့ reset မှာ hold ထားလိုက်ပြီးတော့ဒီဘက်က vitality က big contact ဝင်လို့တော့ကြိုးစားနေရဗျ big contact ဝင်မရှိရတော့ရှေ့တိုးရမှာ frozen နဲ့ဇိုင်းကိုပြခွဲလိုက် frozen နောက်တော့ play စီကိုထိရ frozen မရတော့ဘူးရှာသေးရ drop ပုတ်ကြီးတေဝါ twist ကြီးဗျအော်ဘယ်လိုကငေါ့ကိုရလိုက်ရင်းနဲ့ပဲသူ့အနေနဲ့လုံးဝ clean အင်းစီဖြစ်တယ်ဒီပြတော့တေဝါလည်းမတည့်ပိုင်းနေဟုတ်တယ်ဗီဒီယိုတွေ့ပြီးဆိုတာပြန်ပြီးတွေ့မနိုင်ဆိုလားဆိုရမရအောင်ပါ
Vitality aren't going to have the most money ever. To be honest, Mezzy's only going for this because it's impossible to save this early, but how much can he get? Nothing.
But Rogi Mezzy.
Oh, you know, if you're going to find any leverage in a position like this, it's going to be with a round like that. The high-low setup is perfect. Zaiwu got off to the left side so quickly. We don't get to see it, but I think, you know, he feels he has the drop on him. He just kind of needs to take out one that his teammates can trade. But it's just perfect chemistry from the two Musketeers. We all knew Brazil was going to get into this grand finals one way or another.
Okay. 你到后期面的 face 个 round 压完来的，而且嘛有点就 vitality 嘅 CY 系列，一個個債務嘅系列 ，vitality 啊，你 round 嘅 show 啊，咪就都係過咗多嘅，譬如 7-2 啊，7-3啦，譬如咁樣咧 ，face 嘅 CT 啊，有啲 round 你 UN 7-5到啲啊，咪就
He'll sit on
你
catwalk.
你 round 你壓埋嚟嘅，因為我係知道嘅，因為佢翻住，我咪就我咪都冇得俾人買嘅，啊買嚟啦，
Smoke at a minute 10 slows things down. Vitality met by nade presence. We've seen a couple times FaZe willing to go for that cat risk, throwing Kerrigan there with the D, having Brokey start this round with the scope up towards lower tunnels. But Vitality play around with the timing in this one.
Again, I like how they're responding to every bit of map control. Like Vitality are hoping they throw this lurk smoke out of B. They're hoping it means something. It doesn't. Instant smoke back. Again, it's another moment where mid-B is actually maybe the thing that'll work.
ဒီကနောက်တစ်လုံးမီးထက်တဲ့နဲ့ over က problem တွေတွေ့ရတယ်ဆိုမှအဲ့ဒီ press နဲ့ quality တော့ထည့်ရ play ဒီ current ကတော့ဆုံးတယ် current က 8 plus ကိုပေါ်ရနိုင်တယ်တော့ဒီလိုပြောဘူးနေတာမှာ show လည်းရှင်းပါတယ်မင်းတို့ကလည်း show လည်းပြအောင်ဆို information တော့ပြောဒီ5 second ချိန်ကသိမကြတော့ဗီဒီယိုစမို့တော့အုပ်လိုက်တယ်ခြေတဲ့ချွတ်ကြတယ် press နဲ့ frozen backup နဲ့ပဲတွေ့ရတယ်အဲ့ဒီ flash ကဘာမှဟိုးွားနဲ့ press နဲ့ drop ဆိုရပြီ show ဘယ်လိုဘာလို့ပြန်တက်သွားတယ်အဲ့ဒါအာရ40 second ရပြီးပါမလားဟိုကနေ CDR ပြန်ကဲလို့ပြန် rotate ကိုကြိုးစားတယ်နောက်ဘက်ကတော့ညှက်ပြီးတော့
This is key.
8 second ရော8 second Oh, yo, nigga, so the really give you one, huh? So we're completely the whole thing with you come in and play with so that one way I was so that all of you and say, I wouldn't have fun with you on this. You got really a supplement or getting you come in. I would one time in a bit when I don't want to run it is I'm ready in 2 or 2 dollars. Moving the retard, you know, it's really proud of you, Mezzy, the head of the so that like, yeah.
Merry Christmas. Mezzy again.
But fight in these rounds. FaZe Clan in these rounds.
Yeah, lots of great
FaZe နဲ့ game 1မှာတော့သူတို့ PV ဆော့နိုင်ခဲ့တယ်ဆိုပေမဲ့ game 2မှာတော့ test 2ဖြစ်တယ်သူတို့အားနေနေပြီဗျအားနေနေပဲနေဖြစ်နေ
Initially they wanted to run back up CT and get around to the ramp and stop the cat play, and then they saw when Vitality faked a mid B the entire time they were going to split. That was a really good understanding of what was going on that map and not getting flustered. So it's both impressive that FaZe are making it close, but also impressive that Vitality are just never letting FaZe build momentum. And the second nade that doesn't land on ZywOo, that could have been the difference.
You play it down to the clock like that. I mean, FaZe Clan had the solution, but just slightly off the mark. And so that one round is all it is. One round on this CT side. Vitality tapping back into the domination of
Rookie on နေပဲ Rookie on ဒီဘက် boost ပါ boost ပြတာဘာညာမလို့ Rookie ကမလောက်လာထိန်းထားတယ်ဗျအဘမိုလီထဲတယ်နှိပ်ထဲတယ် Rookie နည်းနည်း off ပြီးတော့ရှေ့ဒီ aggressive တက်ပြီးတော့ပိတ်ဖို့ကြိုးစားနေတာ
It was no economy for Vitality and actual potential for a 7-5 half.
ကရမဲကရီလောက်ပါတီလေးရဲ့တိုင်းအောင်ခေါ်တယ်ငိုးဖြေပါတော့မေးချာ
Timing just missed for the battle of the Oppers.
One, 2, 3. Rebels. Okay. Oh, the hold the Flazy. I don't know what heavy try with you. That's what this man up. Hanya shoot some water in there.
Jacob dropped to 40. Flamesy gets away. Brokey wants to go over towards long. He hears that rumbling of the exit. Players already close.
No, yo, is I would have broke you. Yeah, I have also what. I did Jacob to go. Yeah, and you have a show back on Nova. The fact that you have made you a pure and you told that. Open last man as well. They have a Java Flap people. Choose our Flazy. Flazy Jacob piano so to be like it. Yeah, vitality. This time of a game, super move and be so
Vitality queued up with the bomb plants.
As long as it's not a road to the clutch, he's still walking forward.
Are we at that point in the half where FaZe just take the gloves off and try their damnedest? Oh,
no, it won't even happen. ZywOo will keep an eye
on
it.
Why when I real something outside of city base and how the so will be this will come out of it.
Round after round. And you got to give Flamesy so much credit. He gets in front of that molly, he sprays, and it looks frantic. He's pushing them back because there's this setup smoke on the corner. He cannot go backwards. He has 3 HP after this. And he does a good job getting the kill, getting some damage in, and winning cat.
Got that. Damage on ZywOo.
I was getting you, but the trolley PV song. Facebook are full of Judah, 93 of Yamaya, aggressive Tapita, Tapita, Actually, you Tapita, Lama coming at 20, Lama of Shilos, visit the Davida, a little bit of Laubama, and Katama Target.
3 rounds is best case. 5-7 towards long on the edge of the smoke twist. It's not him, but rather Brokey again.
So much nade damage.
It's through the distractions.
Brokey, make that little scout on the chat. Yeah, government of their people, government of their
Okay. You can run, but you can't hide. FaZe will take a second.
And they keep it up.
But what's there really to get excited about at a 9-2 deficit?
You know, it might be impossible to say that, you know, Vitality, they stomp everyone on Dust 2. This is just another game like that. You know, why would it be any different? If you do contextualize a lot of these rounds, obviously FaZe have been competitive. But the important rounds, the day saved in low numbers, the getting the bomb down over and over again in B, that's happened in Vitality's favor.
Well,
we'll call it basically over, barring some bullshit.
2 pistols for Vitality. This is the best case FaZe have been able to force. The tone has changed here in the MVM Dome. With Vitality getting a 7-round lead already. Back into the boost though. A little awkward, so Brokey will take damage. Vitality ready for that one. Feels like there's been these sorts of opening moves often enough that Vitality keep their finger on the pulse. Always ready for FaZe to take that swing. Brokey's repositioned towards middle. As majority for Vitality still sit inside of the tunnels, Brokey hears this movement and finds the wall bang to Flamesy. So one of the pistols now wounded. Even better of a case for FaZe to maybe, just maybe, take this third. Twist opts to play close on that smoke.
He's blocking, dodging.
A lot of players coming on him. Frozen. Yo, from over top of the shoulder, gets the coverage. Bomb drop, twist, back turns. And he's gonna just inch his way out towards the back and gets the instant dink. That wall bang early will be where Flamesy falls. And so it is a third one for FaZe. But only 3 in the face of a hard-swinging Vitality. This half reminds us why the French are this year's #1.
Okay. 9:30.5 ချိန်ပါတယ်ရှူတော့ပေါက်တဲ့ချိန်မှာ Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. နိုင်သူရနည်းနည်းများတယ် face နဲ့ desu ညံ့တာပါမသွားပြီးတိုင်ပတ်တာပဲဒါဟိုဟာစီလေးပါတယ်အရင်မတက်သွားအိမ်မပြောဘူးပါ မက်ဖိုက်ထိသွားနိုင်လားဘလို့တော့ကိုကတော့အဲ့လိုမျိုးတော့မြင်တာပဲအဲ့ဒီကမမင်းဖေးအေးစိတ်ကအဲ့ပုံဖတ်မဲ့ဘဲတော့လဲနောက်လာလားပုံလားအပုံဖောက်ပြနိုင်တော့ဖင်းပြောင်းနေပြီပုံဖိတ်တယ်ဥဖိတ်အိတ်ဘူးတော့အဲ့ဒီကလည်းဒီစီကတော့မိုးရင်းကြည့်အောင်ပါ
A chance to turn around the atmosphere, a chance to turn around this next round. Because when you let FaZe Clan get the last 2 rounds of a half, that's when you give FaZe Clan belief.
Not gonna lie, you know, they celebrated it as if they had a decent half.
Nice low, yeah.
Flamesy got them that first pistol. It's real nice to see that out of Flamesy. His form has been in question.
Okay. So round လေးတော့နိုင်ဖို့လိုတယ် face တော့ကတော့လုံးဝနိုင်ဖို့လိုရဲဆိုတော့ကရန်က P250 နဲ့ထွက်လာလိုက်ပြီတက်လက်ဒီတချို့တော့ဝယ်လာတာမျိုးတော့မတွေ့ရဘဲနဲ့ P250 တက်လက်ဝယ်လာတယ် Brookie ကိုပေးတာ Brookie နဲ့ယူလိုက်တောက်လျှောက်သုံးပေးတာတယ် Okay ဇိုင်ဝူးနေတဲ့ twist ကိုတော့ USB နဲ့ရတယ်ဇိုင်ဝူးနေတယ် one tap ဇိုင်ဝူးနေနေနောက်တော့ထပ်ပေးရတယ် Oh my god one tap လေးနဲ့ဇိုင်ဝူး trouble game ပါရသွားတယ် Brookie ဝတက်ရတယ်ကွာ Ace ကိုပါလိုက်ရှာနေပြီချော့ပါတာ Frozen တကောင်မကြံတော့တယ်ဇိုင်ဝူးရဲ့ pistol round shut down မှုနဲ့သူပဲ face cam ပတ်ဖို့တော့အရန်ခတ်သွားပြီဗျဇိုင်ဝူး the chosen one သူ့စကေးဘယ်ရောက်သွားရည်ခမင်းထမင်းပြောသွားပြီဟုတ်ပါမအောင်မယ်ဟုတ်ပါဟုတ်ပါစောက်ကလေးဒီဝမ်းအဲ့ဟာဟေ့ပြစ်စလို့ပါရှုံးသွားအဲ့ဒါမိကြိုက်တယ်
Clean and easy.
ဒီမိုးပေးရပြီစီပြ round ပေးလိုက်ရတယ်ဟုတ်ပါစောက်တဲ့ပေါ့ပြ6 shot တဲ့ကောင်နဲ့ဘောတွေလာမယ်ဟိုဘက်ပြစ်တော့ပြစ်တယ်ကြီးရမထွက်ဘူး
Now the pressure really on.
ဒီမကြည့်တာ
Well, FaZe Clan try to break through this wall of a Vitality defense. This wall of positive dust to results. Nobody gets it close. And FaZe Clan just getting added to the stack so far. Smoke down in front of Rots. Pistols to come his way. Ooh, that's not as much damage as he would have wanted.
A lot of ammo used.
Is Messi going to save it? He's still worried about middle.
Rocky ဘာပဲကျန်တော့တယ် Brookie ဘာထပ်ပြီးဒီလိုပြောတယ်ဝူစပန်ကမိုက်ဆက်စီရှော
To get 2 kills.
Only Ross can use his whole bag and still stay alive in that situation. Rotation's perfect in for Vitality. 11th round. Quick and clean.
USB ရှုံးနေပြီပါဒီခံတော့ pistol ရှုံးနေပြီနောက်တော့ထပ်ပြီးရှုံးသွား
That's no reason to believe in FaZe's ability to bring back Dust 2 now.
We saw Frozen and Twist show some really great chemistry over in the B side. Now it's Robson Mezzi, who, to be fair, this one's close to a wrap already. And what we're going to get off of this, folks, if it goes 1-1, it's guaranteed 4 maps.
Jacob tiptoeing, careful with the knife out, careful. Apex isn't too far off. Just spotted a lot of bodies. He's gonna try to chuck that frag up. It's good damage. Not to mention just an easy kill to Jacob. So Vitality just trying to finish off the little bit of meat left on the bones here for FaZe Clan's Dust 2. Mezzi takes it back towards middle. 3 players out through the doorway. Mezzi's just been a brick wall again. Cuts Kerrigan and Frozen down to size again. FaZe Clan will feel minuscule.
It's decisive, it's confident, and it has the X factor that was missing from map 1. Again, XTAS talked about that they had a game plan. They had one, it was solid. And we see Vitality, they're able to change up a lot. And, you know, they used the 4-1 to get over top of Spirit, but they had a really spread out default back on Nuke to try to fight versus FaZe. They have levels, they have depth, but now they have the execution.
Just when you think you have something to work with, a frag grenade in your face. Jacob and Kerrigan have come spiraling back down to reality. Twists as well. Just unable to get the game going here on the second map of this best of 5. And a blowout like this is fine because we have a best of 5.
Yes.
Final attempt, perhaps, for FaZe to try to put that split on to get the better of Robs at least once.
Man, Kerrigan's gone bomb right here.
Just look at the crossed with Apex, smokes down to it, Mezzi able to recover. Apex even kills Jacob. Despite not seeing anything, smoke was in front of him, flash finds his eyes.
Good luck getting that back.
FaZe Clan stepped into the server tonight with dreams on the line. And they actualized them on Nuke. That was always going to be a great chance for them to find the right foot first. But starting to now slip backwards off of this damning of a scoreline. You were never in Dust 2. And so Twists towards the catwalk versus the MP9 best.
Whatever, bro. She loved the wall. Bây giờ có phải làတွေ့gì nào nó có vì nó phải là phải ở bây giờ không phải cái này bị mà đi vào lâu này rồi ông chết thì nè đây còn có ai gì mèo đây là bảo vậy ông nói về con là phiếu nó xong rồi mà đâu này thế thế mà group nó không show này mà group làm cái này đi nên ấy chuyện này đi phía này cái này cũng so vào là Counter Strike phía vào cái này bao tầm rồi mà này mà giống mà lúc giờ điểm mà giống lúc giờ điểm ra đi xin chào này cũng hết bây giờ phải về mới xây tàu cái này rồi phải là gì số vậy ít việc to ra đấy bao này bị bây giờ thì bao này bị ủa hồi lâu này rồi cái đi chơi đâu phép giảm mày hả là nó phải mà xong thì còn đi theo là cái xe ra đâu ta không biết mình đi đâu hả bộ bóng này phải này bọn bóng phao lùi ảo phải bóng này vào đi. Ok, What that be back? I don't want that. What there, brother? Game 2 where she there. Best of 5 already. Ah, free party set. Oh, bro, we don't need one. Huh? I will see that. Wow. I'm going to see what I am. I'm going to see what I am. See the job with me. Oh, about this. Oh, this one. Let me out. Check. Yeah, me out. I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it. What's that thing? What? That power. Why? Wow. What is it? What is it? Davi. Where did you say go ma?
C4 is planted at bomb site Bravo.
C4 is planted at bomb site Bravo.
Bomb has been planted.
They can pull the wire. Wow. I want to laugh in there. Wow.
Terrorists win. C4 is taking down at Alpha.
Left hand of it. Ah. No one.
Diffusing. Throwing flashbang.
He's got it. I sent Johnny.
Bomb has been defused. Counter-terrorists win. C4 is active at Bravo. Bomb has been planted. Grenade.
Kick him.
What a white lock in there. Oh no, hey.
C4
You
is
get it
planted
down.
at bomb site Bravo.
You get the drop down. The job to drop it. The four the drop me out.
Bomb has been planted. Hold this position. Roger. Throwing grenade.
Okay, yeah.
Grenade out.
Wow. Nó dâu đó.
Get back.
À, hey. Nó dâu vào tiền.
Terrorists win.
Không được đây quả. Mà tôi lên mũ vào. Tỷ anh à.
C4 is
Tỷ
taking
anh
down
à.
at
Tỷ
Alpha.
anh à mình chả.
Bomb has been planted. We're in the clear. Grenade out.
အားနေရတော့ဝါရှောလေးပါရှောကရိုးနေတော့ဗတ်ထည့်ရမယ်ကြည့်ချင်ပါ over ထည့်ပြီးပြင်ပြောင်းနေပြီအန်တာပဲထည့်ရင်ထည့်တော့အန်တာမကြိုက်ပြတ်လက်အန်တာရိုက်နေတာဘွာလဲတာလေးနော်တိုင်ဝင်လေးနဲ့ပတ်ကပါတော့တယ်ဒီမဲ့တည်းရောရဂါရီငါစင်ချာရဘာရwait one side one bell ကနေတော့မယ်တော့ကိုရီးယားနာဘူးကွေးအော်စောင့်နေအားနဲ့ဘောချေကောင်းလို့ရှိနေပြီဆက်ရှိသေးတယ်လမ်းကြောင်းမှန်တယ်မောင်းရမော်တော်ကားဆိုဒါပဲကောင်းတဲ့တိုင်းပဲအော်ရှော့I see fourth. Bomb has been planted. Laying down smoke. Oh, boy. Oh, you Jenny, baby. Wow, I'm 10 there. Throwing fire. Terrorists win. Johnny, nothing, Johnny. This time we are this is wrong one. Side alpha. Bomb has been planted. Flashbang. Wow, boy, you don't want to Terrorists win. C4 is planted at bomb site Bravo. C4 planted at bomb site Bravo. See, oh, you're buying it to the man. Yeah, wait, maybe flash out. Throwing flashbang. Throwing a grenade. Flashbang. Using the bomb. They be got spicy though. Yup. Counter-terrorists win. V4 is active at Bravo. You do ya cut night. Fully door. Has been planted. Deploying flashbang. Deploying flashbang. Get later. Nah, you go. Bomb has been defused. C4 is live at bomb site Alpha. Bomb has been flashbang. Grenade. Yeah, Funky, Funky want the up. C4 is taking they are they talk to the people. What's up, nigga? What's up? Shit, I'm gonna pin me. Yeah. Experience. Only possible experience that I'm now. From. Ah, I don't know. Ah, dang it, we do right. Now read it for the baby. Explorer today. Okay. What does he want? I think that they do it. Sorry, mic away was just so. I said, Johnny. I feel why. Yeah, this is
important for them. Goes into lower, take that space, takes that pick. But it's from here we talk about this calmness from Vitality to make sure that they know what is going to happen next. Apex punishes. They are, you know, kind of walking into a free site and just clearing up the round from this point on. So just great calling, great kind of calmness in a pretty stressful situation.
Hello there.
Because this
tကယ်လို့ဒါမို့တော့ဂိမ်းပိုးသွားမယ်ရုပ်ဖြစ်သွားတယ်။တကောင်ပြန်နိုင်သွားမယ်။ 2-1 ဖြစ်သွားမယ်။ 2-1 ဖြစ်သွားရင်ဂိမ်းက3ဖြစ်သွားပြီ။အဲ့ကျဘယ်ဆို5ဖြစ်တယ်နော်တော်တော်ထပ်နိုင်ဖို့လိုတာသွားမှာမိနစ်20လောက်ထပ်နာ။ဟူး Nice.
Brokey with the AWP, the sole guy getting a double entry. That's nice, but there's nothing to back up with.
You are never. Hold it, brother.
The round you showcase in round 4 as well. Yeah, you get a 5v3, but when you have the
မားတဲ့ချိန်ကတော့ခဏလုဆက်ကြီးကလုပ်နေကြတဲ့အထက်နဲ့
and you have to retake with 3 USPs and a picked up AK-47, you're going to lose 99 out of 100 times. So for my money, yeah, they made some of the rounds that they probably shouldn't make competitive very close, but the buy rounds where they were supposed to do the work, they were never even close to pressuring Vitality at any point.
Was there any particular reason why, and maybe other examples where they had full weaponry behind them that FaZe just really struggled to put anything past this Vitality?
Well, I feel like the other aspect of this that was great for Vitality is that the support player Mezzi, I mean, we highlighted him earlier, but I feel like he was so instrumental, especially in late rounds, in closing things out. I feel like so often we're highlighting Rops, we're highlighting Zywoo for those late round guys, but even when he was under pressure too, he looked as cool as anybody could have been. In fact, I feel like Mezzi threw out a handful of the maps for Vitality where there's been close rounds, close score lines. He's been just so fantastic. Again, just so much praise to this role and really that Vitality has elevated to this champion because he's just
You fuck on like on it. Nigga, we about what the fuck
they're against him in a 1v2 clutch situation. Doesn't matter. He's got it.
I feel like he's doing what he did yesterday as well. He's buying enough time for Vitality. He's buying enough time for Zywoo to come alive. We saw Zywoo step it up here in Dust 2. T-side found a couple of cool openings with the AWP. Then obviously the pistol round as well. Round 13 for Zywoo to come in and finally make a stand in this grand final with a crazy quad kill with the pistol as well, you know, imitating Jacob throughout the tournament, having been the best pistol round player left in the tournament. So in that regard, I think we saw it in the first map, we saw it yesterday as well against Team Spirit on the reason they kept alive, stayed alive up until the point where Zywoo activates. And again, we're talking about a best of 5 series, right? It's a marathon, it's a long game. My issue here for FaZe Clan is that when you had a moment where Zywoo was not warming up into it, where Apex was a little bit slow in the reactions, where the calling was probably not on par, that's when you got to pound, that's when you got to take your opportunity. They did that in the first map, nowhere near doing that here in Dust 2.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy if you look at the map pool even. You know, Inferno, we used to praise Vitality because it was a map they never ever would lose in the first half of this year. This is a pick from FaZe, you know. This just showcases how meager the possibilities for FaZe are in this map pool, kind of disadvantage against a team like Vitality. They're so strong on every single map, and I think that Dust 2 showcases that as well. It used to be even a FaZe in this tournament. It used to be a map they're super comfortable on, but playing a team like Vitality, playing someone that is the best of the best in almost every aspect of the game, just it's so difficult to break them down. So difficult to find.
Also, let's see me so yeah, but the watch out.
Vitality a whole different beast when it comes to this.
No,
just to circle back.
That be me, Jabi, be with the Babe Mumsio. That's right, about things of Soviet, physically by the teamwork in the board and the blue solid. We take the information paid at the Stop that.
Without a doubt.
No?
I mean, we had the pistol round, obviously, that we
See,
saw.
Mala.
He just basically seals the deal for the map. But on top of that, on the T side, once again, a really demonstrative effort from him.
Yeah, I tell you.
And mostly with
No?
the AWP. Obviously, we saw the one round where Brokey got in middle. That's one of the only mistakes that I would say ZywOo had, and it was more of a trick that FaZe worked out for them. He was so consistent whether anybody from FaZe was going to pressure him, he was always just showing arm. So super consistent, not necessarily crazy pop-offs in terms of multi-frags other than the pistol, but just doing exactly what Vitality need him to do, which is just shut down any adversity that FaZe are trying to throw their way.
But I also think that is what makes him so good, because it doesn't give you the opening to refrag, it doesn't re-peek into a situation and throw the advantage. He and takes the opportunities that are given to him. And that makes them even scarier, you know, playing them, because it's so hard to bring back the entry.
Just to take a small scenic detour. We had the conversation yesterday, Donk versus ZywOo, #1 player coming out of 2025. Where do you stand on this debate, Devil War? Considering Donk eliminated, ZywOo's still here, the ability to post more numbers, does he have a chance for you?
I think that individually Donk is the best player, but I think that if you look at things that are important, I think that trophies, accolades, and team, you know, kind of achievements are really important for that kind of prize.
How important?
I think he should probably win #1 in the world. I think that Donk's numbers are absolutely insane, but he's lacking that trophy cabinet.
Okay, you're
nodding, Mao.
Oh, I don't know. I don't know.
Very hard to stand up against.
Blue
Look back at the numbers and say that, oh, he was still just
where is he at? Where is he at? By now, really?
I mean, Donk's putting up
Wait,
numbers that
you are you any a good guy at this way? Even about separate got to I don't know who do you guys each
team has ever had to upset what he has done.
What is the question? Is the question?
Yeah, what being here? What the hell?
Okay, the best player in the world is simply Donk.
Who's the #1 player from 2025? I guess that's the question.
Yeah, that is Donk. You know, he's the best player. But again, like, how do we quantify it? What do we value? As you said, like, is it trophies? Is it accolades? Because I agree, if you win 2 majors and if you win 2 major MVPs, it's very hard to make the case that ZywOo is not going to be crowned, you know, player of the year. But if you're asking me, who's the best player?
Yes.
Who's the best and most skilled player and the most influential player in the game of Counter-Strike? It's Donk. And in that department, you made your case yesterday. I don't think it's close.
Yeah, I think that's why it's such an exciting conversation, right? Because so many variants to take into things. What we do have to look forward to, though, in the very near future, that's Inferno. 3rd map in this series, picked in by FaZe. Vitality starting on the CT side of things.
What on this year's of photo on
this map coming in.
What are you the way night? The way and how the head out. You know, I've been one at the gym sheet. Anyway, very well. It's heavy. The Gino mother tame. You want several same you look what they were desert. He's an guy, yes, sure. You are Pia Google them. I need how you know. I look young, the young Mangaya.
On Inferno, he's doing God's work. He's on average right now having a 1.62 rating on that CT side in the 10 maps he's played for FaZe Clan on Inferno. That is crazy. That is numbers Donk cannot post. That is Donker's side. ZywOo is not even close to. Twist is the catalyst. He is the win condition. He's the one guy who can push FaZe Clan on a map like Inferno versus a team like Vitality, as they've done throughout the tournament.
And he's just everywhere that FaZe need to be. I mean, he's mostly filling on the T side, especially just slotting in behind the banana take from Kerrigan and Frozen, sometimes going into halls with Jacob. So he's just everywhere all the time. And I feel like as a trade fragger, there's very few people on planet Earth I would want behind me if I'm running in entry than Twist. So obviously we saw the highlight with the Deagle yesterday, so he obviously has that clutch factor. But on top of it, just when he's moving in a unit, his spacing is picture perfect. It's exactly where you want it to be. So even if Vitality are throwing a couple bodies at these problems on these defenses, Twist is always going to pick up the secondary kill to give FaZe a chance.
I think this is more of a 50-50 map. I know that FaZe is strong on it, but we can't underestimate Vitality's kind of, you know, history on this map, how comfortable they have been on this map. You know, I'm looking at Flames and, you know, his kind of presence on that banana side. He is excellent at getting entries. He's excellent at keeping the momentum and punishing someone, a team, and kind of closing a round out with a
သူနဲ့ပြောင်းမယ်ဆိုရင်နာပြီးတော့ mouse လို့အသိမပြောတင်တယ်ဖက်ကွန်ပြောင်းရင်တော့အားမပေးဘူးဟာဘာလို့လဲ
very interesting
ဖက်ကွန်မလေးချင်ဟဲ့ဘောဘောပဲပြောလို့ရစိတ်တက်ကပြတက်တော်တွေရတယ်ဖက်ကွန်ပြကပြတယ်စကောက်ပါ
because I think that's kind of where the
သူကြိုက်စပရန်နေပါမလားမျိုး trophy တော့ငွေကြေးတော့သူထောက်ပံ့တဲ့အသိကိုပြောင်းမလားဆိုသူအဲ့ကငွေထုတ်ပေးတယ်မလားသူစဉ်းစားဥပမာဖက်ကွန်လို့ပေါ့
and possibly Apex
like ငယ်သေးတော့ပြောလို့မရဘူးငယ်သေးရနဲ့ဖင်ရလို့လည်းမရပြန်တယ်မလားငယ်သေးရဲ့ player တွေကတော်တော်များများအသင်းကနေပေါ့ငယ်လေးနဲ့ဟိုပြောင်းဒီပြောင်းတော့မလုပ်ကြဘူးလို့မြင်တာ
5 or 6 rounds getting off to a good start. He was tested yesterday. He passed the test. I think he'll be tested again today by Vitality. But just allow me to zoom out for a moment right here. If you look at the scope of this best of 5 grand final, this is a must win for FaZe Clan. When you have Overpass coming up, you have Mirage as a 5th potential deciding map, you need your Inferno right here. If FaZe wants to win the major, if they want to win a best of 5 grand final versus Vitality, Inferno is without a doubt the best chance they have of getting ahead. They have to win 2 more maps. I don't see a world where they win Overpass and Mirage, so they need to win Inferno if they want to stay alive in this matchup, according to me.
Hell of a lot of pressure for FaZe coming into this one. If we're looking at Vitality though, and some of the other key pieces outside Banana area of the map, what else are we going to be looking at to be coming alive for them straight away?
I want to see Rops bully Jacob, okay? I'm not, that sounded a little mean, actually. I'll reel that back. I want to see him exert pressure on apartments so that Jacob has to experience a little bit of duress himself and try to battle through that adversity. Because Rops is just so tricky. I mean, sometimes he's throwing his smoke, playing in front of it. Sometimes he's got a double setup in the halls with Zywo. There's so many little tricks that he has. And Jacob, he's a rookie in this kind of spot, okay? I mean, it's going to be so difficult for him to try to understand how he needs to peek every single angle, make sure he's covering all of his bases. I think that FaZe might even have to expend a little bit of extra utility just to make sure that Jacob gets those apartments, because versus Navi, Jacob's presence in apps allowed them to mid-round. But if Kerrigan doesn't have that tool, having that pillar in the apartments ready to just call back the rotation, then the playbook has really shrunk up.
And I mean, even on that CT side for Vitality, Rops and Zywo, they love kind of creeping up that boiler room, making sure that space is clear for them. So it's not going to be an easy task for Jacob at any moment, because there's dangers coming from all angles from the Vitality side.
This grand final is certain. It's time to see what lasers.
ကြာလိုက်တော့ကွာငါလည်းကွာငါကောင်းတာတော့ဝဲပြီမယ်နောက်ကွာကျစောက်တဲ့ပေါက်သွားပြီဒီဝဲပြီထမ်းနေပြီဆန်နေပြီဟာဒီမှာတော့ဒီဘာလဲဟိုကလေ page ဟိုကတော့ဟို link တော့ချပေးတာရှင်းဆုံးတော့တင်ရတဲ့ဟိုနေ့ဟန်ဂေးမှာတိပေါင်ချောင်းကြည့်လိုက်တယ်ဘုကိစ္စဝယ်နိုင်ငံကြည့်ရတယ်ကြက်မပြေရုံနဲ့ညဆိုဒွန်းတော့ပေါက်ဝဲနေတာဘောလေးပါရှိလို့ဇိုက်ကလည်းပြစ်ချင်တာပြစ်သူတို့လည်းဒူတာမောတကောင်နဲ့ဘုံဝိုင်ဆော့တာတွန်းရတူတယ်စူပါမန်မဟုတ်တာဟုတ်တယ်ဘရိုအမှန်ပဲ face up bro.
We got an answer from Vitality. We got a story brewing. So much about the trajectory of this series comes down to this map.
Yeah, let's have no regrets. Remember where we are. We got to the fucking final. Let's fucking win this now.
That's right. Coming from Neo, this is FaZe Clan.
Oh, we just got to play the best team in the world, guys.
Yeah, that's right. We just got to play the best team in the world. Adversity is
Okay, so ကျွန်တော် the last CS2 2025ရဲ့နောက်ဆုံး major ပေါ့နော်ဒါပြီးတော့ကျွန်တော်နေပြီ2026ကိုရောက်ပြီ2026ကြာရင်ဂျွန်လာမှာကိုလုံး major ကျွန်တော်ဒါ IM ကိုလုံးကပုံမှန် UU tournament big tournament လေးကနေအခု major tournament ဖြစ်လာပြီဗျဆိုတော့အဲ့ပြင်မှာနောက်ဆုံး single major နဲ့2026မှာလည်းအဲ့လိုမျိုး tournament တစ်ခုရှိရဆိုတဲ့အနေထားပေါ့နော်ကြည့်လိုက် flash ကြီးပြင်မှာပြသွားလာဟာပြင်မှာပြဲတာပေါ့Rocks နဲ့ Kerrigan Frozen Rocks ကိုရတဲ့ 1-for-1 trainer side တော့ပြေးဝင်တယ် USB နဲ့ cross ကိုထောက်ထား Apex နဲ့တရားလို့ရမလားကြိုးစားနေခုံသွားတဲ့ border လိုက်ပြတယ် new boss မှာတကောင်တက်ချင် information သိထားတယ် border ရဲ့ retake ဖို့အတွက်3ရက်လောက်ကို rotation ကိုစောင့်လိုက်တာဖြစ်ပြီလက်ထက်က kick ကတော့မပါဘူးခက်မြန်လေးတော့ retake မှတော့ရမယ် pressure နည်းနည်းပြေးတယ် city smoke ကြီးကကုန်လာပြီဗျဒီချိန်မှာ terror တွေကလည်း city smoke ကကုန်သွားတယ် construction ကို close spike ဆော်တယ် glory close spike strong တာဖြစ်ဖြစ် Jacob Zywo ကိုရလိုက်တယ်နောက်တော့ Messi USB ရ oh Messi USB ရ what Messi USB ရကြောက်စရာကြီးဟေးအော် Frozen double K ဆိုတော့နေထောင်နဲ့ပြက်ခွဲလိုက်တော့သေးရလို့ပြောမယ်ဒီရင်တော့ကလည်းတင်းမှာတည်းတူပလေးလိမ့်မယ်ထင်တယ်လေပြား 79% win rate ဟုတ်တယ်စစ်ဆုံးဖိအားပေးပါဆောပြားရများတယ်ဟုတ်ပြီကိုအားပေးတယ်ဖေကိုဖေးရတယ်လား guess all let's go face up တင်းနဲ့ final ရောက်မယ်မှန်တာလားတင်းနဲ့တွေနာပြီးနဲ့ဖေပြောင်းသွားတယ်ဒီတင်းနေမှာတနေ့ CCD ဖလားလို့အမကန်တယ်အမေဖေးရတာ
I think they might have something special.
ဒီကြပြီနော်ကြောင့်ကျွန်တော်မတိုင်ခင်ဒီပွဲမရှိတော့လားဟိုရှိတယ် major ပြောတာtournament တွေကတော့ဂျွန်လာအလေလောက်ထဲကတော့ CS ကပြန်စပြီ Counter Strike ကကျွန်တော် transfer window လို့ဘာလို့နဲ့ကျွန်တော်ဒီ major ပြီးသွားဘာ tournament မှာမကျင်းပါတော့ပဲနဲ့အလုံးဝအဲ့လိုလူပြောင်းလဲတွေအများကြီးဖြစ်တာအဲ့ချိန်မှာစောင်းစိတ်ဝယ်တော့ဖို့ကောင်းတာတွေဇက်တိုက်ဖြစ်အဲ့ဒါ major တစ်ခါပြီးတိုင်းတစ်ခါနားတယ်ဗျာသိလားဒီ2025ရဲ့ဒီ Austin major ပြည့်အချိန်မှာလူစင်းပြောင်းလဲတွေဖြစ်တာပြောစုကဲလို့မကာစီလို့အဲ့လိုမျိုးတွေအထွက်တိုင်းဝင်လိုက်တွေအဲ့လိုသိဖြစ်တာမြအားပေးပါကက်ကင်းမော်ဟဲ့ဝေးရဝိုင်ဘရိုကက်တက်မဲ့နမေကြီးကိုမဟုတ်ပါလို့ရှိသေးကနဲ့နှုတ်ပြတယ်ဟဲ့မလဲအဲ့ဒါပဲလာပြတယ်ဟုတ်ပါအဲ့နာမေဂျာကြီးငါစောက်သေးပေါက်ပါအဲ့ဒါပဲထည့်လိုက်တော့အဲ့လိုပြောမှ over ပါအောင်မယ်ဟီဟာဆိုမက်ဝေးကိုကြည့်ပြီးတော့ body light ထည့်မယ်ဆိုတော့ဒီချိန်မှာကျွန်တော်အသာလေးနိုင်တယ်ဗျ news ဆိုရင် face ကိုထည့်တယ်မနိုင်နဲ့ desu ဆိုရင် video ထည့်နိုင်တယ် body ပဲကောင်းနော်မျိုးရစောက်စေကျွန်တော်လည်းတရားမရှိဘူးလားကြီးရလို့စောက်ဝင်နေဟဲ့မှန်ပါတယ်အဲ့တော့မသိမေဂျာနဲ့သူလည်းကြေတော့ကြုံဟာဖြစ်တယ်ဇာတ်ထွေးစောတော့စမဲစီတော့ရလိုက်တယ်4v4ဆိုတဲ့နေတာဆိုကီတော့ခေးရတော်လေးလှသွားပြီပဲ phrase က 1v2 retake ဖို့တရခတ်သွားစီဖို့ plan တာအတန်းတော့ကြားတယ် site ထဲမှာမသိတယ်ဆိုပေမဲ့သူ့အနေနဲ့စစ်စရာ point နဲ့ရမ်းများတယ်ဒီကတော့ပစ်ထဲကိုလည်းသူအနေနဲ့များတယ်ဗျနှကောင်လို့တပုံနဲ့တပွိုင်နဲ့နေရနော်အဲပုံးထဲမှာအဲ secret ကအဲပုံးထဲမှာတကောင်နှကောင်လို့တရတပွိုင်နဲ့နေတာဟောရှေ့Global stream မှာစင်မဘာလို့လုံနေရစင်ပဲဆိုနေဆိုတော့စိတ်ကောက်ပြီးစိတ်ရွာတော့တမလာလောက်တယ် CS တော့မရှိဘူးဘလို့နေရတော့မသိဘူးဒီနေ့မှစကြည့်တာတော့ဟုတ်လားချစ်တော့ကိုအမြဲကောင်းတာလာပြပြနေမယ်ဟုတ်လားဟောတွေ့ခံစားချက်တွေပြပြတော့မစိုးပြဆိုရမလို့ပြောတယ်ဟာကောက်ပေါ်တွေးတော့တယ်ဒီက player မှာပြဿနာမဟုတ်ဘူး play side ပြဿနာဖြစ်နေ separate ကောင်နဲ့ shining ဖြစ်နေရောကျန်တဲ့ကောင်နဲ့ individual ကောင်းရတာတော့ performance ပျောက်တယ်လို့ကိုတော့မြင်တယ်အဲ့ဒါ separate ကစားဖို့ညောက်လို့လည်းပြောရမယ် separate ကတွန်းတဲကစားလို့လည်းပါပါတယ်တွန်းကလည်းလူမမဟုတ်တာတွန်းတဲမကစားပဲလေကျွန်တော်တင်းဝတ်နဲ့ကစားမယ်ဆိုရင်ရောစင်ပီနဲ့ပုံရလက်လွတ်အောင်ပါကိုသိုးစားတယ်ဒီကောပေးပါဦးရစားတယ်ကိုသိုးစားတယ်ကဲရမိုက်အားကြဗျာချေးတာအသေးချေးတာလုပ်ရတယ်နော် stress နေတယ်အဲ့လိုချေးတယ်မှာတော့ရှာနေရတဲ့ဒါအတွက်ပဲဘောကြဘောရိုင်းအုပ်လိုက်ဆိုတော့ force by city ဘက်ကကောင်းတာလားမကောင်းတာလားဒီဆိုတော့ပြီးလို့ force by နာ city ဘက်ကကောင်းတယ် city ဘက်ကကောင်းတယ်အဲ့ဒါ city ကကျတော့လုံးတဲ့တယ် try ကြည့်နေနေများပါဒါလည်းတင်းဝညီပါပါ public မှာသက်စော့နေတယောက်တည်းဖို့ပိုင်ဖင်ပြောင်းဟိုကောင်နဲ့ရမင်းတို့ဖို့ပိုင်သူကောင်နဲ့ဘိုင်းဟိုလိုဒီလိုရှောက်လို့နေတော့မရဘူးနော်ဖိုးထူတာခိုင်းတဲ့ stream တော့မကြည့်ကြဘူးပွဲပဲပြအမဲဖင်ရတယ်ဒီပါလေအဲ့လောက်တို့မကြည့်နိုင်ဘူးလေဟဲ့ဆိုတော့ကြည့်နေရတာဘိုးကြီးဆိုတော့မကြည့်နိုင်ဘူးလေဝိပြပြမယ်နော်မိချောက်ပြောတဲ့ကောင်တွေဂွေးပြက်နေပြီပဲမေးကြည့်လိုက်အောင် viewer တွေထဲမှာအကုန်လုံးဂွေးတွေပြက်နေတာ MX ထဲမှာကြက်တည်တော့လေ Okay C4 plan တွေပေါ်တာအော် Frozen ကိုတော့ရဝါသေးတယ်တွေ့စင်တယ် Brazy တော့10တော့ trade မယ်1 choose နေထားမှာ C4 တီထပြေးလုံးဝဘေးတော့ရက်နေတယ်တော့မိတ်ဆက်ပြီးကြိုက်တာတခုရွေးတွေ့ Make cobblestone great again. Oh, cobblestone. Very. Visual call visual web. Me guy have. Very visual. Yeah, go on.
A couple moments for Vitality to remain tapped into the success of Dust 2, but now we have it guns in hand for this year's.
Yeah. Visual ne.
Flames again. It's pressure into Banana. And again, it's going to be the Vitality.
ဘောဖလက်ကိုမိုးနဲ့ကွယ်ထားရဆိုမှဘောဖလက်ရမြင်သွားတယ်ဒီချိန်မှာကျွန်တော်တို့ twist နဲ့တယောက်ရ Apex ကနေတလုံးနဲ့ twist ကိုတော့10တော့ trade လိုက်တယ်4 ဆိုတဲ့နေထားပြီ Frozen တော့ sexy တော့ဖြစ်သွားပြီဒီချိန် rotation မဲစီကတော့ magic တီပြန် rotate လာပြီး CD ကတော့သူ့ရဲ့ 2B ဆိုတော့ဒီ position နဲ့ပဲစောင့်နေတယ်မြောက်ကျွန်တော်တို့ကဇိုင်ဝူးနေနဲ့မြစ်ကိုတော့ off နဲ့ထောက်ထားလိုက်ပြီးတော့ကျွန်တော်တို့ဒါ ဘာလို့လာပြီပဲဆိုတော့မလောက်ဘူး okay လွဲသွားဆိုတော့ရှင်းစမလို့ okay နောက် position ချိန်လိုက်တဲ့အချိန်မှာ Ross ကလည်း perma ကိုစမအုပ်ထားရပြီသူတို့နေနဲ့ရတဲ့ position ကိုထောက်လို့ရနေသေးတယ် Zai Wu နေနဲ့ Carrigan တော့ရလိုက်ပြီ okay ဒီမှာ Brookie ပြေးဝင်လာပြီ Zai Wu ကိုပြတ်ခွဲလိုက်တယ်ဒါပေမဲ့ပစ်ထဲမှာ Ross ရှိနေသေးတယ်ပြီးတော့ Ross ကိုရှင်းဖို့အတွက်ကျွန်တော်ဒီမှာ site ထဲကနေရှင်းနေဆိုပေမဲ့အစင်မပြေသွားဘူးတော့မှာကျွန်တော် Ross နေနဲ့အကောင်းဆုံးပဲ F4S နေနဲ့ဟာရောက်ရေး Brother ယူ Haste Headshot ကြီး Brother ငါပြောင်းကြောက်ကြောက်မှာပြောက်တယ်ပြပို့လိုက်ပဲဒီပြ
Grenade to the site after
not
knowing someone had slipped through the smoke.
He do, bro.
Powerful spot on the CT, on a site for any CT to play in, but it has to be the right player there. Oh, that was just nasty the way he actually refocused all his attention so well. I mean, who better to do it than Robs?
Barely has any health to go into that last duel with, still wins it.
Camera တော့ပြန်ရတယ် face ကလည်းဒီ side မှာဆိုရင် performance ပြောက်ကြိုးစားမယ်ခုနလွဲချုံလေးဖြစ်သွားတဲ့ပုံမှာပဲဒါ face နဲ့ ego live ပြီးပေါ့နော်ဆိုတော့၄ယောက်ကနိုးရမှာပေါ့ tech 9 ticket တက်လက်နဲ့ clone ထက်လက်တော့ပါတယ်ခုနကတော့
forcing Brokey to just take refuge in this corner.
Brokey ပါတယ်ဘောနော်ကတ်ခံရတော့
Nothing will be free
face
tonight, FaZe.
Face clan
Cash utility offered over from Spawn, but while that aim
ဒီ
gets
ရိုး
picked
ကြော
up,
က်ကြ
you
တာ
know,
တော့ကြိုက်တယ်
FaZe
ပေါ့
are inching
ရှုံးက
closer.
ဆောင်းရမ်းတင်းဝကောင်းပြီးတော့ဒီတုံးနေတော့နေတော့ဟုတ်
It's a little scary.
ဟုတ်တယ်ဒီကအဲ့လိုပဲတေးဒါကြီးပဲဒီကောင်မရနေပြဲပြီးပြင်းလာပြီစောက်တဲ့ပေါက်သွား
Could be enough to block
တော့
off
final မှာ
Matrix's
over
angle,
hype
but
နေတယ်
he
စီဒီမ
offers
ကြော
one
င့်
of
စီ
his
တဲ့
own.
ပုံစံနဲ့ဒီပြောတယ်ဆိုတော့နေမှာ
But like you said, sometimes they
ဥ
just
မကဦးဒီသွားတော့လာတော့
sometimes they'll go right through
ကြိုက်
these
ဦးဒီ
as Vitality transition.
တယ်လေဒီကြိုက်တယ်
A little bit awkward for Flamesy. He'll recover. At least 2 kills, but still they pounce on sight.
Yeah, because they get the other one first. This is actually just a bomb plant. That smoke's fresh. No line of sight here for Zai Wu.
Brokey's got a smoke of his own, drops it into the back door.
I wonder if HP bars are going to matter right now. Pressure's on Vitality.
Trying to catch one through it, not going to happen. Because Brokey smoked off the doorway, nobody's got a
တော့
smoke
ဆို
for
ထော
the
င်း
CT
တေးထဲတာ
close.
open ပေါ်စစ်ကနေလင်းလိုက်ကောင်းပါလေ
Galil pressed in against this.
He got hit with an HE earlier, down to 29.
Kerrigan's AK sits on the coffin.
3 with the 3 ဆိုနေတာမှာ smoke ပြေတာစောင့်နေ Ross bro ပြက်ခွဲလိုက်တယ်ဒီမှာကာလီနဲ့ Carrigan တကောင်ရမယ် Messi 10တော့ Brokey 10ထွေလိုက်တယ် Om နဲ့ကောင်လေးကဒီမှာ Harris လုံးနေဖြစ်ပြီး rifle နဲ့ Zai Wu ရသလောက်ပြဖို့ကြိုးစားနေ Zai Wu ကိုကြောက်လှည့်ပြတယ်မမိတော့ Messi လှည့် headshot လေးပဲ US နဲ့စုံးတယ်လည်းဒီမှာ kit ပါတယ် quad ပဲမိသွားပြီ
Already a clutch queued up, and Vitality take it.
Messi
တို့ဒါတင်လာတော့အောင်ဆိုင်မြဲဝင်လာ
Cute move there from Kerrigan, jumping into pool, avoiding the first bit of aggro. Incredible that Brokey even got a frag with his low HP going wide with that Galil, but a successful retake in the end.
တို့လာတင်တော့အောင်ဆိုင်မြဲဝင်လာတယ်ကျွန်မတော့ကျွန်တော်မချဘူးလေရှင်မလိုက်ပါဘူးလေချောပါတော့ကျွန်တော်ကောင်နေရတယ်တိုင်လည်းလည်းဟုတ်တယ်မနေဘူး
They've got to be careful.
ချောပါတော့ပုံနေရ
You know, if they keep walking in B, it's allowing FaZe to get their full setup in on both sides of that smoke coming through. And if that flash caught Flamesy when he was standing on the fountain, that would have just been no kills, no chance at a retake at all. He was not playing anti, he was not totally ready for a pop to come out like that.
Wow. Messi again, huh?
Messi KFC တော့မြန်တယ်
Been a lot of talk about Zai Wu trying to get that back-to-back major MVP accolade, but Messi currently highest rated player for Vitality in the grand finals, and posting important clutch early to get those back-to-back rounds.
I'm not going.
The fight is on, 5 rounds into Inferno.
ခုတစ်ပတ်ရှိတာရှိပါတယောက်တစ်ပတ်စီဖမ်းလိုက်တယ်ဖမ်းပြီးတော့နောက်9မှတ်ကအမှတယောက်တစ်ပတ်စီပေးနေနောက်ဆုံးကြံခဲ့တဲ့တစ်မှတ်ကိုတော့ဒီဇိုင်နာနေနဲ့ထားလိုက်တယ်ပေါ့နော်ဆိုတော့ဘာလို့ထုံတော့မသိဘူးဒီမှာကျွန်တော်တို့ကြောက်ပါဘူးဒါတော့ဒီစက်ကီရောဖြစ်တယ်ဒီမှာ Apex ဆိုတီးဆုံးပါတယ်ဆိုတော့ full fight ရနေထားကျွန်တော်ကတော့72ကိုကြိုးစားနေ Carrigan တော့တွေ့ရပြီး G-Cop ကပေး Apex မှာ lock လုပ်နေတယ်ဒီဆက်မှာဆိုတော့ကျွန်တော်ဒါဒီ Rock နဲ့ Messi တော့ရှိနေမှာ Rock တော့ ball company ကိုတက်ထားတယ် Messi ကတော့ Arch မှာ time ဖမ်းကိုကြိုးစားနေတယ်
That they want to come in quickly.
ဒါမှဇိုင်းနဲ့ Flamesy ရတယ်နည်းနည်းတော့ဘာလို့ရှိအောင်လာလို့ကြည့်နေပြီဗျာ
Again, sometimes this means they call it out. I mean, why wouldn't FaZe do the exact same thing?
ဒါရေကောင်းတော့ရှာဟုတ်တယ်
Free round for FaZe.
သူကအဲ့ဒီဘကောက်ပို့ကော
And we can talk about the firepower all we want, but that's brain power. Exact right read on the setup.
ဆိုင်တော့ easily ပဲ phrase ကတာယာလေးဝင်သွားတယ်ကောလေးကောင်လည်းအေးသွားပြီးစစ်ပြီးလိုက်ပြီဗျ
from the top of Banana, understanding what the
next
next move would be already.
Frozen catching that headshot through the fire. So it sets it all up. Frozen, somebody who joined FaZe Clan so that he could win trophies. I'm sure when he joined, though, started to feel like a bit of a sinking ship.
Yeah, we always try to talk about roster moves sometimes because it's a team, they want to go to a winning lineup. They want to go to a better lineup so they have a better chance of winning. Well, Frozen wanted to go from being the best player on Mouse and, you know, being the best stats performer on every single map to joining a team that he could improve. We do see these two teams always make moves in that direction. Whoever comes in and is new, they don't come in to get carried. Not even Jacob is here to get carried. He's here to be the reason the team gets better. He's the reason their pistol stats have been through the roof. He's helped FaZe get here easily. These two players looking for their first major.
No one machine say that, but yes, you got to try to call it. This is my job. I will open the channel. Get to allow us. I will go aggressive with who would do that nearby. We can play a backup rifle. I'll be there. I will do that. Frozen so that be like.
Put the star where he needs to be to shine.
Hey, as much damage as they just took, I'd rather be the team with 5 players. Good shot in from ZywOo. That'll help establish control, but I feel like FaZe have just been relentless about getting Car, and right now Flames just does not want to let that happen.
The question will be, did ZywOo stick around? And the answer is no. Over back to the A site.
Wait, I did. Wait, did you? Why did you never? Mama blue didn't see that. Mama blue didn't see that. Brother, you know the guy went look at them. What can I look at? What none and look at them. Look at. Oh, hi, Neil. Go very good. Very. Oh, hi, Neil. Go very very good. I made that job. They would that. Huh? Oh, hi, Neil. Did that? Yeah, go be right, Chunky. Hey, so what owner look when I say, see how you and then show that.
But instead, we go 3 versus 2 retake here for Vitality.
They were worried about the right threat. This one's coming in from Khan.
Flash doesn't find him. ZywOo, oh, caught on the switch. Jacob takes that step forward into the headshot drops. Oh, meant to be his next victim. Brokey didn't have help.
Wait, one lead. Oh.
That site and Vitality's retake cuts the lead down to 1.
Ooh, that must have been some beautiful utility out of Mezzi. Molly landing in just the right position. Maybe he was so low within a tick. Ends up dying. SpeXtres seems unimpressed. So again, you know, FaZe are going to come forward. They're going to try to take Car no matter what. And I think in Flames' mind, as long as they get one, Apex shots.
Remember, they
stay up 1.
Cheers, okay, get on the show. Vitality, CD, we got a goal defense with Joe's arm is ready. They didn't want Vitality. They are with no blue W. They're going to know what she has. So you can blue to my face. Got a get wrong or show in a low economic pay. What video? Vitality back to the Leron people. No, I don't want people getting animal. They're facing a job. They got you in 5 minutes. Good thing I don't know what live you could have more in there. Yeah, ask for one.
The condition here.
Ash fighter.
They're running at this full force.
He'll make an adaptation fast and the execution even faster, already surpassing the arch side. Kerrigan takes damage. Apex from CT spawn is there to kill his counterparts. Oh, twist deep in through the library.
Twist in the Apex or Yawa. You actually got to win a ball area. Here we are sandwich down inside them. Ross got to see the city. Now we the Ross is more than what I'm going to do. Fish on fan never doing it. You let Jenny on Canada. So you do all full and oh my god, wrong in the lab and twist. Yeah, Pierre Shaw, Jacob, Mezzi. Hey, and a wrong here. Reaction here. The girl totally gone in the now with the layer. She will let you. Someone jump out any time. Young, she are going. Why we are now clansman. What do cross a policeman? And was only going jump up out.
How do I trick him?
Sandwich low with Joe Dania. So I will go to Yama. Very live of Buffania. How could you do that? When I think like 16 years.
Oh, that's just filthy. The play was in front of them. They actually smoked to split up into CT spawn. Expected to need to put a little bit more pressure on to take the A site. They didn't realize, actually. There was only 2 there. It would have been good to just go quickly. FaZe back to the drawing board. They'll have to say.
လို့ဆိုရှောက်ခုံနေပြီချိန်ဆွဲနေပြီ
Started well with those
ဒီထက်တော့
consistent
ကို
B
ကို
hits.
ကောင်းလိုက်
Was
တယ်မှာ
answered
သူ
by Zywoo's starting moves.
ကိုတော့အသင်းဟောင်းအညိုးနေတယ်ကို
Adaptation that comes out of Kerrigan is just a great example as to why he is considered one of the greats and argued as the greatest.
လို့ဆိုကိုရှောက်လေဒီရှောက်လိုက်တယ်
He understands
တော့
that
ဆိုချင်
Counter-Strike
ဟို
comes
လေး
at
တော့
you
ယူပါ
fast, and so you have to move even faster. Vitality bank on that defense in the 1 round prior. Now it's a lot of free space given over to FaZe. If Twist had a deagle, I would almost believe.
Playing back.
Jacob will hang on to it instead, and as he tries to take contact, it's that flashbang that gets Rops into the play. Zywoo's got Kerrigan. Block kill here for FaZe, but that should be about it. So even catching one, Vitality knew exactly what was coming their direction, and this is a chance for the CT side to truly grow because we are now talking about 5 of the last 6 rounds all the way of Vitality.
Now the perfect player to find for Vitality was Rops. He joined this team. He showed us that, again, he wasn't getting carried on his previous line. He was the reason that they were great.
ကြောက်ရတယ်ကလပ်သွားနေကိုကမရအောင်မိုင်းလိုက်တာအဲ့ဒါဒီဘုန်းနဲ့ဆရာလားဒီဘုန်းမရဘူးချက်ကိုတက်ဘာမရဘူးချက်ကိုတက်တာကိုရင်တော့ဟိုမှာပါလဲစိတ်ကကေလာဆိုပြီးနာမည်ပြောင်းလို့ရတယ်ပရီးမီးယားဆိုရင်တော့
is going to have a trophy sliding bar like we've never seen by the end of his
ဒီ
career.
လိုပြတယ်လက်တောင်
He
တာ
comes
အောင်
onto Vitality, who are just looking for that one last right move. And
ဟေးစီမေဂျာယူလိုက်မလား
on
လို့
their streak, got them their major, put them in a position to defend that major here in this finals.
မေဂျာလေးလုံးဆိုတာယူချင်းချောက်တော့ပဲဖိုက်တယ်လေဒီ
This
တယ်
Vitality without Rops.
ရဘူး
Even
ကောင်လေး
within this
လောက်ပဲ
inferno right now,
ဘိုးဖြစ်သွား face save me
starting to climb
face
up
save
that
me
scoreboard at a
face
pace
save me
that should scare FaZe.
မေဂျာလေးလုံးချင်းချောက်မှာ fanatic ရှိရ
Rops
လေ
anchoring on one side with 11 kills and
Don't
Messi
know,
already
man.
up at 9.
This
Zywoo
is
with
a
critical
strong
opening shots as well.
I know
FaZe may
this
start
guy
to
သူ
feel
ကိုယ်တိုင်
like
က
the
သူ့
walls
အသင်း
are
ပေါ်
closing
ကောင်းမှ
in
စေ
on them.
ပေါင်ကိုကသူကဟိုကကောင်းတာ
Dust 2 wasn't even a contest.
စီကောင်းတာအဲ့တော့မှအဖောင်းတို့မှသူကလုံးဝအသာစီးဖြစ်နေသေးတာ Blazy Bro တဲ့သမကရမင်းက Blazy ကိုပြတ်ခွဲလိုက်တယ် 4 run နေတာ Trace နေတဲ့ set zero ဖြစ်သွားနေတလုံးနဲ့ corner စမလုံးချလိုက်ပြီး Apex နဲ့ရတော့ side က new ball မှာသွားခိုးထားတယ် new ball မိုလီတော့လည်းမလာမင်းနဲ့ဟိုပဲ Apex double key အဲ့ဒါရတန်ဟို broke Apex ကိုဆုံးသက်လိုက်တဲ့အချိန်မှာခုံးသွားသွားနေဇိုင်းကလှမ်းပြကိုကျိုးသားတယ်ဗျ Oh my god Mick ကလည်းဒီမှာ Rossi က Jacob ကိုတိုင်ပင်ဖဲလိုက်နိုင်တယ် Oh broke my man 1 versus 3 ဆိုရတဲ့ထားဇိုင်းကလည်း construction အတောင်းထိဟိုးတာဖြစ်ပြီး CD ဘက်ကမဲစီလာတယ်ဖြစ်တဲ့ခုခုဆိုမဲစီက trade ရနေတာပဲ TV 3ပါပုံလိုက်ပါ
This is a guy who shapes chaos into comfort, but instead he gets bumped by Messi in an instant. And so Vitality's 6th
ဘာမှသိ
round
နေလို့
comes
အခု
with
ကြ
them.
တော့ငြိမ်းညာပဲဗီဇာပြောင်းကျွန်တော်ထားပါလို့လေဗီဇာဗီဇာမပြောတာ rotation ဘော F ခါလေးအဲ့ဒါတော့သူအမြဲတမ်းဟိုပါလေ
Solid from his position.
B rotation A rotation လို့ရင်တော့ site ထဲကိုတေးရောက်မဝင်နိုင်အောင်လို့တကောင်ထားခဲ့တာ
They're coming through every smoke now.
သူကပါ
Not even just
အဲ့ရစနေ
the
ဝင်
smoke
နေ
at the top of the site, but the one that's on the half wall. They're ready to go through.
Wherever they are low ရရဘူးကနာမည်လာဆုံးလို့ထင်တယ်ဗျဟာဝိုင်းနေတာပွဲနေကုန်ဘာလို့ရုံးအောင်လုပ်တာနာမည်လာဆုံးလား
What I want to know if this half keeps playing out this way. If
But
that
all
game
that-
plan is a little too simple. It's 6-4 now.
အော်ရေကိုသိလား
It's a half by now for FaZe. But it's about to get real ugly if they don't get any more rounds. Six of the last 7 here for Vitality. CT side has started rolling.
Okay ဆိုတော့ကျွန်တော်ဒီတက်ကနိုင်လေးလက်ကောင်မှဒီကတည်းကထွက်တာ face ကတော့လေးဘွားပြတ်သွားပြီ economy တော့မှဖြစ်သွားပြီအကောင်းလေးမြင်လိုက်ဆိုတော့ဇိုင်းဘအဲ့တော့ဟိုတော့မဖြစ်ဘူးကျွေးတော့မဖြစ်ဘူးချိန်တာတဲ့
He's got no reason to fear you with this deagle.
That is the ultimate reaction time test. I don't even think he.
ဒီဘောဝင်းမိပဲနေစောပါလေ install တာ100 GB တောင်ကြာကြီးစောအဲ့ internet လိုက်ရတဲ့မကောင်းဒီတော့ဝင်းမိတယ် sorry ပဲ what thing ပဲ
They're kind of fighting them in limbo.
Okay big story နဲ့ပဲကျွန်တော် video ပဲတိုးတော့မယ်အဲ corner smooth တလုံး play ရချပြီးတော့ side ထဲမှာ position ယူလိုက်တယ်
You know, it's a dangerous game to fight for banana control, but it's one that must be played.
Because if not, this
Thing is, though,
happens.
again, the amount that they block this, I just feel like there's chances, there's opportunities for FaZe. especially when it's a half buy.
Another smoke meets them. Are you brave enough?
ဒီဒီလောက်တဲ့ဝင်ဝင်ကြိုးစားနေတဲ့ဘော်ဒါရီကတော့အချိန်စက္ကန့်90တော့ဖြစ်လာပြီဗျပြီးအေး3ယောက်ပြီး2ယောက်ထိန်းနေရင်းနဲ့ပဲမြောက်ကြီးက rotate ကျင်တယ်လို့လည်းခြေလမ်းတွေကိုပြင်နေရဗျ user တွေပဲသွားကောက်တာ series ပုံသုံးချလိုက်ပြီးဗမာလူပေးဝင်လာကောင်လေး side ရပေးလိုက်ပြီး tech 9နဲ့ apex ရဲ့အတိုင်းအောက်နေရဖြစ်တယ် current ရဲ့ပေးပြီး smoke တွေဖြတ်ပြီးနှိုက်နေတယ်ဒီမှာ flame ဒီကောင်ထိတ်ရတယ်နောက်ကောင်ထပ်ပြဖို့မလွယ်တော့တွင်းစင် flame တွေစုံးတယ်ဆိုတော့ current ရဲ့ rock ကိုထပ်ပြီးရလိုက်တယ်ဇိုင်ဦးပေါ်ရိုက်ခွဲကိုကြိုးစားတယ်ဆိုတော့ Messi spare တယ်တေဆုံးသွားပြီး 5-7 နဲ့ trace ကထပ်ပြီးပါသွားတယ် 2 vs 4 and 2 vs 2 ဆိုနေတာ tech 9 frozen brokey coffee မှာဟိုးရလိုက်တယ်
Cut down to size. It is Tech 9's in hand, and Zaiwu on the retake lines them up.
အော်ဇိုင်ဦးနေလေbrokey frozen ဘလူးအောင် safari down လိုက်တာလေလို့
Messi with the bullet.
ကစီဟဲ့ဟုတ်လေဘယ်လိုသားတင်ရဘာဖြစ်လို့ရှိလဲဘာဖြစ်ပေါ်ပါ
Let that be a reminder to Vitality that if you let FaZe get close,
It feels like we're in Groundhog Day in two different ways. FaZe want one thing, that's B. FaZe want to come through the smoke at the top of B. See, XTAS constantly seeing this and wondering what's happening. But then you always have Vitality pulling off the retakes.
it's a 5-round streak about to
ဒီ
turn
သားကလက်တောင်းနေပြောတယ်7-5ပြောတော့ရေးကြည့်တယ် face နေတော့ကျွန်တော်ဒီချင်းတော့ out of power refer နဲ့ပဲလာပြီးရေးဆိုင်တယ်မနာနိုင်ဘူးဖုတ်လို့ပေးတယ်ဒါပြစ်တယ် broken နဲ့ span လိုက်တယ် frame ကိုဖြတ်ရသွား Messi နဲ့နောက်ထပ်ကျွန်တော် apex မြောက်ကြီးပါရှိနေပြီး apex ကိုတော့ Zaiwu နဲ့ကျွန်တော် rock ဆိုထိန်းတာ rock နေတယ်ဒီတိုင်းထိန်းတာတော့မဟုတ်ဘူး aggressive carry ကိုတက်နိုင်လိုက်တယ်
a freebie through the smoke to just slow FaZe down a notch. All while Zaiwu goes for something different. We have not seen this op inside of the apartments. FaZe Clan have not felt this.
flicker အော်ဘာလို့မျောနေရလဲအိမ်ကမိမကြောင်တွေးနေရလားမိသားစုစင်းတွေးလားကျွေးရှင်တွေဖုန်းဆက်မတွေးနေလားအဲ့တွေးနေလည်းမသိဘူးတွေးနေထဲတာဒီကောက53ဆိုနေထားတော့ပြောပါစက္ကန့်90ထပ်ချင်းကနောက်ဆုံး round တော့ဖြစ်လာဖြစ်ပြီးတော့ဒေါ်နေရှိရဲ့ site ကိုပဲလာမှာဟောနေရတယ်
on this side. Messi's locked into the boost. Frozen's going to put a smoke down in front of him. But Messi's going to maintain vision over top as long as the flashes don't fully find him. Player pushes them away.
Frozen တော့မြင်နေရအတိုင်းသား Frozen လုံးဝမပြည့်ပဲနဲ့ဟောရ Frozen လုံးဝပြည့်မခဲ့ဘူး Brokey အဲ့ဘက်ဆိုရတယ် Frozen ကိုကျွန်တော်မထူးတော့သုံးသက်တယ် Messi နေနေ double K ပါရသွားတယ်ဆိုရနေတာသူက span လိုက်တယ်အဲ့လိုမျိုး squat တီကိုကြာလုံးလိုက်တာ
To make this feel impossible. No spice on the site.
Gotta get picked back up, it will be. Twist fake plant once, Messi doesn't bite. Banana player dead! And Twist slain! Messi again and again!
မိခက်တွေကရိုးရိုးကြလို့ရိုးထဲပါလေမြန်မာပြန်လဲရှုပ်ပါမဝမ်းပြီးတော့ face ပဲဖန်ပြောင်းသွားတယ်အစားရှုပ်တော့တော့ကိုယ်ပဲ Facebook ကပြင်နေပြီ auto ကြည့်ကြည့်မိုးMaybe that really of my she gone. You can jet and we ready for the break. We not gone. Very very good map 3 မလားဟုတ်တယ် map 3 is it map 415နောက်ပွဲကြံနေတယ်စစ်မပြနိုင်တာစတာပဲဒါပေမဲ့ပွဲတောင်းနေတာပဲထင်တယ်ဒီကဘယ်လိုကြည့်ကြည့်ရSo this major phase var okay here. Okay. Yeah, 我爱人来机会哈。 မိသေးရနော် game 3ပဲရှိသေးတယ်ဒီတကား vitality ပြည့်ရိုက်မှလားမသိတော့ face နဲ့နည်းနည်းပြန်ထဖို့တော့လိုတယ်အဲ့ record ခေါ်မစိုးရဒိမနေပြောနေကြတာ
The silver Pistols have continued to go their way, but that 3-round start at the very first half of this map, is it all just false confidence for a FaZe clan in the face of 2025's #1?
It absolutely could be. We've seen Vitality.
ဘာနဲ့ပြတ်သွားတယ် Fury က Navi နဲ့ပြတ်သွားတာဗျာ
last map as well. And even if FaZe get two crazy entries that the round isn't over. So Pistols are the only reason that this map is even competitive for FaZe clan. They're going to need two just to continue that. Otherwise, this is going to look a lot like dust too.
ဝလက်ဘောဘောကျုံလာတယ် face ကိုအဲ့ဒါမှတော့လောက်မယ်ကိုကကိုပဲငိုရမလို့လို့ဟုတ်ပါသူရတယ်ကျင်နဲ့စောင့်မကလို့ဟုတ်ပါသူကမ face ဒီနေ့ကျလို့ဆိုပြောင်းစီမှာဥမာကိုမအောင်ပါဘူးအဲ့ဒါစောင့်ဖို့ပြောဟာ
Putting together some great map streaks. Their history looks better than Vitality's.
ကဲဖူးစံတယောက်ပဲဆိုစောင့်ရ site ကိုဒီကောင်နဲ့ဝင်တော့မှာဗျဒါကရုံကလုံးလေးရှိရကွက်ဖြစ်ပြီးတော့ဒါမြောက်ကြီးသိရဆိုရင်တော့မြောက်ကြီးနဲ့ကောတစ်ခုခေါ်တယ် let's go be bro မိုးလိုကြီးမြောင်း83 100ကျော်တော့ထိတယ်မစိုးတဲ့နဲ့300တလုံးက
There's no kit here for FaZe, and it's looking like a retake will be needed. You can try to spam down with some body shots. Or maybe just straight up headshots. Why not?
Frozen are happy.
No entry allowed for free. Executes through smoke. And his nade has softened up the others. FaZe with no kit retakes.
ဟုတ်တယ်ကောင်ကန်တွေ့စတော့ကောင်းရသွားတယ် Holy shit this round retake လေးဟုတ်သွားတယ်ဗျဟိုကပြတယ်ပြတယ်
Okay, that nade was awesome.
And the headshot through the smoke well timed.
Crosshair placement is half the battle.
ဘာလို့
The timing is perfect off the footsteps through the smoke. The nade square between
ဘယ်တော့ဝိုင်းမှန်းနေရမလို့စားတယ်ဘာလို့
and Frozen playing retake.
အဲ့ဘက်မှာကြည့်အောင်ဖွဲ့ဟာ
Can't believe you leave him solo on that bomb site. He gets that much value.
Yeah, well, he has shown his value.
So the like what going to can me.
I remember Mike might have been his best map ever on Nuke yesterday. I mean, that was unbelievable.
Oh, what you my did in a bell thing. I baby there.
Start on the T side also had FaZe clans fans frothing.
Who do we on jail?
Now we might get the most interesting score
Yeah,
so far on these maps. Because if FaZe are relying on pistols to get this comeback, then Vitality are going to have to do this the hard way, no matter what.
Yeah, we have to come. Full yala. Navi ne phok pi lai de. Navi phok pi lai de.
But this is
Navi a play a quarter 2-1 now.
Are taking the pistols there.
Ba pa ne pama 2-1. Ini nene je bi ma. Nene ya ik ko de la. So. Nene je bi ma. Nene.
FaZe had a fetish for the B
ဦးတန်းတယောက်တည်းမဟုတ်တော့ကရင်ကကြီးမှရောက်လာပြီကရင်ကကြီးမှပြိုင်တူ defense ကိုစီ9ကောင်တို့လာလိုက်တယ်
Smoke in front of it still. They're not going to respect.
ဘူးလာကဘူး
Good flashbang. As he capitalizes in that moment, Zairu's going to find one as well. That is revenge for Frozen's hold in the last round. Man advantage, Vitality forced by. And again, the retake's called for. And again, it does not feature a kit. You've got enough utility to try to flush players out of position, a frag to open up the smoke, but you will not see anybody frantic. Oh, they eat the flashes, and Flamesy comes out perfectly. Twist within that moment, gets the trade frag right back, but still the numbers favor Vitality. Oh,
and they know it's Robs.
Sits back into Banana. His ex-teammates in front of him. With their hopes on the line, he will leak out and die to the US.
They covered it, the lineup.
Hey.
When you see that from Grill to Emo, two
How do you
players
follow
get the
the
M4
yeah,
free somehow.
This one done the channel out there. Only the
Another one where there is just no time and still he pulls it off. I thought no kit would cost them.
Oh, I mean, yeah. Covered perfectly. Brokey puts that one together. Eating ammo. 3 frags in the finish.
Whoa.
Navi suffered a lot of those rounds yesterday.
How long can FaZe sustain a CT side that's just surviving with retakes like that? Honestly,
Honestly, how long?
This is the time.
အဲ့ဒါထည့်ပြဆိုတော့မှ over ဖြစ်ရှင်တယ်လို့လေးတွေဖြစ်လမ်းကြောင်းလေးလာလောက်အဲ့ဒါထည့်ပြဆိုတော့မှပဲတော့မှလည်းဒီကကမ်မိုချန်စီရှိတာမားရများ
But they actually put themselves in an even better spot. It was a more unlikely retake.
Sorry, what did that do?
I think Vitality, at least they can tell themselves, like that
really
worked.
3လက်ကိုမှ rifle 2လက်နဲ့ဗျဆိုတော့ဒီဘက်မှာ MP9 နဲ့ F4 နဲ့ SA 3လက်နဲ့ဒီကတော့ Carrigan အနေနဲ့ deeply smoke ဒီ banana ကိုတက်တီယူထားလိုက်တယ်ဒါပေမဲ့ Zaiwu ကမြစ်ကိုတက်ပြီးတော့တက်မလားကျွန်တော်အဲ့လိုမျိုး banana ထိပ်ကိုပေးယူထားတာမဟုတ်ဘဲနဲ့ T spawn မှာပါထက်နေထားတယ် banana rebian တိတ်ပါဗျဟာရောင်ရသလောက်တော့ Carrigan T smoke တွေကောင်းကောင်းသုံးပြီးတော့ banana ယူလုံးဝပိတ်ထားလိုက်တယ်ရှေ့ကိုသွားဖို့ကြိုးစားနေဆိုတဲ့အနေထားမှာဒီဘက်က3កောင်4កောင်တော့ဖြစ်နေပဲအေးရဝင်းလို့မကောင်းအချင်းရသလောက်ဆွဲနေတာအသေးကြတဲ့ vital တွေဒါပြီးဝင်ပါဗျခရန်ကောင်ရိုက်ပြီးဘီဝင်ဝိုင်းတော့ပြဿနာရှိနေတယ်လက်ထဲမှာတန်ကလိုက်3လက်ဖြစ်တဲ့အတွက် close point တွေကစားမှာလားဟာရောင်လုံးဝ C4 သမားတွေအခုမှလာပြီးလမ်းလျှောက်နေတော့မှရှိတယ်စက္ကန့်40တော့မြစ်ကိုလမ်းလာလျှောက်နေ map ကကျင်းနေတယ်ဒီချိန်တော့လုံလောက်တယ်ဆိုတဲ့နေထားလို့တော့ပြောမှာပဲ poplet တလုံးတော့ Oxford ကလှမ်းကျဲပေးလိုက်တယ်ငွေလုံးနဲ့ကိုဒီ time ကိုက်တော့ boiler ကိုကြာလာတယ်ဘောလုံးကကျွန်တော်ဘီမသားပဲနဲ့ A ပဲတော့ဆုံးဖြစ်လာပြီတန်ကလိုက်နဲ့စပြီးပြေးဝင်လာပြီဆိုတော့ Oxford ကဘူးမှမထဲဘူး A1 24 second
and they're still just going to try to puncture through up the short side. Jacob inside of the pit.
ရှင်းကောင်းနေတဲ့ Rock ကိုရသွားတယ်တကောင်မရဦးချင်ပါ Frozen တော့ကောင်ထည့်ရ Poplet တော့ကျန်တယ် Flame ဒီဆိုမှာ Twist က back fire ပေးတာအော်ဒီဒီကောင်ရသွားပြီဆိုတော့ Zaiwu ဟုတ်တယ် Zaiwu ဇာမန်လေးတနေပဲလား73 73ဆက်73ဆက်အော်ကိုနိုင်လေးပလန်လိုက်နေတယ်ကွတ်တီလေး
Kerrigan was left alone at B. Now he has to retake. Zaiwu 13 HP.
Tech 9 in hand, and Kerrigan tiptoes his way closer. Oh, keeps himself into the cover, has to hit the headshot.
Zaiwu တာမန်လေးတနေ 1 2 3 Oh Carrigan ဒီ2တော့ clash ပြသွားတယ် MP9 နဲ့
He'll get on this bomb. It's a defuse. It becomes a one-round
What's going on with you? What are you doing?
You smell that?
Smell like manure in here. I mean, it was almost some of that for Vitality.
This is
really
how it
nice
starts.
Depth, yeah. To be honest, twist kills are so key on the opposite side of default. Rotations are nice and fast there. And Kerrigan,
He's in a camera on Pianyara, Peter Wrong,
and he has a huge advantage. You got an instant kill in MP9. It's only because of Zaiwu that we thought maybe that'll happen. Oh, Roki's opened
up now. This is a gun round as well. Vitality's lead, slowly but surely, has begun to disappear. Mezzi on the answer back to Banana, though. That's Frozen just fed over.
Yeah, that's pretty massive.
Banana မှာလောက်ကတော့ဒီ fight နေကြတာဟိုးထိတ်ပါလေတကောင်ရှောနေလို့ဆို tricky လို့ရ twist ကတော့ back fire နဲ့ poplet သာကျဲဆိုတဲ့သဘောမျိုးပဲ
Kerrigan on solo duty.
ဒီရှိနေပေါ်လိုက် Carrigan ကိုစီချင်းပြီးတော့ CD ကိုပြန်သွားတယ် Oscar
Vitality looked to go back to what works. Kerrigan went from one of the best maps of his career to getting 3 frags back on Dust 2.
Hell yeah.
That's what I'm going to do.
That's what I'm He's got
Vitality
about to barrel his way, so he puts the smoke down and try to
delay it.
Are we going to get here on Inferno? Kerrigan's got some heavy duty grenades here. If they want to linger too much, they're going to eat some damage.
Chucks it in the middle. Still that corner occupied by Robs.
They don't get touched by anything here.
Carrigan တကောင်လေးတက်တယ်ဒီတောက်ချက်3နေနဲ့သူအများကြီးရှိတယ်လို့ဟန်ဆောင်နေတယ်ကောင်းစမုံတလုံးကျလာတာဖြစ်ပြီးတော့အဲ့ဒါ CD ဘက်ကဆိုတော့သဘောပေါက်တဲ့ border တို့ကလည်း spam ပြီးတော့တက်မှာဖတ်ဖို့ကြိုးစားနေ pop play oh Messi is worst ban and Carrigan show อ่ะ solo defender ဖြစ်တဲ့အခါကြီးတေသွားတာဖြစ်တယ်သူတို့ဘာလို့မရတော့
And they're just going to walk away from this. That late smoke, he thought that was the key. He wanted to make sure he had vision as they were going to run through on the left side. But they made sure to spam it. They're doing a lot of what FaZe are doing, but they're making it look a bit better.
It's Mezzi again.
It's Mezzi again. When are we going to stop saying his name? One guy, 2 maps now, pure dominance.
တကယ်မသိတော့ဟုတ်တယ်မို့ကိုလည်းတကယ်ပြောပြတာပါရေရီယာချီတာရေရီယာအနေနဲ့ဝတ်ထားတာတူပြီ
Mezzi's career just so
overqualified for this position in Vitality, but he also is a supportive pillar. ညာလုံးမှန်တယ်တော့မသိဘူးဗျဥပဝင်း
To kind of try to prop up everybody.
ဥပဝင်းเนี่ยဒီဝင်းကြောင့်အန်နာပေးတာတဲ့ဥပဝင်းတော့စိတ်ညစ်နေပြီ
Is what I'm always blown away by. The leadership elements of his play that he starts to bring to the table. He's the one guy who never seems to completely fall into the darkness if things don't go well for Vitality at the start of a map.
We always get that listen in, you hear Mezzi come through with words that, make him appear wise beyond his years just to get everyone back on the right track. Sometimes those are foreboding signs. When games like that, when that happens, it's a little too late. We're not seeing that now, however. He's playing well, Vitality R2. They have, yes, but they keep a lead.
You have to think of all of the costs that were racked up to FaZe Clan in that streak of 3 rounds at the start of this.
Yeah, there's a pot of gold on the other side of this win for Vitality if they can pull it off. Remember, this is a 5v4. Mezzi gets one back, doesn't even take a lick of damage. Not sure how that happened to Frozen. But 2 entries, that's too much to sustain.
Madden rifle latest when he turned him to talk about the trouble with the time no one did during the wrong show. No, where do you have this when it has to be? Space Manager, no, where do we have?
Playing off the bomb site, trying to get up towards Vitality.
Good.
Nate perfectly placed. That ZywOo down to half.
They are calling out their positions quite well.
While you can, and remember back to ZywOo taking over this position in the first half, right? He was the guy to come over and to solve the problems at B. Well, now it's Brokey's chance, but he peels away. Kerrigan's going to get executed from over top.
They think that McDaniel is going to get quite like in the 7 seconds when he's out. The BUL 5 would have been fatted in there. Standing at John Barlow, where BUL 5 would have been chosen.
And that one smoke grenade.
They're going to expect him on this corner. Kind of brazen for him to be here.
Still goes for the cross. Molotov's coming over. He wants to lock in backside. And the utility's going to disrupt Frozen's position. Brokey can't quite seem to get comfortable in this bomb site. Flashbang's finding him. He is dead with nothing to show for it.
Yeah, they barrel through. Everything's perfect in place. That smoke a little off, but no CT there to punish the corner. Vitality just making sure that everything was as good as it felt.
It's a world-class execution. And it's a FaZe Clan that just can't keep up.
Twist calls for the save. That is that's the most solid moment, I think, for it's cool to see them do what FaZe did, but a little better. But also coming through these smokes, I feel like they're opening the door to a little bit more variance and like what can happen, especially for the team that's should be playing from a position of power. But right here, the way they make sure to zone Kerrigan, they call out how Kerrigan is making sure that they can push everybody behind that half wall. He calls for Brokey to come and peek into logs when he sees a player who's jumping over the half wall, who's doing a good job of sort of playing battleship in that situation. But then Vitality responded with even better.
Yeah, deny the face of Panya, typical quadrin, Uno Pop, Panya, Aluminium, Gamba Mania, Aluminium, but the little Poman, I was so every night. I'm City Man, University, without say, I'm way dominant. Soon do Sakrim to bring back face up.
You see the remnants of the save. The little that Kerrigan and Brokey will have a smoke grenade for each.
I know I don't want to know. And I never did it.
It was by far their worst game of this entire major. We've seen them get a lot better since then. But they also
USB နဲ့ပြတာပြီး save drive ပေါ်တာ300ကတော့ F1 SD တော့ပါလာတယ်ပေါ့နော်ဆိုတော့ဒီဘက်မှာတော့ rob ဒီကျွန်တော်တို့ဒါ off the level 4လက်ပါပဲ F1 S rock for ကိုင်လာလိုက်ပြီကျွန်တော် AK ကြီးပဲသူတို့ကတော့ network ရှိနေဖြစ်တဲ့ဘာလို့တော့တင်တယ်ကောင်းမှမသိပဲဆိုပို့တော့ကောင်းမယ် Frozen နဲ့ကျွန်တော် current gas မှာဟိုရလိုက်ပြီတကောင်းဘူးဆိုကောင်းချင်းကဘူးကောင်းလုပ်တာ
but you can establish a strong line for ZywOo. They actually smoke it out themselves. They'll try to find something over top with the boost on the sand.
Hey, ZywOo နဲ့ sample ကိုတက်ပြီးကြည့်တာ Frozen ထွက်လာပြီး 10 show ရတယ် no trick ဖြစ်သွားပြီးတော့ 4 the 5 Renator again bro 2-2ပြီးတော့ဒီတော့ထိန်းတာပြီး current game ပြန်မှာ Brokey ရှိနေပါသေးတယ်
Bomb recovered, joins forces on Banana. And Apex is just going to try his hand at the commitment again. Kerrigan at bat steps forward.
Kerrigan flames you out right now. You want to force
Awkward actually slows it down at a moment they were about to jump on this.
Awkward flash as well out from Apex, just trying to keep pressure on this Banana hold.
Kerrigan's not alone again.
30 seconds, smoke goes over top. But that's Brokey with the USP.
Man, give him that M4.
With the M4, he's hanging on to it at 36 HP. Trying to hope that they'll let Brokey go.
Oh, when I got the year to be calling it back to the media.
Of course, he's got it covered.
Hey, Brokey, I'm a for last show, bro.
Majority stand for Vitality. Do FaZe want to take this chance without a kid?
Yeah, they get on to 11. FaZe, this is the situation they knew they'd find themselves in this moment. Mezzi 20-6. With another successful round of B kills assisted by Zywoo's opener.
And slowly but surely, the tale of this Inferno is going to be one comparable in both halves. Pistol, full conversions. That's 6 of the 7 rounds that FaZe Clan are sitting on. But given runway, Vitality take off time and time again. They've showed it to us all year long. This is Miracles on one side of the stage and Masters on the other. And Vitality are showing you why we have talked about them all year long.
I mentally forgot about Nuke, as if it never happened.
Get off.
Vitality
facing
taking
it
firm
Game 1
control
ကို
here.
သာ
They
ပြတ်
steady
နို
the
င်ခဲ့
ship
ပြီ
on Inferno.
Game 2 and then the show Game 3 ဟာရောကိုအဲ့ဒါမှန်နေ
Another
ပြီ
buy up in response.
ဒီ
No
တရားဘ
op
လို့
for
ကြက်တကယ်
Brokey
က
to work with.
အဲ့ကမဖိုးချပြီကွာဒီမင်းပွဲစစ်တယ်ဒီကတည်းကထင်းတော့ဘီးဝင်ရကြတယ်
Could have if he really
ဟုတ်တယ်
wanted it.
မရှိဘူးမပေါင်းဖက်ဖက်နဲ့ထပ်ပြီးပါတယ်ဆိုတော့အော်တယ်ပဲပြန် disable လုပ်ပြီးတော့ဟိုးရလှမ်းထင်းကြည့်တယ်
Jacob begins to be freed up from the shackles of the A defense. Goes for, again, a bit of an apartments opening, but you just know Vitality are on the other side of those walls.
A3 ကိုမှ B2 ဆိုတဲ့ပုံစံမျိုးနဲ့ထိန်းထားလိုက်တယ်ဒီခါမှာတော့ကျွန်တော်ဒါ
Kerrigan comes over to join forces. Not often we don't see
တော့
inside
များ
of
တယ်
that
ဗျ
B
ဒီ
bomb
က
site.
ဒီ
They
ရော
try
နိုင်
to
မှာမ
bolster
ပွား
with
ရောက်
the
မှာ
twist.
ဘယ်နဲ့မ
Frozen
face
combo
save
dead.
save နဲ့လုံးဝပါနေတယ်ပြဿနာတက်နေတယ်သူတို့တွေ save တယ်ခန်းတွေကတော့သုံးဝင်လာဆိုတော့သုံးလည်းမဝင်ဘူးအကောင်တွေကလည်းဖလာတွေဖြတ်ရှော့
Left towards spawn again.
ပတ်နေရ
Slow squeeze for Vitality to try to secure themselves a 12th round on map 3.
ချိန်10မိနစ်တော့ရောက်လာပြီဘယ်ဝင် C4 ရ D spawn အထွက်ကြီးမှခြာထားပြီးတော့ဘယ်ဝင်အောင်လဲကိုကြီးဆုံးဖြတ်နေုံပဲတူတယ်အဓိက pick up လုပ်ကြည့်မယ်တကောင်တော့ရရင်လဲရတဲ့တကောင်ရတဲ့နေရာကိုသွားမယ်ဆိုရင်နေထားပေးလာမယ် C4 ကမှ A+ နဲ့3ကတော့သွားပြန်ယူနေ
No op to play with so far. Bombs getting picked up. Decisions haven't been made yet. Just
Okay
chilling right now. Our Vitality starting to walk.
ဟောအဲ့ဒီ observer ဒီကောင်ကြီးပဲပင်ကုန်ဗျာကရင်အဲ့တက်တက်လုံးလာမယ်တဲ့အဲ့ကလာရဲလာမူလီတလုံးဖြတ်ပြီးမူလီတလုံးပေးသွားတယ်အဲ့လိုဝင်မြင်နေတို့ရပါလေဒီဘောကဒီကောင်ကပြန်ပါ
He must have literally blinked.
Jacob with no utility sits inside of the pit. Kerrigan starting to have second guessing moments here. Just frantically runs back over towards the library side. Vitality so heavy up short. Brokey's position.
ကြိုးစားနေပေါ်လာတယ် Brokey နဲ့ Jacob ကပြပွဲနေတယ်ပြီးတော့ Jacob Brokey သွားနေတယ် Brokey ကိုကြာလာသေးတယ်
The other way and FaZe find their fights.
Wow, and he's in danger.
Yay
39 HP.
ရောက်ရေးကပ်ပတ်ပြီရောက်ဝင်ရကဝင်သူဖောက်ဆောင်တော့တယ်
I think
What I tell you.
must have literally blinked, not taking that shot on Arch.
Overpass
But the fact that it came down to a single point of failure.
Call an ambulance Call an ambulance Call an ambulance
Makes you think, here's why there's a lot of B plays happening. Are Vitality as confident as they appear?
3 rounds the gap now for FaZe.
ဝမ်းအောင်ပြရသေးဘူးဖြစ်တဲ့ဒီမှာ NR တော့ရှုံးသွားလို့ပြောမယ်ဗျ
The most convincing
Dami
round
overpass
win
la bala.
of the second half for FaZe Clan.
Overpass.
Keeps Vitality off that overtime secure. And they didn't see what the setup was for FaZe inside of B site, and that was that layered twist frozen holding the same angle, something that they were able to tap into on Dust 2 a couple of times.
Both teams have been playing so far back from A. There's just been nothing interesting happening on that side of the map until it's an A hit. We're never getting the bottom B flank. You know, that's for Vitality and FaZe. But now that FaZe are in the second half, it's their ball game.
Nade gets dunked on this setup. Frag sent back the other way.
ကိုကနေရှုပ်တယ်ကိုပြတ်တယ်မကျဲခင်ပါလေဖေးပြီးတဲ့ချိန်တေးဆုံးသွားတယ်ဒါကြောင့်တော့ထက်ချက်နေတယ်ပြတ်တော့စီစမိုးကနေပြီးဒီလိုတော့ပြီးကိုစူးစမ်းနေရတယ်โอเคပြည့်စင်စမိုးတော့ပုတ်ခံတယ်ဘာမှမမြင်ကြတော့ကိုစံရတော့ချိန်စိုးစူးစမ်းမဲစီနဲ့တက်လို့ထက်ရတယ်ကရင်ကတေးဆုံးသွား
Mezzi got twisted. CT spawn, another smoke kill for Mezzi.
3 players inside that B bomb site, and FaZe will come up with nothing.
And he's smoking that FaZe back right now.
Vitality's 12th round, their
မပွားရ
easiest
ပြီ
yet.
မပွားရပြီမပွားရပြီမပွားရပြီ face နဲ့ light ပြစ်နေနေတိုင်ပတ်နေအဓိက T advantage ဆိုပေမဲ့ CT ဒီဟို CT advantage ဆိုပေမဲ့ T ကလည်း win rate များလေးရှိရပဲအဲ့ဒါရ face က3ကြောက်ဆော့ခဲ့ပါသူတို့တစ်ထက်တည်းသူတို့3ကြောက်တယ်မှာဟို T side မှာ yes no, we don't have command but we can try to kill them
Sage advice from Zywoo.
Save here is critical, and Brokey's back is about to be
ဒါလည်း
exposed.
ကြားတော့ပြီးလိုက်ပါတော့ပြီးဝင်လို့
Trying to get away. Rops is a real hunter.
ကဲမပွားတော့ရောက်လာပြီ vitality game 4ဒါ game 3ဆို game 4သွားဖို့အတွက်တော့ဟေး3 1ပဲလား vitality ကပြန်လဲဥဆောင်နေပြီးတော့ကျွန်တော်တို့ game တစ်ခုတော့ပြန်လဲဥဆောင်သွားပြန်နောက်ကနေလိုက်ဆော့ရင်းနဲ့ဟာရောက်ရေး
Besides pistols,
Wabes ka
conversions are
ba chạy
much
được
here
Wabes
for
ka đấy
FaZe.
rồi con này với con này
Feels
là
like this are just everything.
vậy đây đi có nào kìa không tức là chúng ta đầu tao vào này có tập
Smoke break. That's just so good from Messi, man. So alert. So ready.
Look at the limitation that FaZe will have with this one. Brokey tries to go for the mid pick, gets nothing out of the gate. FaZe clan surely
nó
still
cầm siêu kẹp bóng vào này mới còn được ít nhất rồi thì cô mày cô cả đó là
bomb site defense. That is why we've seen Twists and Frozen take over control. Frag grenade.
nếu không qua best rồi là nếu phải mà rush Frozen tại ui ra lại Frozen đi nè cái ông gì cái gì là cái mà wrong rồi Frozen thì save the deal rồi lúc vậy top of games rồi đi ta tôi là muốn phải đi còn nào mới xịt à
Going in the wrong direction. That flash working wonders. And the M4 doing the rest. FaZe live to breathe another round, it looks like.
Money's fine for Vitality. That's not going to be a problem just yet. All that's
Thế
happening
phải
is
giàu
you
vậy
missed
đấy.
your
Cứ
first
phải
of
gì
4
phải ra
chances
đâu
to
còn
close
giàu.
map 3. Pop shot wounds Robs, bomb in possession now of the FaZe clan. And they are going to win this one with 5 players strong. That is a statement move by Frozen.
I'm not gonna lie, we haven't seen all the layers that give us a great Inferno from both teams. And like for Vitality, finally respond to the bottom of Banana. Not just all of these fallback trap nades. There's been too many rounds on.
cái nào là flash nàyဟုတ်တယ်hả lấy ra là không
Both of these squads
đúng rồi nó
that have ended
chỉ mà
because two
Fuji
entries happen when there's a
nó
push
quên
through
này
smoke
PvP
or
mà
it's,
ဟုတ်တယ်
you know, the finality of the situation at the Melsta
Whole
B,
night
feels
rồi
like
đi
that's
làm mà
happened
Vitality này round
almost
nào
every
về này thì
single
sẽ xô lại
round.
rồi vậy
T-attack from both
à mẹ
squads.
cái gọi là không bảo
But
nói
the
cho nó sẽ
utility
tung
in
đi
the
nó
early
kém
round
vào
has been good from FaZe. The first time they actually send someone down to kill people at the bottom of Banana. I think their one regret would be playing scary dying that way.
How he gets away with that.
Nó đang biết gì rồi, mình đây giờ này thấy không gì à.
Getting away with a third kill, all because Mezzi doesn't see it go over top. Well. We go back and forth, 4 rounds, non-consecutive now. The FaZe fight is alive, folks. But the money's still good for Vitality. Another nade for Apex to have the stomach.
nó sẽ chúng ta còn xin em face rồi cho sắp tới chuyện thì việc tiêu hết dream rồi này thằng này có ring arrow pro nào chết đẹp việc này và aggressive cái này nó còn đi tôi chúng ta lấy số 1 này các bạn đều cũng phải cái
Trying to keep Vitality away from those very successful B-site executions takes bravery.
Yes. But that's the only way you're actually going to win. There's so much variance just inherently on Banana, you know.
Oh, exposed.
That's beautiful.
Well-used utility here for Vitality for the 5v4.
The flash pair with the smoke break, that's frozen out, the main threat from last round.
They took a lot of damage in that process. Will it soften them up?
ဒီdefinitely တော့ဖြစ်လာပြီဗျာဒီချိန်လေးကိုကျွန်တော်တို့ Vitality နဲ့ဘယ်ဝင်ရမလဲမဆုံးဖြတ်သေးရပုံပဲစက္ကန့်50တော့ဖြစ်လာသေးတယ်လေးကြီးကဆက်စီဖြစ်တယ်လို့လားမဟုတ်ဘာကြောင့်လဲငါကောင်လို့စိတ်တော့ကိုချိန်တက်ပြင်းနေပြီစက္ကန့်50ဖြစ်လာချိန်
actually have an impact on the outcome of this round.
Kerrigan still just sits here.
And he's got to do something for his team, otherwise they can't justify staying 3B.
That smoke at the bottom of Banana fades. Kerrigan peels back slightly. He can hear the rumblings of this incoming Vitality. A scramble over
35 seconds 35 seconds ဟိုဘာစာပြီးဟိုကြိုးစားမီးတော့ပြီးတော့ကျွန်တော်နောက်ရွှေ့လိုက်တယ်ရောက်ငါပဲယူပြနေပြီရောက်အေးလည်းဘီယိုဝင်မှာဘီယိုပြ rotate ဟာရောက်ကြည့်ဘီယိုပြ rotate က
And Vitality have made up their minds. They are going to take this challenge to Twist and leave it to Messi to come through. But will Jacob be able to stand up when the lights are brightest? Holds on to the apartments and he gets overwhelmed. Messi is everywhere. But don't forget about all of that.
30လောက်ပဲဝယ်တယ်ပြဿနာတက်နေတော့ပဲ Rookie တော့ဘာညာ off နဲ့ရှောက်ပြစ်ကြည့်မယ်လည်းမရတော့ပါဘူး Rookie တော့ကတော့ရငယ်လည်း Boiler နဲ့ပြေးချင်းလာနေတယ်
not working with kits, two players not working with utility. As Vitality, Kings of 2025, lock into their bomb sites. Look forward to the 2-1 advantage in this best of
လိုက်နေတယ် Bravia ကလည်းညက်ပြဖို့ကြိုးစားတယ် site ထဲကနေသူမကြည့်ပါဘူးဆိုတော့တွေးထင်တယ်ပေါ့နော် Video 2ကခြေတန်းကြတယ် Curry ကတော့ထက်ရတယ်ဆိုပေမဲ့ Best of 5 ရဲ့ Game 3 မှာ Vitality တော့တာလေနော်တော့အောင်ဆောင်တာဆိုရကိုလည်းဖိညာတဲ့သူကထဲလိုက်မဲကြထဲလိုက်ကျွတ်စီဟုတ်ပါပေါ့မရရှုပေါက်မရမယ်ရှုပေါက်တော့
Adrenaline rushes is numbing the pain. So competitive, I like the narrative. I don't know best in the league. Who you comparing with that is competitive? Top of the throne it is me. Are you up in when it's me? I just been bringing the heat. I just been bringing the fire. Been bringing the fire. I just been bringing the fire. And they can't stop me.
You see the match. We see every restart behind it. You see lightning-fast reflexes. We see countless hours building trust. You see a single moment of triumph. We see the 1,000 failures that forged it. Victory isn't just the moment. We win because we reached it together. Level up as one.
Shot and I'm already grinning. You know that I'm one up on one that you're sending. You know you've been cutting. You know I'm ascending. I'm one up, I'm winning. I'm one up, I'm winning. I'm one up, I'm winning. I'm one up, I'm winning.
The return of Area 51, Alienware's highest performance desktop yet. Equipped with powerful Intel Core Ultra processors. Innovative architecture designed for ultimate gaming. Engineered to evolve alongside your game. Encounter the legendary Area 51 at Alienware.com.
Create a lobby by your own rules.
Ourselves a pretty crazy ending to that last semi-final. As always, Devilwalk is with me to the side, and then our first special guest. I don't know how this wide shot's going to work. Maybe it just includes both of them from the start. It's none other than Jay Legend.
Hey, thank you.
Jay, how are you doing, my friend?
Before the end of Nuke, I was doing a lot better.
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought we had it in the bag, yes. I was already planning on how I'm going to greet them, how I'm going to say, well played.
Yeah.
You did well. I was already planning my speech in the head, and somehow we lost one round and the second, and then it feels tight. Then your heart starts beating a little bit faster, and yeah, I'm a little bit sad, I'm going to be honest.
What has been the biggest highlight of the major for you so far, Tak?
Oh, as a Brazilian, I have to say Fallen yesterday. The 3K. Today, Twist was really beautiful as well and really important because it's a major semifinals and the third map, really difficult situation, and he just delivered a very good round as well. My memory is not very good, so probably I just remember the
big moments.
The big moments, but there were a lot of highlights and good stuff during this major.
Awesome. So while I've got you two here, what I want to quickly do is, obviously we spoke about the Na'Vi game in depth a little bit, but I want to touch on our other game we had, the Spirit versus Vitality game. You guys both saw it, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay, Taco, give me first just your initial thoughts on that, the disaster of Spirit falling off, your overall thoughts on what the hell you saw at that point.
Yeah, I even kind of got Spirit as not big favorites because it's Vitality and they are the best team of the year. And but from what I was watching in the major, I felt like Spirit was playing really well, and I thought that they would put a good fight today against them. But also I think the emotional part kind of played a big role in that series. You could see Donk a bit tilted after map 2, I guess, map 1.
Yeah, map 1.
Map 1 and 2.
Looked. I've never seen him that tilted, and he's been, tilted before in other tournaments. But in this major, I've never seen him tilt like that much. Like
was he that tilted?
He was sitting in his chair, like almost like, I can't believe this.
Was that after the map 1?
Yeah, after map 1.
Oh, I left it, I didn't see it.
He was insanely tilted. I have to agree with you. I had Spirit as kind of my pick for the winner of the matchup. I thought as well. They played great, and it's the fact that you had other individuals stepping up. We spoke to Tanir even before that he's kind of figured out what the timings are in his new kind of role, which is way more passive. And I feel like once you get those kind of extremity players, know when you have freedom to do stuff and they're just not completely passive, that's when you get a great balance of the team. That's when you know that even if Donk, gets into a vulnerable position, they can pressure and release some of the pressure against him, etc. And that's what I felt when I watched them, that they played really well. I think personally that it's probably like a medium result for them. I think they expected more, but this is still kind of a fine result considering the struggles they had prior to the tournament.
Look at his face, he's not agreeing with this.
Yeah.
No, I am agreeing. I mean, I don't know, when you have the best player and one of the best operators in the game.
Where you putting Shiro as one of the best operators in the game?
100%.
Okay, okay.
And
for all the Shiro haters out there you go. The truth has been dropped on you.
He's top 3 this year.
For sure. I really expect Spirits to win a lot of games, like a lot of tournaments, not even games. I feel like this tournament, they were the favorites coming into the major quarterfinal. Coming into the major favorites.
Really?
Yes.
Wow. Over Fury, over Falcons?
Yeah.
What made you say that? What did you see? I'm just genuinely interested now.
I mean, I don't. They look very strong. Of course, I feel like their weakness is strats for sure. They are very readable. But then, of course, they have Donk, which is it is predictable, but unpredictable in the same.
It's predictable, but he's still gonna wipe the floor when he runs into you.
He's so fast. You watch the game and he's so fast, but they have good openings and good endings with Donk and Shiro. And what they need is just support on the opening and support on the ending. And sometimes if Donk fails, I just see the round crumbling down afterwards, because he didn't do his job. Sheer was very good at closing 2v2, 3v3, but if he doesn't have that situation for him, they're not able to win the game, to win the round. So, but anyways, I still had them as favorites, so I'm gonna be honest.
Okay. There is gonna be Team GOAT show match versus Team Vaco.
Ooh,
that's your team. That's your team.
You're team captain.
You're the team captain.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna list out who the team is. Team Vaco. It's Taco, Gaules, BT.
Yes.
I don't know how good BT is, but we'll see.
He was a former professional 1.6 player.
Yeah, how long ago? Yeah, how long ago, bro? MCH. I don't know who MCH is.
He was also a very good Brazilian CS 1.6, and he also played CSGO as well.
Okay, so we've got some
But
old
it's been
school
a long
in there.
time since he played.
Okay, so Taka, you're gonna have to do some carrying alongside K Serato. That's a big name.
That's my guy. That's
K Serato's gonna save you.
I'm gonna be jumping for him tomorrow. You know? Serato gonna get all the kills, my friend. You're gonna play with someone who's gonna jump.
Taco,
all the info for you.
I don't want to see you being the one jumping. I think you should send maybe BT or Gaules to be the one jumping, bro, for you. You're going to be the one who needs to do some trades in this. And then on Team GOAT, we've got JL, we've got Simple, we've got Everlone, Mihu.
Take easy. My friend.
You have professional players as well.
Friend.
Yeah, this looks a bit unfair. And then Austin, so they tried to balance out the team by putting an American on your team, but he knows his utility.
I mean, he does. I'm not gonna lie. It looks a little bit unfair towards our side.
Wait, if ever
you can't use your hands. You can't use your hands tomorrow.
I mean, I'm gonna be honest. I'm gonna use this as a chance to come back to the professional scene.
No, wait, I'm going to tell you both now. If you mess this show match up for us, this is supposed to be entertaining and fun. If I don't see some silly weapons and some craziness coming out, I'll go back on the stage while you're playing and I'll start messing with your mouse.
I'm starting deathmatch sessions at 8 a.m. on the stage.
No,
I'm waiting for
another one of these show matches.
No.
So that's how we're getting you back on the stage straight away. In this arena, 20,000 people on a Sunday before grand final.
20,000 people on the show match?
Well, I can't guarantee they're going to come for the show match. But there's you, Simple, Taco, Gaules, like, that's a big enough pull.
I mean, Gaules is very massive.
Yeah, bro.
You're going to get the Brazilians, maybe.
Yeah, exactly.
It's going to be fun.
The drums.
The drums are going to be there.
But they're going to be for you. But it's still fine.
He got excited for about 1 second and then went, oh, no.
You know what? I never played against JL. Never.
Never?
I never played against Taco.
Yeah, maybe in practice, but official tournaments, never.
All right, we need to get to the end of the show. So the last thing I want to discuss with you, Taco, it's finals day tomorrow. The first ever best of fives for a major. And we got Vitality going up against FaZe. Do you believe in that FaZe bullshit magic? Or are you saying Vitality right now?
Well, I think Vitality are the big favorites. I didn't expect FaZe to actually go through even the second
stage.
Yeah.
They were not looking good, and I think the key factor now, but for FaZe was Jacob stepping up.
Big time.
Was really important.
Yeah, huge.
But I think tomorrow Vitality they are the favorites, and I think they gonna win. But FaZe, you can never count them down.
You can never count them out, but I also think Vitality. I think the map pool is too weak for FaZe. I think they've showed that they have 3 maps that they are strong on and
too confident, and one okay.
Yeah, they have Nuke, they have Dust 2, they have Inferno. I think those are the maps where they kind of show that they're very competitive on. But in a best of 5 final, I mean, if it was a best of 3, I could definitely see FaZe winning. But best of 5 makes me question against such a well-rounded team like Vitality, who knows how to play every map, even the maps that FaZe play well. I could still see Vitality winning every single one of those.
I agree 100%. I wouldn't change a word from what you said.
All right, so this is the end of the Star Ladder All About Counter-Strike podcast for the Budapest Major. We've had a lot of fun. It's Taco, me, Devilwalk rocking it. I'm going to end as we go into this is episode, what, Devilwalk? 42. 42. We managed to get to episode 42. There will be another one when the grand final ends to close out the whole major. You won't want to miss it, but also the show match into the best of 5. This is the way we end the show. Caralho.
Vamos, caralho.
Vamos, caralho.
There we go. Good night, people.
Ready? 20, yeah. Flashing, banana, boom. Yeah, two banana, guys.
Twist!
I take long.
Careful long, careful long!
Jacob. I take long.
I'm ready to flash.
Molly guys. Flash, flash. Two more, last two B. Careful, they take CT. Oh, wins. I'll hold CT. One is half HP.
One is on. One close wins.
Oh, dark. Two, you should go first, you have 30 HP.
I have a flash Molly. I can try Molly dark.
You can. Stay alone, Will. Go.
I flashed over once.
He flash from there. What do you know?
I'm Molly dark.
Wait, nice! Sick, boys! Sick.
Dead runs.
Nice, nice. 2v2. They are more low HP, guys. Play together. 7 bullets, Matthew.
Yeah. I have a Molly.
Yeah, I'm flanking that
Molly pull, Matthew, maybe, no? Go back CT and Molly pull.
Yes.
2 wins. Nice! Okay. Nice, sick, Matthew. I'm retarded.
I'm here with SpeXtres. Obviously, this map went much better than the first one, after which I called you. Game plan was respected this time.
Yeah, we expect everything CT and T side, even though the T side it was a bit of a mess at some point. But yeah, I'm happy with that.
Some annoying rounds went their way, but you keep composed. You lost also both pistol rounds, so it looks like the whole map you were in control. Is that something you feel as well?
Yeah, I think so. Especially on T side, we had a good plan. Of course, they tried to adapt a bit, but we were ready for that.
Last question about Messi. He's very vocal on the in the TeamSpeak as well, because he looks very active. He's getting a lot of frags. Is he something that he's helping with the calling as well on this T side especially?
Yeah, of course, he wants this major.
Of course he does. Good luck in the best of 5.
Back-to-back major trophies now within touching distance as Inferno puts Vitality back in pole position. Despite a good start on the T side for FaZe, Vitality managed to find the solutions, and I'm sure we'll talk about it shortly. But Mezzi, exactly as Stico was saying, talk about a lights-out series for him so far, Jacob.
He's been fantastic. He's been the best performer in the Vitality camp. He was doing well yesterday as well. We spoke about it. That Mirage game against Spirit, he was the one that kept the team alive, for Saivu to show up, for Rubs to show up, to win it in overtime. His playoff run so far from Messi, in isolation has been absolutely fantastic. He came into this tournament, obviously, as Maui has described him, overqualified in his positions. And right now, I don't know what overqualifying, is saying, but I think he's overachieving in every single aspect that we could ever expect coming out of Messi. He's having a blast right now.
I feel like FaZe, they know what it's like to have a great late round player when they had Robs, and somehow Vitality seemed to have 2 of them. Both Robs and Mezzi both are just contributing so well in the late rounds. It makes it so that even if Vitality have a couple missteps in the first engagement, the first map control stages, doesn't even seem to matter, because Mezzi has just been so solid in terms of finding the trades, being a clutch player, and he's so composed too. I feel like some of the plays that we're seeing from him just show so much expertise, so much experience in terms of how he, on the big stage, looks like that he is more composed than even sometimes Kerrigan, Apex, who throwing caution to the wind. He's the one that really has just been the foundation for this Vitality team.
Hey, you can look at the starts of Vitality. You have Saivu, who's 16 and 12, Rops 14 and 14. It's such a huge performance for Messi, ending the game and 23 kills and 8 deaths. That's a massive performance, and especially in a map that's this close. There were a few rounds that could have gone FaZe's way that made it shaky, and they could have been in a disadvantage. But Messi pulled them back. Messi made sure that they could continuously gain the momentum, keep them under control, and close this map out.
Let's talk about pulling back the CT side to be starting off with as well, because you mentioned it, Maui. Obviously, Robs are forced to be absolutely contested with. What example do you have from us from that first half to illustrate the CT defense he was putting up?
Yeah, we have a pretty early round in the half where he was able to just find so much impact from the pit position. Obviously, it's the power spot where you want to have your best anchors, and so Robs, no stranger to it. Even under so much pressure, when all the Molotovs are flying in his direction, he's usually able to deploy the right amount of counter utility, and also just angle management too. Never giving up more than he should in terms of just making sure that his body doesn't show too wide on any of the positions. And I'd say this one, actually, he is outside the pit, but just dancing between 2 angles where you could see that he deploys the smoke to block off the Moto side wrap. And look, he's just training onto both targets so carefully, so precisely, and he just has a perfect image in terms of timing for when they have to press on forward. So the fact that he gets a multi-kill there and when FaZe is going for a fast A play, it's just paramount to the defense of Vitality.
That is such an outrageous defensive play coming out of Ops. You cannot imagine the pressure is on right here. Not only does he have to jungle with 2 different angles, that is 1-8ing and 1-8ing, he has to communicate that to the teammates as well, gets a triple kill in this scenario as well. You know, it's not the most flashy kills, but to be able to do that and to be able to do that as consistently as Rups is doing, you described it as well, Maui, having 2 late round players in both Messi and Rups who can change around with the outcome of basically playing world-class defensive Counter-Strike like that must be nice for a guy like Apex, who sometimes struggle himself to do it.
And it's also such an awkward position to be in, because you know when, if Rups actually loses one of those early 2 duels, they pretty much lose the round, because after plans on A side, you know, notorious for probably being up towards like an 80-20 in equal man advantage, and even an advantage when you have less people alive on the server. So huge defense for them to get control.
To be rounding out that first half, there were some moments where arguably, you know, Vitality, they did have to work to pull things back. Round 11, what's the tale here?
Yeah, I mean, they were put under a lot of pressure. We spoke about it, the close game in the beginning. Round 11, great example. The buy coming in right here from FaZe is not necessarily too pretty. To be completely honest, you think to yourself, that's going to be around any day for Vitality. FlameC gets pushed off his angle with some good utility. Karrigan doing a Karrigan play, catching off Apex and CT spawn, and all of a sudden FlameC's under an awful lot of pressure by himself. Only gets 1 kill, and you think to yourself, uh-oh, there's no way you win this one. But then you see it. Saivu comes in, Messi comes in. Don't know why Twist and Karrigan are so eager to fight them. And then they play it calm right here. Good flash. Saivu isolates 1 duel, a little bit by accident, spots the second player, and then they win and turn around what is a 2v4. Had FaZe won this round, they probably would have walked away with 6 rounds in that first half, which would have been decent, which would have made the game competitive, but they didn't capitalize when they had the moment.
I love that little micro jiggle he did just before, you know, after the flash, which kind of caught the players that wanting to push them, and they became a little bit off sync. And that's, you know, that's Saivu, the small little details that just makes him so annoying to play against, because most players would throw that flash and they would almost wide deep to kind of maybe even catch someone in first box. But he takes it calmly, he makes that small jiggle peak, and that's where the mistakes happens for FaZe.
Wouldn't be a FaZe match though without a bit more of a FaZe round, dare I say. Round 14, perfect example of that.
Yeah, round 14 is a fun one, let's put it that way. The other way around, I'd say this time, you know, you see FaZe under a lot of pressure, again forcing or going up against the force buy coming in from Vitality. It's after winning the pistol again, you think you gotta convert. Karrigan doesn't get much here, Frozen only gets 1 kill, and you think to yourself, that's gonna be tough. You see a lot of utility on the side of Vitality. Somehow, some way though, FlameC finds a kill on towards Jacob, and then Twist gets activated. It's 2 players, Brokey and Twist, who are just raw dogging right here. Beautiful display by Brokey, coming in, getting 2 kills, and then getting it destroyed. I think it was a nice moment in the game, because I thought, all right, FaZe Clan, if you can win that one, if you can actually go in and you can convert it, you win the pistol, you go into the second round as well, even though it wasn't pretty, that will make the game competitive. My issue with it was they couldn't follow it up. So despite winning both pistols, despite converting as well, the game never really got close because they weren't able to follow up on those individual performances.
I mean, I don't know when drawing it is ever really pretty.
Lesson learned, always use protection, because round 17, Maui, we talked about the fights, the banana control being so instrumental. This is an example coming out this time from Vitality of just how they broke through that FaZe defense.
Seeing this kind of play unfold the dozens of times throughout Vitality's 2025 is why they were the favorites going into this match, okay? The breakdown of utility in terms of just nading off car, boosting over the half wall, flashing over simultaneously, all of the counter utility that FaZe is trying to throw, Vitality's throwing stuff that gets ahead of it and faster. So the flash also on the entries here, we see that Brokey is just so blind. They're even just post set up waiting for him to re-peek off of the pillar to get unblind. The staging of the round is flawless. This is what makes Vitality such a tour de force, where they can take every single inch of map control as cleanly as possible, and there's practically no counterplay. And even the counterplays that FaZe tried throwing out were just met with even better utility.
Yeah, but just pressure upon pressure upon pressure, and it just never stopped, you know. It was almost like they knew they would back off into this position. They knew that they would, you know, seek refuge in some way, and your perfect flashes kept the pressure going. It's so hard to play against, because you never know, like you pull out a nade, you kind of want that first kill before you kind of throw that extra utility out. And yeah, like you mentioned, like a beautiful kind of layered round in adding that kind of step-by-step pressure.
I love that you brought that particular example up because it gives me flashbacks to the, I don't want to say vitality of old, but the vitality of the first 6 months of the year, right? The tail from them was just like such efficient utility usage. That really reminds me of what we saw bombarding basically every single team in the first 6 months of this year.
It's definitely been part of the DNA for the 2025 season for Vitality. Even in this tournament, I think I looked it up yesterday, they are the team who does the most damage with grenades as well out of everyone in the playoffs. So in terms of using utility and always having a plan with the utility, I think a lot of that credit goes towards Apex, it goes to SpeXtres as well. We know from back in the days when it was first being introduced as a concept with Sonic back in the Astralis days, it was the coach, you know, who tried to make sure that you want to tell your players that every time you throw a grenade, throw a flash, or throw a smoke, there has to be a purpose, there has to be a line of thought behind it. And I see that coming out from Vitality as well. One thing is the T side with the perfect executions, but also on the CT side where they never really waste a grenade. You look at Robs as well, whenever he's throwing a flash, throwing a grenade, there's always a purpose, there's a line of thought behind why he's doing it.
And it's such a nice contrast from what we were seeing a little bit more this season, where people were missing utility. Apex even spoke about this after their last London loss to G2, where it was actually ZywOo and Flamesy both on pivotal rounds where they missed utility on B hits, just like the one we saw there that allowed people on G2 to find the upset victory. It's kind of it's been one of the biggest detriments to them is just people seemingly unfocused. But what we're getting right now is Vitality peaking at the perfect time. Robs is listening to all the commands. Everything he's doing is with purpose, as you're saying, and the utility lineups and everything just flawless. There's so little you can do when you're hit with world-class utility like that.
What we're also getting is a world-class Mezzy. I know I mentioned it before, but we've got the highlights, we've got to roll them, because for a player who has responsibilities like Mezzy's, to be pulling these kind of moments off, that is something so special and so rare to see that happen consistently over basically all 3 maps in the series.
Yeah, it's a luxury. If you're Apex right now, if you're Vitality, you're just happy that Messi is overperforming to this extent.
On display.
Yeah, display was beautiful. All the plays was beautiful. The CT side, the T side. I think you said it before, Mario. One of the things that you can always look towards, especially when you're watching his demos or you're watching his point of view, yeah, there will be games where Messi perhaps doesn't find too much impact or where the scoreboard is not looking too nice for him. I never really feel he makes mistakes. He's never over-striving. He's never over-peaking. Obviously, you're going to have games where you perhaps would question your own decisions, but I think in terms of always knowing where you got him on the server, if you're Apex, you can give a task to him. You know what kind of result you're getting out of it. He's just stable in his decision-making and the way he positions himself on the map. Now, at this tournament as well, you add another layer of, you know, individual brilliance. He's winning his aim duels. He's maybe overachieving a little bit in that regard, and all of a sudden you have the perfect role player coming out in Messi.
He's even entering sometimes too, and that's a guy that's using right click to move forward, right? Like what's the deal with that? What's the deal with that? Like, look up. I know a lot of people copy, you know, Simple or Monacy's keybinds in their settings and everything. I don't think anybody wants to copy Messi's config. Take a look at home if you actually want to see how ridiculous it is.
If it ain't broke, I guess don't fix it, but it sounds broke as hell. Let's take a zoom out for a second, because obviously on the precipice of maybe Vitality sealing this major if they can win the next map of Overpass. But I want to talk about what this would mean for the year for, firstly, Vitality, right? Because we spoke about it. Undisputed Kings of 2025, when we're just looking at the teams that have risen to the challenge this year. An incredible first 6 months of the year. If they're able to do it on the next map, does that reopen the era conversation? Does that cement that we were already just living in it during this time?
It depends on the standard with which you define eras, of course. However, looking at LGSK's era where there were 4 months between both of their major victories, they won 2 tournaments in between. One was a DreamHack Open that almost felt like they shouldn't have even been playing because they were overqualified for it. The other was an EPL, which is exactly what Vitality did. And so that was supposedly a Brazilian era that we had for LGSK. I don't see why a consistent 15-in-a-row semifinal minimum appearance, along with a championship, along with 2 bookend major victories, is not also an era. That's just my take on it, and I think that this firmly says 2025 was the Vitality era.
I would agree with that sentiment. It's hard to make a case against the era. If anything, I want to open a new discussion, and that is, could this be the best season? Could this be the best year a team has ever had in history?
Ooh,
we kind of had a bit of it in the green room frame when we're discussing. It's obviously between Vitality and Astralis. Astralis had that 1 year where they won 10 trophies. They won a couple of majors in regards to that one as well. There's an Intel Grand Slam being sprinkled into it, but anything Vitality Vitality have done throughout this year, Astralis also did. What I will say is the best argument for saying that Vitality have done the best season we ever seen from a Counter-Strike team is that you're doing it in 2025, where I do feel the level of competition is slightly higher, but you also have this...
Oh, I did, bro.
The worst result you had is a semi-final. Even in the Astralis era, even when they were at their peak, there would be tournaments where they would go out in the quarterfinal. There were a couple of group stage exits as well. I've never seen a team deliver this high, this consistently throughout an entire year of Counter-Strike.
No, I completely agree. There's nothing else to say. You know, I think that this is an era-opening conversation. This is perhaps even the start of it, because they look so sharp. They've had their, you know, ups and they had their down. And if their down period is top fours, there's a lot more to kind of grab from this team.
Another conversation that I think we should definitely be having, and maybe you can call me crazy for this one, guys, but we have to talk about the MVP discussion, right? I'm looking at the numbers. I'm just watching this grand final from the eye test. Mezzi, is he in contention?
MVP for sure. Right now, it's a grand final MVP. But ZywOo has had great stats throughout the entire tournament, and if he, you know, just keeps having a good map, good series, I think it's hard to catch up.
Finals where he just absolutely obliterated Mongols is going to give him a real case over Mezzi in terms of just how much of an effort that was, how much of a great shift that was that ZywOo put in. But obviously, the grand finals have the most value in these kinds of discussions, and Mezzi is just wiping the floor with everybody, including the people on his own team right now, in terms of statistical output here. So I don't think that there's really a chance because of what ZywOo did that kind of ensured this for himself in the group stage and the quarters, and including the semis too. And the thing is that it's not that ZywOo was putting up a grand final where he's being completely carried. He still had that Dust 2, which was actually just blowing FaZe out of the water himself. So yes, this is an incredible grand final for Mezzi, but if it closes out on Overpass, I think ZywOo would need to have the worst map of his career, and Mezzi would have to have the best for it to be a real conversation.
I mean, it's highly unlikely, but it's not impossible.
It's not impossible.
Yeah, speaking about language,
it's actually not impossible.
It's not impossible. He closed the gap to Rubs coming into the grand final tonight. It was between ZywOo and Rubs within the Vitality camp. Right now, you know, over the course of the tournament, him and Rubs are equal in terms of the rating for the tournament, and I would even argue that Mezzi have been more influential in the playoff, considering what's happened tonight, what happened yesterday in the semifinal as well, helping out Rubs against Team Spirit. So I feel like there's a possibility that if Mezzi is having another map with a 2.0 rating and ZywOo is maybe not having the worst map of his career, but just an average map, we can have the conversation again in an hour's time, and maybe we can see what we can do for it.
I love this conversation. I absolutely love it. Clearly, I'm playing devil's advocate a little bit here because ZywOo, he's been in you know, monstrous form consistently throughout this tournament, right? In terms of the numbers for you, Maui, does it match the eye test? Have we been seeing the peak level ZywOo, or is there still maybe more to give?
Unfortunately not. I mean, if I'm being completely blunt about it, yes, Dust 2, again, showed world-class form for ZywOo, but Nuke and Inferno, he's a little bit more of a passenger princess, okay? He was getting a little bit carried there. It was a little bit more of the efforts of people like, well, on Nuke especially, I mean, they lost that one, but on Inferno, Mezzi was the difference maker. I thought Rops was a huge difference maker too. But then again, referring to earlier stages of this tournament, ZywOo was the man for Vitality. There's no question about it. In terms of rating, T-side output, I mean, he is such a huge spearhead for them on their entry attempts too. I feel like even, you give him the AWP or the AK, he's finding so many ways to just get that 5v4 opener, which is why I love praising Donk so much. But it's not that ZywOo is too shabby about those kinds of things either.
I think the unfortunate part for Mezzi is that we're heading into an overpass right now. It's a heaven for an AWPer. You know, you can utilize it in every essence of the map. You can fall back, you can keep being aggressive, even without taking that many risks. So I would be very surprised if ZywOo had a negative rating on a map of overpass where an AWPer, it's his playground, you know? You cannot do anything. It's so hard to kind of clear the angles. So much utility needs to be kind of utilized to force him back, and he will still have opportunities and impact rounds, even from a defensive position.
But they gotta win first, right? There's still a game, there's still a FaZe clan in contention, and who knows what's gonna happen on Overpass.
Well, before we get the game back underway, as we can see teams situated back in the chairs, which are none other than Blacklight chairs, the official gaming chair and desk partner of the StarLadder Budapest Major 2025, delivering pro comfort, stability for all the players on stage and you guys at home, because you can enjoy an exclusive 20% off with the code MAJOR20 at blacklight.com. Let's get back into the minutiae, the finer details of this Overpass, where where this grand final could potentially end, but it is going to be a tough feat for Vitality. Starting on the T side of things, how worried are you for this offensive half from Vitality?
In all honesty, I'm not too worried. Yes, T-side on overpass can be tough. Yes, T-side on overpass have shown to be the diminisher for a lot of different teams out there, but for Vitality, I think they've shown that they are definitely capable of running a good T-side, especially considering who you're playing against. FaZe Clan on overpass, they're by no means a bad team, but now we're getting into the stretch of the map pool. Now we're getting out there where you would argue that it's the 3rd, 4th, 5th best map in the pool, so I would be very worried if I were FaZe Clan.
Well, the greatest show on earth is almost ready to get back underway. This grand final set to continue, but before that, let's head it on down to the stage.
We're going into overpass. You guys are looking incredible. This arena is packed out. How are we feeling? Now, the first ever major best of 5 grand final could end here. Is Vitality winning this? Okay, there's a lot of boos in there. Does that mean FaZe are taking us to a 5th? All right, we got a couple more minutes before we get into this game. So wherever I point, I want you to make noise from side to side. We're gonna have some fun. These guys! Over here! Now! We're gonna go faster. Over there! Here! 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 All right, one final time. Make some noise!
A monster of hype. James Banks, thank you for this one. We jump back into map 4 where Vitality, for the first time in this best of 5 grand finals, will have a chance to close.
We got the map that gave us 4, a chance now, and new history here, a 4th map in a major grand final. It has to be overpass if FaZe want to take this to a 5th. But we know the threat that Vitality bring on this map. They're demons.
Thank you, Valve, for listening and giving us what we want. More and more Counter-Strike.
Focus on these things. Focus and be there for each other. Remember all the talk.
Yeah, what he said.
Go back to remembering what got you here.
Frozen inside of this B-bomb site. We saw a lot of twists and Jacob on this B-bomb site when it didn't go well for FaZe. That game versus Ninjas in Pajamas was probably one of the worst looks that FaZe brought to this major, and that's when we thought to ourselves, oh yeah, this is done.
And then I took a second look.
Yeah.
And they beat Passion Yue without pistols. Somehow on this map they did make improvements. I still have trouble believing that's enough to take out Vitality in a situation like this, but it's something. For now, we turn this over to Apex and the T-side game plan on overpass.
Flash for Zywoo, fine by it. Just wants to go head hunting with that P250. Frozen's got first blood. And there's bodies on that A-bomb site. You got Robson, Mezzi, bomb included, smoke as well. Here towards the monster side, Frozen looking to just keep things clean.
Oh, he's about to let him in.
It's gonna find him. Robson's gonna catch Jacob. That's the support of Frozen down. He's just trying to keep his head down into the cover, but Robson's gonna let that happen. Twist on the scene, falls to Vitality.
Difficult retake incoming, they're gonna run at it.
Rob's down into the water, kind of stuck ahead of the cover. Oh, okay, down from beneath. Robs will strike first, FaZe. Whew. Broken apart. Vitality back on Rops for the pistol.
Yeah, he reaches up from the abyss. That's beautiful out of Rops. A guy who was outshone by Mezzi back on Inferno, who had an unreal map and is having an unreal series. Desk have even entertained the prospect of Mezzi getting MVP. But with Zywoo's consistency overall, that's not going to be likely. Won't matter for him. We know how much the team victory means. A hot start on a difficult map. And the crowd starting to see in Vitality what they see in themselves.
ပောက်ရရစောက်စားပြီးတော့ဟေးဖိုက်သေးနာနေတာကိစ္စဖြတ်ခဲ့ရတယ်ကိုပေါ်ရာတွေကိုပေါ်ရာတွေပွဲပြဖို့အတွက်တရောင်းတော့ရောက်နေအာဘိုက်နာဟဲ့ဘိုက်နာတာမဟုတ်ဘိုက်တာလို့သွားတာ Okay my bad ဘာလဲဒီတရောင်းဒီပဲရမယ်ထင်ပါတယ်ဖေးစီရတယ်ဘာမှမအစင်ဖျားရတယ်ရှူတာဒီဝမ်းမဲ့ဝူးဝါဆိုနိုင်တာသူ့ကြတယ်ဘာထူတာလဲ Oh, why not?
Trash talk from Apex to Mezzi, even his teammates. With that playfulness, that yin and yang, it looks good on Vitality.
Let's see it.
When he's able to, again, bring them from the dark spots.
See about the G was sound there. Face up, Pian Lamala. Face up, Yamlado, Lamdiva, Vitality, Yaro, Batamora.
You're going to
travel sorry, they might witness it up there too, Namla, eh? Wow. Yeah, kiss up Pella, by now. Yes, so by now, by Sarah, cannot tell you know. But you were planning your notion of Fancy locally, Cheshula, Corrigan, Nero, Loa, the Timajoro, play individual record, Nigera, last with me only finish, Salwagela, hey. By now, good do the hey, Mamma. This a well lad. Implement yourself. Move, yum low, too low, huh? What too low? Inadagao too, I hope.
Early on, at the beginning of this major run.
Bao Kai Nilo Bao too. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Boston and Chile, you baby, and I will fall like you're going to tell Johnny to another pocket alone there. The Ross in it, our top artist were fitted at Chico in a Valumia. Over now,
happy to lean on it. Vitality looking for the hot start again.
Frozen looking to make space here for Brokey. Brokey not set up with an op, of course. He'll come and spot this and wish he had one. That was full vision on the bomb.
With a threat looming.
Bye now, move. Bye, Bill. Hi, that's in a Brokey show. Oh,
Robs is a threat.
Yeah, Ross in Savannah, the Frozen, the kind of Nitama. But twisting it on Yabi, taking attention. Oh. Go to the G that is I were frozen what have you got another one have I who were going to pick when it. Chocoman Lily Vitality need a major not low yard with the soul on a day and donny and go on maybe. KG out to the head, she's a volume to hey. What now?
Completely dismantled sight.
You know, Jaguar didn't even put my 2 Jan, then in Jamland, if I did baby. Okay. Say now, most safe yellow to Allah. But toi. Bija. Other ya would have invited the other alone the Audis and the Abiwari. Face Maro Bablamia, she live in a face. I see the Arnaja she video the other is recalled area. I'll sign the fat channel. To find my other is totally nothing is in I showed them. Yeah, back to the ball. How they are.
That's going to get the connector players
hopping around, finding open space further. So they but still, there's guards. Apex here to help him out on the monster side as everybody else. The nation didn't go let in there. The my Mijaya will look down and how Mulu in the Jigo wine loader. He got stay life. These are them Shiva. He go round a post by round a year. He had the job broke here 0 game pitting again. Gathering island to need to wear. Jigo let to need to wear. But the idea the aquarium rolls a shake on pit her. For the 4 seconds when they done by 2 to later, playing the twist of do us say bushy there's a pioneer moment. My dad the mother close by 9 tables and he go down back at the monster back at the with Joe and the show back at Bora. Pressure people be like my dad and pressure be like a colleague. Told them brother step pitching the lazy knockout tire. She come in, he get a rough for a yard. So many. He got his show water. Frozen 5-7 and still life. Oh, here you think what the amazing, yeah? Brookie ကိုအရန်ကြိုက်တာဆိုတော့ Brookie အရန်ကြိုက်တာ မကြလူကျုပ်တော့ပါဟုတ်ပြီဒီဆိုဥမာကျင်းနေဝဲကြည့်ဟဲ့ဒီက news ဆိုဟုတ်မလို့နဲ့ပြားရှိဘူးဘာမှပြပြမယ်โอเคပြန်လာမယ်ဟုတ်လားပြားတွေဖလားကားလို့ရကျင်းတွေကြော်တက်ပြီလေဟိုပြားတွေမရနိုင်ဘူး
Not much to stand on so far for FaZe.
Vitality have seen map 4 this year more than any other team.
ဘာလဲလေဒီယာဒီဘောကိုနိုင်ပြီဆိုတာနဲ့ကျွန်တော်တို့ major တစ်လုံးရပြီပြ Flazy နဲ့ Jacob ပြခွဲတယ် Flazy နောက်တော့ထက်ရဒီ entry break ဘယ်သူမှမနိုင်ဘူးဗျ Rodan ဂျိုင်ဦးတို့ရတယ်ဆိုမှလည်း B side ရတကယ်တော့လုံးဝပေးလိုက်ရတာဖြစ်ပြီးတော့ကျွန်တော်ကောင်တော့ဘာမှလို့ဖလာလို့ရှော့ရတာဖြစ်တယ်ဗျဆိုတော့ဒီ side ဘက်ကလည်း overpass ကိုလုံနေရရင်တိတော့ဘဝင်ကြပုံတော့မပေါ်ဘူး Flazy နေတာသူတို့ဟာတကယ်တော့ဒီ side ရလိုမျိုးလုံနိုင်ပါမလားသူတို့ City တာတိုင်းရဆိုဖင်းပြောင်းနေတယ်လို့ပဲနေနှလုံးပေးမယ်ထင်တယ်ရော့မှာမြောက်ကြီးစားနောက်တစ်လုံးစားမြောက်ကြီးဒါကြီးကတလုံးမဲ့စားလိုက်တယ်ဘလူးကြီးကလည်း what the hell နောက်တလုံးထပ်ကျဲမယ်တင်ညက်သားလိုက်ပါပြီကိလူတွေရတယ်ဟာမဟုတ်ပါလေရှော့တယ်သူကျင်တာချင်းစိတ်ဘူးလို့ပဲအောက်ကိုကြီးအဲ့ဒီပဲတော့ချလိုက်ရတော့မယ်အရှင်လည်းစိတ်နာစိတ်တော့စားတော့
He's looking for 2 chips in 2 games.
He'd be the first.
He'd be the first to be 1 of 1. Apex.
စိတ်ရမယ် Brookie 0 ကနဲ့စိတ်ပြီးရောမပြီးတော့ချရတော့မယ်ဟုတ်တယ်မရနိုင်လေပြညံ့လို့ပဲဟာပြညံ့တော့ပြန့်ညာအောင်
A lot of legends in this position ends up as coaches, end up on the periphery of the game. They don't have an active role calling.
But Apex, built different.
He also hasn't been doing this his whole career. He was a standout entry fragger in the middle of CSGO. One of the best players in his role at the time. The most unlikely switch to an IGL. From any role I think you'd expect.
I remember when it happened. Criticism immediately out of the gate.
ဒီဘောတော့ဆိုဒီအရာပြီးထင်ပါတယ်လေပွဲပန်းသွားတယ်လားပွဲပန်းသွားတာဗျာဟုတ်ကဲ့ပွဲပန်းသွားတာပါဗျာဆိုရပါပဲအမလီသားတွေပဲရမယ်ဟေးကျေးဇူး major final 3ခါရှုံးတော့မှလားတဲ့အဲ့ဒါလည်းဟုတ်တာပဲ
Just make such quick work of these gun rounds.
ဒီကြ grand final ကိုအမြဲတမ်းတက်ပြီးတော့ grand final ညမှာရှုံးနေတဲ့ဗာစီကြီးကတော့
with the way that Jacob's playing it.
They might start to play a bit crazy, okay? 5-0. Let's go, but let's stay composed. We expect everything, okay?
Apex just trying to keep everyone centered, keep everyone relaxed.
But also at the same time, I think keep the finger on the pulse of FaZe Clan. You know,
the
wounded animal is going to start to get wild, and that is exactly what FaZe Clan are. You know, this
okay,
is
bro, getting in a lot, yeah. Oh, playground, land town. Playground.
And that's when FaZe pull out their
playground, Greyhound, Chris song. Ah, my mind, man, my mind,
because they've earned that belief.
Bro, give you like Emily, bro, give you like Emily, I would do Emily.
As you mentioned, wounded.
One little bit random, speaking up, so. Today I'm Lou, today I'm Shiro, turn to my piano web beam. Go on, do that. Final go on, do that. I made it one. They got the gonna show them.
Early frag here from Brokey. As he got vision on Zywoo.
I just CS goes only.
Gonna get away with that boost one.
If he doesn't capitalize on this right now, we don't know how many more times this half he's going to be able to get one. Money-wise, that's going to be a huge issue.
Sitting posted on top of Dice, Frozen plays the wall in front of him. Kerrigan supports from behind. Constant jump spots.
Yeah, so 38 seconds တော့ဖြစ်နေပြီတော့ WC ကနေပြီးတော့ဝင်ဝင်ကြိုးစားနေတယ် set တက်ပြီးဝင်လာပြီ Frozen close မှာနေလိုက်တယ် Brokey ကပေါ်ကြီးတက်နေပြီးတော့ off play ရဖြတ်ကန်းသွားတယ်ဒီမှာ headshot ပွားရလာတော့မှပြစ်မယ်ဆိုတဲ့အနေထားမှာ Flazy နဲ့ကျွန်တော်ဒီဘက်မှာ Messi က blue side နဲ့ဝင်မဲ့ attention ရနေပြီတော့ double kill တော့ရတယ် Frozen နဲ့ Kerrigan နောက်ကောင်ညက်ပြစ်တယ် Ross နဲ့တကောင်တက်ရပြီ Apex က Frozen ကိုထပ်ပြီးတော့ရတယ် Brokey Apex ကိုစုံးတက်ပြီးလောင်းဘက်ကလည်းလာတယ်ဒီ shot ဘက်ကလည်းတကောင်နှစ်ကောင်လာဖို့ကြိုးစားနေတယ်အချင်း15 second C4 ကောက်ပြီး C4 plan ပေါ်တယ်လူ Ross ကဒီတော့ကောင်းဆုံးပဲသူ C4 plan မဲ့ပေါ်တာတော့ကျွန်တော် cover back အပြည့်ပေးဖို့လို့လေ pop flat တဲ့တော့3ကောင်လို့ပြေးဝင်လာတယ်ဆိုပေမဲ့ blue match ban ကိုမစစ်မိရဆိုတော့ Ross နေနေတာ double kill ပါရတယ် no scope Brokey ပြစ်ခွဲလိုက်တယ် tension ဆိုပေမဲ့ Ross နဲ့ 10 trade ရင်းနေပဲ Ross လို့သရှိကိုမစစ်မိရဘောလို့သွားတယ်ကိုရှော Ross ကပူသရှိကိုရတော့ရှေ့ကိုကပ်ပြီးယူထားလိုက်တာတော်တော်လေးကောင်းတယ်အလှလေးတော့ပြောမှာဗျ pop flat နဲ့ထွက်လာတယ်ဆိုပေမဲ့နှစ်ကောင်တေဝတော်တော်လေးနှမျောဖို့တော့ကောင်းတယ်ဆိုတဲ့အနေထားဗျ home clan နဲ့ဟာ Grand final Brookie အနာကြတယ်သေးဖြစ်တယ်ကဖာစီအစင်နေမြားတာဒီနေ့လည်းထက်ကောတယ် Brookie nose ကိုနဲ့ smoke ထဲပဲပြစ်တတ်တာရှင်းသွားတာမကြည့်ချင်ရေးတဲ့အာဒီနေ့မကောင်းဟမ်
In total on this round from Robs.
You want to talk about vitality, knowing 4 maps because of their
6-0 ဆိုတဲ့နေတာနဲ့နောက်တဲ့ face ဟာနောက်တဲ့အနောက်ကနေထပ်ပြီးစော့နေရပြင်ပါပြီ Apex နဲ့ကတိုးလေးခိုးလာပြီးတော့ Apex ဘာလို့ vitality ကိုမနိုင်ရဲဆိုတော့ vitality မှာ strat ဖို့အကြီးရှိရပဲ vitality က strategy အရန်များတဲ့အသင်းဖြစ်ပြီးတော့ဘာလို့ရမလဲဘာပြီးဒီ world ဘယ်လိုပြော Oh my god Apex strat ဖို့ entry Oh my god Apex entry drop ဖို့ ဘယ်လိုမှရက်တက်လို့မရတဲ့ပြင်မှာFacebook ကကောင်တွေကဘာဟာရဂမ်းဘော်ဒီမှာမရှိတော့ဘူး။ဟုတ်တယ်ကြီးကတော့လဲပြီပါ။ဟုတ်တယ်ဟောဖိုင်နှစ်ခါချုံအောင်လို့ကလေးသားချေရတာ
Tonight, but they're still here to win.
No.
The fact that this is house money for Vitality.
ဒီဇက်ကနေ6 round 0တွေ9 round 0တွေရနေတာတော်တော်လေးဆိုးဆိုးရွားဖြစ်တဲ့အခြေအနေတွေကိုကျွန်တော်ကြုံတွေ့နေရတယ်လို့ပြောမှာဗျ။တော်လေးဆိုးဆိုးရွားဖြစ်တဲ့အခြေအနေတွေကိုကျွန်တော်ကြုံတွေ့နေရတာ face နေနေရလဲတကယ်လည်းပြောရမယ်ဆိုတော့ကျွန်တော် CD နေပြီး drop မှမရတာနဲ့တကယ်လို့တီးကြရင်ဒီလိုလုပ်နိုင်ပါမလားဇိုင်ဦး Brookie ကရိုက်ခွဲလိုက်ပြီးတော့ကျုံကုတ်ကျွန်းကုန်းမကျန်တယ်မြောက်ကြီးကတော့ပျော်နေပြီဗျငါကောင်တွေစောင်းရမ်းကောင်းတယ်ငါကောင်တွေဘာလုပ်ရမလဲဆိုတာသိတယ် player individual တွေ player game sense တွေအဲ့ဒါတွေအကုန်လုံးက current ရဲ့ control အောက်ကသွားတာမဟုတ်ဘဲနဲ့ vitality ဟာကစားသမားတိုင်းရဲ့ individual ကစားသမားတိုင်းကဘာလုပ်မလဲဆိုတာကိုလုံးဝသိနေတာဗျတဲ့မှာလုံးဝသူတို့ရဲ့ cover decision making တွေကလည်းမှန်ကန်နေရလဲပါတယ်ဆိုတော့ entry ဘာလို့ပေါ့နော်မလီအေးဘက်ကမတန်လိုက်တာဖာစီဟုတ်ပါမကြပဲအေးဘက်ဖေးဆိုင်နေတော့မမျောနေတာဘူးတော့သူကလည်းသူကမတတောင်းပြီးပါတယ်နော်ခုမှဝဲပါတော့အားကဝါရီတင်နေမဲစီကနောက်ပိုင်းပါတယ်အခုတက်တင်တာကတော့ဖိုင်နယ်ရောက်တာတော်တော်ကောင်းပါတယ်သူကပါပြီးဖာစီမိုင်းစီးစင်းနေရတယ်Sabri transfer ရ current game မှာတေးသွားတယ်နောက်တော့ twist ကထက်ရတယ်ရှောပေါ့
IGL for IGL.
ဒီမှာငါဝဲစော့ပြရမလားဒီငါဝဲဆိုနေရှော
Quality play.
ဒီတားနဲ့ဝိုင်းထိုးရတယ်
For him to come alive here in grand finals when it matters the most.
ဝဲရတော့မပြီးသေးပါဘူး 7-0 ဆိုတဲ့အနေထားမှာ face နဲ့ round တစ် round ရဖို့ကြိုးစားနေဦးမှာပါပဲ bounce စမောဝဲမောစားစမောBrookie နဲ့ဓာယူဟမ် Brookie အဖေကိုလည်းစိတ်ပူနေဇိုင်းဘုကစိတ်ရ
You've got nothing on the FaZe clan.
တော့ထက်ရမလားပေါ့
But maybe it was just all too good to be true.
တော့ရှော့ Frozen ကိုပင်ကုန်းခိုင်းပြီလားအသေးတက်ကြည့်တာ
Yesterday was phenomenal. Their nuke beginning in this series
မလာဘူးဇိုင်းဘုကတပည့်ကိုပါစူတောင်းမိခဲ့ပါတယ်နောက်ပြီးဒီထက်သတင်းနဲ့တွေ့ရမှာ fine နဲ့ဟုတ်တယ်Rock Street ဆိုမှာ Carrigan Rock ကိုထက်ရတယ် Forward Street ဆိုတဲ့နေသားလေးကထပ်ပြဝါးရည်နဲ့ Apex ရှိတယ် Carrigan ကထပ်ပြီးပြခွဲပေးလိုက်တယ် Scout နဲ့ရှိရ Brookie က rotation လုပ်တော့ MP9 ရဲ့ Bora နဲ့ဟိုမှာ2ယောက်သား2ယောက်တော့ကဘာတီဆောက်နေတော့မရှိပါသေးတယ်ကျွန်တော်ဒီကျမှ8-0ဆိုတဲ့နေသားကြီးကသူတို့လက်မခံချင်ပဲနဲ့အတေးလက်တွေထိုးပေးနေပြီဗျလက်တော့မခံချင်ဒါပေမဲ့သူ့လက်ကြီးကိုဆွဲပြီးယော8-0 ဆိုတဲ့နေတာလက်ထဲကိုတော့အတေးလာထိုးထည့်ပေးနေပြီဗျဆိုတော့ကျွန်တော် save မှရမှာပါ Brookie တို့ကလည်းဒါပြီးမှနောက်တော့ game round တော့ထပ်တော့ကြည့်ရမှာပါလေမဟုတ်တော့ကျွန်တော်8-4ဆိုတဲ့နေသားလေးကိုရအောင်စော့နိုင်မှာတော့ရမှာ face နေတော့8-4ကတော်တော်လေးတော့အားနေနေပြီတော့ပြောမှာပဲသူတီဆက်နေပြန်ပြီးစော့ပါကြည့်ပဲကြည့်တာသူပြုံးနေရတယ်ဟန်ရက်ကွက်စင်းတော့အော်ပါလာလုံးရက်ကွက်ဒီမှာဒီပြစ်နေဟာခုနစီစေစီစိတ်ရတာဟုတ်ပါ
And as far as history and accolades go, a guy like Apex doesn't have much more
ဘယ်နှစ်ဖက်သက်ဆန်တော့ကြည့်ရတာတိတ်ပြေးပြဖြစ်နေပြီဟုတ်ပါကြည့်ဆုံးတော့မိုက်တယ် Horror Family စောင်းမိုက်တာတွေပြန်တွေ့ပြရမယ်ဆိုပေမဲ့အဓိက player individual တွေကြောင့်ကွာချားနေခဲ့တာဖြစ်တယ်ဗျဇိုင်ဦး Brookie ကျွန်တော်ဒီဘက်မှာလည်း Jacob နဲ့လည်းကျွန်တော်တို့ကွာချားနေခဲ့ပါတယ် Frozen နဲ့လည်းကွာချားနေခဲ့သူကို Frozen လည်းမဖြစ်တော့ဘူးဗျကို Frozen လည်းကတော့ Walkless ရှိတော့တယ်လက်နဲ့စီးပဲစီးနေတိုင်းကတူတယ်ရှေ့ရဲနဲ့ကတော့ချစ်နေတာညော်ကြီးထတောင်းဆုံးစီးမှမတေးပါကျိုးနေဟုတ်တယ်
He had a chance to show us something.
နောက်ပိုင်းနဲ့စလုံးကြည့်လို့ရရုပ်ပြပါ
Vitality have nothing but hardware this year. Results, proof.
သုံးတော့ရတော့ပါ
All the evidence
သူက memory က brain bag ကိုချစ်ဆုံးရေးမဟုတ် brain bag နဲ့လေးချစ်ဆုံးရေး
now given a chance to close out this major grand finals.
ဆိုရင် Jenny Daisy
FaZe Clan can't even cut it close.
Yeah, 那偏偏你现在厉害了。
Twist is desperate to get something going. He's going to try to take over short on his own.
我哋偏偏冇得了，好爽到
Comes at a
啥。
cost down to 47 health.
那边真的真的不如给表米的，哎，那打我接他呢嘛。哦，ဒီကွဲမှာ Ross တေထဲတယ် Ross ကေကျန်shit round မှာ14ကောင်တက်တာ Oh my god what the hell မြောက်ကြီးကလည်း entry ပြီးအကုန်လုံးရိုက်ခွဲနေရတယ် What the fuck is this အဲ့ဒါဖြစ်တဲ့နေဆိုနေတာ Ross ကတော့ထားပါတော့တေပြစ်တာပါညာရှိမှာမြောက်ကြီးပြစ်ပြီးမြောက်ကြီးကမနိုင်တော့တဲ့ border တိုက်ကိုတော့တွေးလိုက်ရတာအရင်ကတော့တုံလှုပ်သွားတယ်ဆိုတော့ Gary တော့ပြန်ပါလိုက် Brookie off နဲ့ Rafa 4တယ်ဆိုနေတာ Toki ဖုတ်နေတယ် Brookie က play 0ရလိုက်တယ်ဒီဘက်မှာကျွန်တော် boost နေရ prefire မှာလှမ်းလွတ်နေ Ross နေရတော့ Okay ကိစ္စတော့တိတ်မရှိဘူးဒီမှာ passive holder နဲ့လမ်းလျှောက်နေ vitality နေနဲ့အချိန်ကစက္ကန့်50သူတို့လက်ထဲကိုရောက်လာတာဖြစ်ပြီးတော့စက္ကန့်50တော့ဒီကောင်တစ်ခုခုတော့ရွေးရမယ် Apex နေရတော့ long ဘက်ကိုသွားဖို့ဒီ round ဘက်ကိုကြည့်ပြီးလမ်းလျှောက်နေပါတော့အော် Okay ဒီဘက်ကိုလှမ်းပြီးတာဆိုတော့တော့အုပ်ပေးလိုက်သေးတယ် monster အတွက်ရောအဲ့ fine လိုက်လားဆိုမို့ monster အတွက်လုံခြုံသွားပြီဆိုပဲကျွန်တော် A ဘက်ပါတော့နည်းနည်းလေးကျွန်တော် A ဘက်ကိုတိုးလာတာတွေတတိမထားမိသေးဘူး25 second ကို WC မှာလမ်းလျှောက်ပြီး poison နေတော့နေတော့ Oh Rob နေ Frozen ကိုရလိုက်ပြီတိုင်မင်းရမှားသွားပြီး16စက္ကန့်မှာတကောင်သေးဝါနဲ့ကြည့်ပါအော် Brookie ဇိုင်ဦးရဲ့လက်ချက်နဲ့တေးဆုံးသွားတယ် Brookie လည်းတကောင်မှမရတယ်လို့ Frozen လည်းတကောင်မှမရဘူး Carrigan ဇိုင်ဦးကိုရလိုက်ပြီ C4 play တကောင်ကြီး deny ပြီးလိုက်တယ်ဟေ့အောင်ကြီး Carrigan you အော်ကိုတီ on time နဲ့ပြန်သွားပြန်ပြီအော်ရ Rob နေတဲ့ G ကမထိတ်ရတယ်ဟိုး Rob Stropoki သွေးဆက်စီလေးဖြစ်နေလို့ဇိုင်ဦးစီရဲ့တိုက်ငါသွေးရနေလို့အိုလေးခဏပေးပါဆိုပြီးတော့ခဏကင်နေတဲ့ကောင်ရဲ့ပြစ်တဲ့ off က Stropoki ပြ off နဲ့3ကောင်လို့လှီးပေးလိုက်တယ်အော်ဘာလို့ဖြစ်နေပြီဘာလို့နဲ့တင့်တယ်နေပြီ vitality ရဲ့လက်ထဲကိုဖလား auto ရောက်နေပြီဗျဖြစ်နေပြီးဆုံးဒူရီယာလူဖြစ်နေပြီးဆုံးတော့မင်းမကရဆူလများနေChange them so you go down. Yeah, Roman. What they tell you? Oh, hey. Yeah,
Changed jerseys. Switched projects. Brought vitality.
ဒီလိုအောက်ကနာကိုင်းနေဇာဦးစီကအဲ off နဲ့ပဲကောလို့ရိုက်ခွဲသွားတယ်ဒီမှာ Apex နဲ့ volume မှာလမ်းလာရှောက်နေပြန်ပါပြီဒီမှာ aggressive ချင်ပေမဲ့လည်းYakina တကောင်နဲ့ fountain aggressive တို့လို performance တွေလည်းတိတ်မတွေ့ရဘူးဗျတို့အနေနဲ့ overback ကိုမစော့တဲ့တဲမှာပါနေရလားမသိ face နဲ့ဒါတော့ CD ယူစော့နေနော်ဒီမှာမိုလိုတိုင်းနဲ့ Yakina တက်ပိတ်လို့မျိုးမပိတ်နိုင်တာဖြစ်တယ်ကိုပိုပြီးခက်ခဲတာဗျရွေးရတယ် map movement တွေရတယ်တော်တော်လေးဟိုဒီမှာ angle ဒီ space ကြီးကျင်းသွားပြီးတော့
in the first half of 2025 spanned the globe
10-0 ဆိုရဲ round နေထားမလို့ချင်းလဲလက်ထဲကိုအတင်းလာထိုးထည့်နေတယ်Okay Ross ရေကိုချီတာလို့ပြောကြမယ်အဲ့အကြောင်းအဲ့ဒါကိုကြီးဖေးကစားတော့ Brookie ကိုကစ်ပြီး Ross လောက်ရပါငါသုံးသိတယ်တော့အတူပြပါလားကိုမင်းကိုမခံစားနဲ့အဲ့ပြီးအဲ့တော့ဘာမှလည်းမမီထားတယ်စစ်တော့ဘယ်ရပါ fight နေလားသုံးစီရဖိုင်နေရကွာရုပ်ပဲစေပဲအဲ့ပြီးချစ်စမစောက်တော့သုံးစီရပါစေနော်လေအမေချူဝလာဘယ်ဆိုမစောတယ်ပါမှာစစ်ရဖာစီ over ပဲမစောတော့ဘူးBrookie Frozen မထိန်နိုင်တာအစားတာ Brookie Frozen 0လက်ကြည့်အောင်လို့မထိန်တက်ဘူးလုံးဝအေးစားကြီးကဖင်းဝပြောင်းကြီးဒီတိုင်းဆိုတော့ကျွန်တော်တို့ Frozen အနေနဲ့ gun လေးစီးထားသူ့အနေနဲ့ကတော့ပို့ပြီးတော့လုတ်တင်တဲ့လုတ်ရလို့တော့မြင်ပါတယ်10-0ဆိုတဲ့ round အရင်ရုပ်ပြက်နေပြီကိုမဲ့အရင်ရုပ်ပြက်နေပြီရုပ်ပြက်နေတော့ final ကြီးရောအလူတပွဲကိုပဲအနာနဲ့နိုင်လိုက်ပြီးတော့ဟုတ်မလို့လို့ ਨੇ နောက်ဆုံးသုံးပွဲကိုမဲ့တကယ်ကောင်းတယ်ကအတင်းကနိုင်သွားတာပါပဲဟုတ်ပါဘူးဘယ်လဲဖေးဟဲ့စီဝါဘသောကဖေးကြီးအနာနဲ့လိုတယ်အဲ့လို oh he's so sick မတော်ဘူးဒီက first round ပြောတာမှားလို့ဘယ်မှာကြာရင် CS လောကရဲ့ figure ပြတော့မယ်
The last time they played one in CS2, they got 3-0. No maps in CS2 in a best-of-5 grand final, and it's not the same roster.
CDG က Silver Blazer အနေနဲ့ဟုတ်တယ်တော်လေးဆူဆူရွာရွတွေ့ရတယ်မှန်မှန်ဆိုတော့ overpass ဆိုတာ CD stretcher ကတော်တော်လေး ထိန်းနိုင်ဆိုစောင်းကောင်းတယ်ဒီက game ပေါ်ကနေလိုတာပေါ့နော်အဲ့လိုမျိုး fountain ဒီ A side fountain ကိုဟို T spawn ကထွက်တဲ့ချင်း fountain ကို control မဲ့ smooth လုံးအုပ်တယ်နေဒီ pop flat တွေနဲ့မိုလီတွေကျဲပြီးတော့အဲ့နားတွေမထွက်အောင်ဖိပြီးထိန်းတာပေါ့ရကင်နာအဲ့နားမှာလှုပ်တယ်ဥပမာပေါ့နော်မြင်တောင်ပြပြတာအဲ့မိုလိုရတဲ့လောင်းကနေ off နေတာလာပြန်ထိန်းတယ်ပြီး corner ကိုလုံးဝလွှတ်လိုက်ပြီးတော့အဲကျွန်တော် AO ကတောက်လျှောက်ဖတ်ထိန်းနေတယ်ပြီးရရင်နောက်ပြန်ဆုပ်တယ်လည်းအဲ့မှာကေးတင်းနဲ့ရှာပြီးနောက်ပြန်ဆုပ်တယ်ပေါ့နော်တော့ corner ကြီးကိုစင်းပြီးတော့ဘလိုဒီမှာအဲ့လို stack ဖြစ်သွားတော့ဘယ်တော့မှပြောင်းနေမစင်ဘူးအဲ fountain ကိုထိန်းတာများလေးရှိတယ် corner အခုကကြတော့ထိန်းနိုင်တာကိုကကြတော့မထိန်းနိုင်ဘူးတစ်ချိန်လာဥပမာဇိုင်ဦးရကနဲ့ဟိုစကုတ်ကြီးဆွဲလာတေးတာပဲလာပြီးရှောတာပဲဟို prefire မကလေ prefire bot training မကကောင်းတယ်လို့ပဲဝူးမြင်လိုက်ဝေးဆိုရှောအဲ့မဲ့ရတဲ့နေ့ကတော့တော့ပေးလိုက်ပါလေတဲ့ဟာလည်းကုန်ပြီဖာစီရဲ့face ကတော့ရန်သနာဖို့ကောင်းပါတယ် face ရှင်တွေကတော့ current ကဥဆောင်မှုနဲ့တူ star player တွေကအရင်ကောင်းတဲ့နေသားကိုရောက်ခဲ့ပြီပဲလေဟိုဘက်က player တွေကကျတော့ star player တွေမဟုတ်ပဲね player individual တွေကစတော်တော်လေးကောင်းတယ်ဗျvitality strap ကိုရတော်တော်လေးကြီးတယ် vitality ကိုနိုင်ဖို့ဆိုတာ
The sliver of hope that was an opening kill instead is their ex-teammate surviving and still thriving top of the scoreboard
lazy ရဲ့ apex ရဲ့ဇိုင်းဝယ်လာမယ်ဇိုင်းဝယ် rage က off နဲ့ထောက်ပြီးမှဖြစ် lazy နဲ့ apex က close fire rifle နဲ့ကြည့်ပြီးမှဗျ boost လာတယ် okay အော်မြောက်ကြီးကိုမနိုင်တော့တဲ့အနေထားထိပါဖြစ်သွားပြီဗျ Frozen တို့ကမြောက်နေနေတော့လှည့်ပြရှော entry နဲ့ရှော apex ရဲ့ aiming တော့မနိုင်တော့ဘူးဆိုတော့ကျွန်တော်မလွယ်တော့တဲ့အနေထားဖြစ်နေပြီဗျ10-0 ဆိုတဲ့အနေထားမှာ vitality ကဘာလှုပ်ဖြစ်နေပြီလှုပ်တိုင်းစီးနေပြီလို့ရေနော်ဘယ်ပြည့်တဲ့တဲ့1 digit ဟိုဘက်စီသူ့မိကြတော့မြန်မာဆိုင်မရှိတာဟုတ်ပါ Korean Master Mind ဆိုကိုပဲရှောပေါ့ Korean Master Mind က player individual တွေက star player တွေက Korean ဒါဆိုဒါပဲသူကပို့ပြီးမသိတတ်တော့ပြီးတော့ vitality strap ပေါ်ကောင်းပါ strap ပေါ်ကြီးတယ်မရအောင် strap ကြီးတော်တော်လေးကောင်းတယ် power ရုတ်တရက်ထပြီးတော့ game changer လုံးမဲ့ကောင်းလည်းမပါဘူး game changer ဘာလို့လဲ Rogi လား twist ဂိမ်းမထားလုံးမရအောင်ဂိမ်းချိန်ကြဂိမ်းကိုချိန်ချင်းလုံနိုင်တယ်အဲ့လိုမျိုးတဲလက်တက်ဖြစ်တဲ့ player တွေလည်းမပါဝင်တာဖြစ်တဲ့အတွက်လေကြတော့လေကြက်ထားမှပြစ်တယ်ဆိုတော့လုပ်ရတွေက face ကိုတော့ဒီချိန်မှာကျွန်တော်တို့ပြန်ကယ်တင်လို့မရတော့လို့မြင်တာပဲ73ဦးမြောက် entry MV ပြန်ရောက်သွားတာဟုတ်တယ်သူစီတော့ဟဲ့ချစ်ဆုံးလည်းလောက်တိုင်းစီပဲဟုတ်လားဘယ်လိုကောင်းမရှိဘူးတော့ဘာတော့ထုံးနေဟုတ်ပါ
It's nice to see him laughing, but I can't help but feel like he understands this game is done. And if this game is done,
he's come to a lot of major finals.
73-0 တကယ်ပဲဖြစ်လာတော့မှလား Major Grand Final ရဲ့ Best of 5 series ရဲ့ game 4မှာပဲကျွန်တော်တို့0 round ကအခုတည်းကဥမကွဲတိုက်မပြတ်ဖြစ်နေရတယ်အဲ့တော့ရုပ်ပြတ်တာကြီးကြတာလုံးတိုင်းစီတော့တယ်ဟဲ့ကျွန်တော်တို့အိမ်ပြန်လက်ဆောင်ပေးလိုက်ပါဗျာလေးပဲဟိုလက်ဆောင်တက်ပေးလိုက်မှာတော့လက်ဆောင်ပါမပေးတော့ဝဲကျကလေးရခွေးရရိုက်နေတာတဲ့ကလေးရခွေးရိုက်ကြီး vitality ရဲ့ vitality မှာချိုးစဲ1တို့ပါတော့လေ Rolf တွေရောဇိုင်ဝူတွေရောလေဆိုရင်
They're in the flow state.
မဲစီတို့လည်းပါတယ်
this game to get here. It's the work
နောက်ဆုံးတော့လေ
to get this game.
Frozen's off.
Frozen ဟုတ်တယ်ပေါက်သေးပေါက်သွားလို့ဟုတ်လားကိုရီစံမဆိုးတယ်မနိုင်မသိတော့ပြောတဲ့ခန်းသာကိုင်းပြောတဲ့ hero သာကိုင်းတတူလို့ဆိုနေတော့မပြောလို့ဆိုလိုက်ရတယ် pressure မပြီးလိုက်ရအောင် Apex နေရ Frozen ရောရလိုက်ပြီ 4 နေထားထိပါရောက်သွားပြီဒီချိန်မှာတော့ 1-for-1 trade ပါပဲကိစ္စသိမရှိ Frozen ပဲသူ့လူပညာဆန်ဆိုတာတကောင်တက်သူ့ပေးပြီးလိုက်တယ် BBC လာ Rogi off တော့ရှိနေသေးတယ် Rogi off မောင်းအော်ရောလိုင်းရည်နော် Rogi တကောင်တက်ပြီးနောက်က low speed ဆိုတော့ Rock span လိုက်တယ် Rogi ရပြက်ရှော Rogi နေနဲ့ကျွန်တော် sport span ကပြီးရှောရတယ် rotation နဲ့ဥစ္စာဆိုပေါ်ပြတ်တက်လိုက် current already stand by ဆိုမဲ့ Apex ဆိုတော့ headshot လေး Rocks off ကြီးက current ကဝတ်ထက်ရတယ်နောက် twist နေ Rock ကိုဆုံးသက်လိုက်ရင်းနဲ့ off နဲ့ပဲဇိုင်းဦးဒီမှာလမ်းလာရှောင်းတော့ one choose တဲ့နေသားမှာ drone ရောက်ပြီး chance ကတော့လက်ထဲကိုရောက်လာဖြစ်ပြီးတော့လက်ထဲကိုရောက်လာတဲ့ drone chance ကိုတော့အကောင်းဆုံးစုပ်ကင်နိုင်ဖို့တော့လိုတယ်စုပ်ကင်လိုက်တော့ bro ရေ အော်ယောဇာဦးကောင်းလိုက်တာနောက်တော့ဒီမှာထက်ရှိနေမှာဇာဦးနေတာဝဲနဲ့ဆက်ထားတည်နေသေးတယ်ဇာဦးဟာရတရောင်းရတော့လက်သီးလက်မောင်းတန်းသွားတယ်ဟဲ့ရောကောလုံးကစောက်ခွက်ပြောင်းလာခဲ့သွားတယ် this is game မနိုင်မှန်းသိပေမဲ့လည်းတရောင်းရတော့အိုးစောက်ခွက်ပြောင်းနေရလားတရောင်းတော့ bro ဒီတရောင်းစ round ပေါင်းများသွားတယ်နော်ဒီနေ့စောနေရပဲဟိုဘက်ဒီမမို့လို့ပဲ second hand OD သွားမယ်ဝက်လက်ဥကွဲပြီbro ဥကွဲလို့လက်သီးလက်မောင်းထတန်းနေငါမူသေးလက်ပြင်းတော့ကြာလဲအဲဆိုရင်ပထမဆုံးဘယ်သူဖိုက်မေးကြမဆုံးစီးလက်ဒီသေးသားပါရဲ့နေကားပြီလာဆွဲတော့တုတ်ကန်ရောင်းရဗလားရတယ်လို့ပါပဲအဲ့ဒါက UI စက်ခွပြောင်းတာမို့ stress release ပေါ့လေနော်ဒီချိန်မှာတောင်းရပြီးဟိုဖြစ်နေပါစား current ကအင်ဂိမ်းလီဒါကြီးကလီဒါအစပြီးစက်ခွပြောင်းလိုက်တော့အော်ဟောမှာဘောရာလီဒါတော့စက်ခွပြောင်းနေရပဲငါလည်းပေါ်ပါပြပေါ်ဟိုမှာလည်းကတော့တီးကိုလုံးတော့ရှိသေးရလားအေးစက်ခွရောဒီစီဦးဒီမှာကမ်းမတင်ဆိုပြီး regular တိုင်းပြည့်ရမှာဟဲ့ဒီပေါ်တယ်ပြင်လို့မဟုတ်တော့ဟဲ့ဒီလိုက်လူရောက်ဟိုက်ကလည်း Ross ကို face ကစ်လိုက်တာကော Ross ကို face ကကစ်လိုက်တာမဟုတ်ဘူး Ross ကစာချုပ်တက်တယ်မတူတော့တာပါလားမိကြရမှာစာချုပ်တက်တယ်တူမှာ face ကဘလားပြေဘက်ကန်လာတာဟို break ကမဘက်တော့ချစ်ဆုံးရေးအမဲဘက်နဲ့ပါနဲ့စတောင်းရကိုဆုံးကြည်ခွဲနေအောင်ဘက်ကန်လာပါမိကြကိုပိုင်းနဲ့တော့ပြတ်သွားပြီတလုံးလည်းပြောချင်တော့တယ်နိုင်ပြီးပြီကိုပြီးရလိုက်ပါကျွန်တော်စင်းနေစင်းရုပ်ခွက်နိုင်ပါသေးတယ်ဟဲဟဲဆိုတော့နိုင်လိုက်တော့နော်11-1ပြ1-3လုံးမနေ့ပြန်တော့ကျွန်တော်3လုံးအတွက်တော့3လုံးခဏကောင်းတယ်ဟိုနှလုံးတိုးချင်တိုးလို့ရကျွန်တော်စင်းပြုံးလို့လက်သီးလက်မောင်းတာတန်းဟဲဟင်းရတယ်ဒီစမ်းဟုတ်တယ်ပြစရောင်းရှုံးရဲမယ်အဲကောက်ဝိုက်လာမသိရင်းနေဟုတ်ဘရိုဒီလောက်ပါပဲသိပါတယ်ဆောင်းကောင်းတဲ့တင်းကိုနိုင်ဘူးဆောင်းကောင်းတဲ့ plan တွေဆောင်းကောင်းတဲ့ player တွေနဲ့ဆောင်းရမ်းကောင်းတဲ့ strategy လိုပါသေးတယ်
For an entire major, we have watched as FaZe Clan fight back from the brink, but never has the game been so stacked against them. Never has a result felt so far from their grasp. An 11-1 half to Vitality's favor on Overpass, showing us the depths.
ဒီနေ့ကဘာဖြစ်နေလဲဆိုအဲ့ဒါပြောတာတကယ်နောက်ကြတယ်သူစီကပွဲတွေလည်းနားပြီဒီရှုံးနေတာရှုံးအကောင်းဆုံးရင်ဆိုင်ရတယ်တဘောတစ်ခုပါမှန်ပါတယ်
They have a layup to close this.
It's GG guys, we know that. They have no chance. We're fucking great.
And Apex still says stay focused.
ဖိုင်နယ်ရောက်တာပဲကျေးဇူးတင်ရပါ face ဟုတ်တယ်
Clan slack. That's the rule.
လူသစ်တယောက်နဲ့အကောင်းဆုံး final တော့ရောက်လာခဲ့ပါတယ်ဒါအကုန်လုံးတော့ကောင်းလို့ရောက်လာခဲ့တာပဲအကုန်လုံးမလုံနိုင်တဲ့နေရာသူ့အနေနဲ့ရောက်အောင်လုပ်ပြနိုင်ခဲ့တာ face ဒီလောက်နဲ့တော့ tight တယ်နဲ့ဆိုပဲတွေ့စင်နဲ့စစ်ပြေးပြီးဇာတ်ဦးကိုပြတ်ကွဲလိုက်တယ်နောက်တော့ APC မှာ dig နေတယ်မှာ USB နဲ့လာပြေးပြတဲ့ Apex ဘဲစီတကူလုံးတေဆုံးနေတယ်ကလော့နဲ့ okay Flazy Jacob ကိုဆုံးတယ် Smoke Plan နဲ့နေရာကြီးတနတ်လေးပြနေရ
4 versus 2 in the post plant. Flamesy and
Player of the year ပြရလောက်တယ်အော် Player of the year မိကြတာဂျာမာ Fighter ရဝိုင်းတော့ဇိုင်ဦးဘော
And FaZe Clan still want to give each and every one of you a show.
တော့ကြပြန်တယ်မှာကြာရင်ဝေးပြောတော့သွားတော့ Triple after this match ပြထားပြန်ပြီတင်တယ်
But it's a long road to that 11 rounds of team.
ကရင်ကြီးကသာ UV ဟိုဘက်ဒီဘက်လှည့်ပြီး UV တယောက်လို့ပြောနေပေမဲ့သူ့ဘော်တာ၄ယောက်ကတော့မျက်နှာကတော့လုံးဝပြက်နေတာမထိန်နိုင်ဘူးဖြစ်နေပြီဒါတော့ကျွန်တော်တို့လုံးဝတစ်ချက် diet day တွေ့နေရတာဒီလိုတိုင်းရဟဲ့ပြောပြရအောင်အေးတော့တော့တရားဆိုဒါမဲ့၄ယောက်လုံးက pressure ပြီးနေသေးပါသူကတော့ကရင်ကြီးကတော့ stress release ရောက်တော့လုပ်ပေးရှာပါတယ်အပတ်ပြီးဖိတ်ပြန်လာပြီဟာဖိတ်ပြန်လာဖာပြန်လိပေါ့အေးဟိုဝက်လက်
Why is SpeXtres pissed?
Oh, you gotta love it.
You
got to love it.
Online. What? စတုံးလေးဟောတယ်စတုံးလေးသူမချစ်လို့တာကြည့်နေတာပွဲရတယ်ငိုင်းနေပြီအာချစ်ဆုံးအဲ့တော့ချစ်ဆုံးအဲ့တော့အဲ့ချင်နေကြမှာချိတ်ပလိုက် These guys,
They always wait until you think you've seen it all.
That's why Counter-Strike's the gift that keeps on giving.
Yeah,
How many times have you told yourself, well, I've seen it all?
People like that, but people, what do I find a con league in a
Heartstrings to the bitter end.
Move past your Malaysian one like point again.
Little deagle damage. Careful.
They get in the down in the Sanji like that. Yeah, they are the round figures in a so or dressing there. The one side, they get a shoot out one up 5 7 yards as well for the even time. Oh, 5 7 and close up the quite later.
Remember, their ex-team.
Well, 5 7 road guy was doing the contest. Oh, yes, I would dig the blue. What the fuck, lazy? You got was so that you want me. Ha! You do you want to review the Ah, dig a blue pillow. Of the bar on a piano line already digging a balloon knock on Yawara. Share the Shin Lamchi Javane. Eh, what's that? What was I saying? Huh? Look, I'm a worry.
Reality minutes away. FaZe doing their best to try to ignore it. Oh my. And Zai was getting killed.
What the fuck? What if you're not going to be a rookie? Come here, power. Pretty camera cool. I feel that below my yard about the love which you are. You're the lowest soul about. Do you buy you? Let's hope. Also, I don't know if you don't know to 5 years.
Constantly the champions. The second
half of this year was one where they had to take a back seat and had to learn to adapt. Rolls in a dress for Yama Brookie, digging it roll for a soul that like about it. Love my piece of no money now. This is really a opportunity. I will see go go take a show and I'll touch you at the end. I will need a Brookie was so that we don't want to be left with a proof that digging as I was so that we prove covering and doing young information at the left Lorella, brought out with Jordan or prove that I'll take your impacts going and so many trash bring machines will call it for me. What about this too?
Major champions. One frag from it and Frozen will fight to the bitter end. Apex on front of the bomb site.
Frozen on the swing. Oh, big USB never sold the water. Apex. Oh my god, major defending champion. So Vitality through major defending. They just loan and give you back to back major champion. Shit, Vitality, baby.
A whole new field, bigger, better, and stronger to get the final word in the second season. After already giving us something we had never seen and thought was never possible after Astralis.
They built their era, they claimed their empire, and now they will pen the beginning of the second act of Vitality's global domination. With Budapest as our battleground, where history whispers from every cobblestone, Vitality's legend will never be forgotten.
Never. This team jubilant, fans on their feet, everyone waiting for this moment. They finally can say they killed FaZe.
And they can finally say that they can continue to make a claim as one of Counter-Strike's greatest to ever do it. Astralis' records are the only things in their sight. The only back-to-back major champion since 2019. After the greatest season of Counter-Strike we've ever seen, it is Vitality back on top. Your Star Ladder Budapest Major Champions!
Budapest Major Champions. Vitality!
Vitality have done it. Back-to-back major champions. Flamesy, it's quite the journey you have been on. If you remember joining after Paris, they'd already lifted a trophy, people doubted you, didn't believe in you, but you've shown up time and time again, and now you're part of history. How does this moment feel?
You cannot describe it in words. It's just an insane experience. This year has been nothing but crazy. I have an amazing player beside me, and we all know that we might not have a chance to be a part of this group in our future. So we want to do our best in this team, and that's what we get. And yeah, that was the cherry on top of the year, and I'm so happy to be in this part of this team. And yeah, it's amazing.
And I know you got your brothers here, your girlfriends here, there's family watching. Anything you want to say to them?
Well, I love you all. Thank you for coming. It's a lot of fans came to support us from the Golden Hornets, and a lot of fans from home. And nothing but thanks. It's really amazing to hear your voices so much. And for all the crowd, to be honest, you were amazing.
Hey, come on! Messi!
ဘာလို့ပါလဲရှိတယ်ဘာမှမရှိတော့ချစ်ဆုံးတော့နောက်နေကြရဲကျွန်တော်ဒီကမဲ့ဘာလို့စကရင်းတွေပဲရှိပါတော့မယ်
I think he may call you British player, but I'm going to call you the greatest British player of all time in any version of Counter-Strike, and it is not even close right now. Just tell me what the hell happened in this final, bro.
Well, I don't even know. This team is special. It's one of the greatest of all time. I'm just so grateful and happy to be part of this process and part of this team. They're everyone in this lineup, everyone behind the scenes do a great job, and yeah, I'm just like I say, crazy. It's insane. But this is the life, and this is what I'm a part of. But yeah, thank you to all the fans in the arena. This was one of the craziest finals to play. Thank you so much.
And I know you've also got your fiance there. You got your baby as well. There's time away from home. There's a lot of sacrifice you need to do. But these moments make it all worth it. But what do you want to say to them supporting all this way?
Yeah, I mean, they're everything. Without them, it's impossible to do the job that I do today, and impossible to be able to focus on what I do. So everything I do here and all the sacrifices is all for them. So yeah, I'm just happy we could pull through today and end the season with a bang and end the season as one of the greatest years of CS history.
Exactly that. Thank you very much, Messi. Robs, the CS2 specialist. Grand final after grand final after grand final and one more. And two of these major trophies to your name. I saw you lift it first, and I don't think I've seen you that happy before. What felt different this time?
I don't know. I mean, I'm speechless. I'm really tired. I honestly, I had the worst sleep today. I had the worst appetite. I barely ate today. It's because of a lot of stress coming into against FaZe. It's for me it's special to play them. Maybe for them it's not as much, but still they have some history with me. But for me it was a special day today, and it was hard to come into this match, and I'm happy the way we did.
Is it an emotional matchup for you as well? Is that where it hits, the emotional side?
I think Austin was one of them. I think today was a very special day and very emotional. I mean, the moment you win is pure euphoria. I mean, you accomplished everything you wanted, and yeah, I'm just fucking happy, man.
I don't blame you. Can I ask you one cheeky little question? 3 majors, do we get another Porsche? SpeXtres, you can't get away from me. Quite a journey this team's been on this year. From where you were before coming into this major, seeing that you weren't able to lift as many trophies, battling with what this team had to do. How proud are you of these individuals and the way they've worked to make this back-to-back dream a reality? Can you just talk me through this crazy process?
I mean, me and you, we fucked up a bit in Hong Kong and in Chengdu, but we had a good talk after. We've done especially how we wanted to
Hindi
play
ai
on
da
the
be tat
side,
ta ai
etc.
bi. Ho le ho. Yo Hindi lai mi lo ma lo.
I cannot say I expected to be the major, of course, but I felt really confident after our preparation, the boot camp, as every team. But I don't know, I can feel when the team is ready to fight and to win a big trophy. So I'm really proud that also my staff, they did an amazing job just to support me every day, to make me better. So it's for them.
It's for them and it's for you, man. Congratulations. Apex! You've been in this situation before. You've been down a map in the finals. It's a best of 5, it's FaZe. Just tell me what it took from this team, what it took from you leading this, the energy and everything to make sure this dream that you had to get a back-to-back major was a reality.
Well, after such a rough start on Nuke, where we know that FaZe are playing really well, but we played way too passive, we didn't try to take any duels, and they had all the space they wanted, so it was pretty tough, but I told them, guys, if we want the back-to-back, we'll have to show the real vitality. And I told them, the same I said in Austin, if the real vitality is showing up, we will win. I have no doubt about that. And that's what happened. You know, it's all about being present on the big moments, playing the same as you usually do on the big moments, and that's what we did today.
It is what you did today. You made a big statement as well. I remember back in 2024, you said, this year it's going to be different. You were not happy with what you showed. This time, you've come back. This time you've done all the trophies. You built this team up from the ground up. How much does it mean to you? How can you describe this rush of emotions and feelings, especially because you dipped down a little bit in the second half of the season?
Yeah, you know, we dipped down a bit, but how can you manage to do the same season as we did on the first one? 8 tournaments, 7 trophies, like, it's